5. The Derry townhouse, 2 a.m. "Friends," Beverly said. "Hmm?" Bill looked at her. His thoughts had been far away. They had been walking hand in hand, the silence between them companionable and slightly charged with mutual attraction. He had caught only the last word of what she had said. A block ahead, the lights of the townhouse shone through the low ground fog. "I said you were my best friends, the only friends I ever had back then." She smiled. "Making friends has never been my strong suit, I guess, although I've got a good one back in Chicago. A woman named Kay McCall. I think you'd like her, Bill." "Probably would. I've never been real fast to make friends myself." He smiled. "Back then, we were all we needed." He saw beads of moisture in her hair, appreciated the way the lights made a nimbus around her head. Her eyes were turned gravely up to his. "I need something now," she said. "Well, what's that?" "I need you to kiss me," she said. He thought of Audra, and for the first time it occurred to him that she looked like Beverly. He wondered if maybe that had been the attraction all along, the reason he had been able to find guts enough to ask Audra out near the end of the Hollywood party where they had met. He felt a pang of unhappy guilt, and then he took Beverly, his childhood friend, in his arms. Her kiss was firm and warm and sweet. Her breasts pushed against his open coat, and her hips moved against him, away, and then against him again. When her hips moved away a second time, he plunged both of his hands into her hair and moved against her. When she felt him growing hard, she uttered a little gasp and put her face against the side of his neck. He felt her tears on his skin, warm and secret. "Come on," she said, "quick." He took her hand, and they walked the rest of the way to the townhouse. The lobby was old, festooned with plants, and still possessed of a certain fading charm. The decor was very much 19th century lumberman. It was deserted at this hour except for the desk clerk, who could be dimly seen in the inner office, his feet cocked up on the desk watching TV. Bill pushed the third-floor button with a finger that trembled just slightly. Excitement? Nervousness? Guilt? All of the above? Oh, yeah, sure, and a kind of almost insane joy and fear as well. These feelings did not mix pleasantly, but they seemed necessary. He led her down the hallway toward his room, deciding in some confused way that if he were to be unfaithful, it should be a complete act of infidelity, consummated in his place and not hers. He found himself thinking of Susan Brown, his first book agent, and, when he was not quite 20, his first lover. Cheating on my wife. He tried to get this through his head, but it seemed both real and unreal at the same time. What seemed strongest was an unhappy sense of homesickness, an old-fashioned feeling of falling away. Audra would be up by now, making coffee, sitting at the kitchen table in her robe, perhaps studying lines, perhaps reading a Dick Francis novel. His key rattled in the lock of room 311. If they had gone to Beverly's room on the 5th floor, they would have seen the message light on her phone blinking. The TV-watching desk clerk would have given her a message to call her friend Kay in Chicago. After Kay's third frantic call, he had finally remembered to post the message. Things might have taken a different course. The 5 of them might not have been fugitives from the Derry police when that day's light finally broke. But they went to his, as things had perhaps been arranged. The door opened. They were inside. She looked at him, eyes bright, cheeks flushed, her breast rising and falling rapidly. He took her in his arms and was overwhelmed by the feeling of rightness, the feeling of the circle between past and present closing with a triumphant seamlessness. He kicked the door shut clumsily with one foot, and she laughed her warm breath into his mouth. "My heart," she said, and put his hand on her left breast. He could feel it below that firm, almost maddening softness, racing like an engine. "Your heart. My heart." They were on the bed, still dressed, kissing. Her hand slipped inside his shirt, then out again. She traced a finger down the row of buttons, paused at his waist. And then that same finger slipped lower, tracing down the stony thickness of his cock. Muscles he hadn't been aware of jumped and fluttered in his groin. He broke the kiss and moved his body away from hers on the bed. "Bill, got to stop for a minute," he said, "or else I'm going to shoot in my pants like a kid." She laughed again, softly, and looked at him. "Is it that? Or are you having second thoughts?" "Second thoughts," Bill said. "I always have those." "I don't. I hate him," she said. He looked at her, the smile fading. "I didn't know it all the way to the top of my mind until 2 nights ago," she said. "Oh, I knew it somewhere, all along, I guess. He hits and he hurts. I married him because my father always worried about me, I guess. No matter how hard I tried, he worried. And I guess I knew he'd approve of Tom, because Tom always worried too. He worried a lot. And as long as someone was worrying about me, I'd be safe. More than safe. Real." She looked at him solemnly. Her blouse had pulled out of the waistband of her slacks, revealing a white stripe of stomach. He wanted to kiss it. But it wasn't real. It was a nightmare. Being married to Tom was like going back into the nightmare. Why would a person do that, Bill? Why would a person go back into the nightmare of her own accord? Bill said, "The only reason I can figure is that people go back to find themselves." "The nightmare's here," Bev said. "The nightmare is Derry. Tom looks small compared to that. I can see him better now. I loathe myself for the years I spent with him. You don't know. The things he made me do, and I was happy enough to do them, because he worried about me. I'd cry, but sometimes there's too much shame, "Don't," he said quietly, and put his hand over hers. She held it tightly. Her eyes were over-bright, but the tears didn't fall. "Everybody goofs it, but it's not an exam. You just go through it the best you can." "What I mean," she said, "is that I'm not cheating on Tom, or trying to use you to get my own back on him, or anything like that. For me, it would be like something sane and normal and sweet. But I don't want to hurt you, Bill, or trick you into something you'll be sorry for later." He thought about this, thought about it with a real and deep seriousness. But the odd little mnemonic, "he thrusts his fists," and so on, began to circle back, breaking into his thoughts. It had been a long day. Mike's call and the invitation to lunch at Jade of the Orient seemed 100 years ago. So many stories since then, so many memories, like photographs from George's album. "Friends don't trick each other," he said, and leaned toward her on the bed. Their lips touched, and he began to unbutton her blouse. One of her hands went to the back of his neck and held him closer, while the other first unzipped her slacks and then pushed them down. For a moment his hand was on her stomach, warm. Then her panties were gone in a whisper. Then he nudged and she guided. As he entered her, she arched her back gently toward the thrust of his sex and muttered, "Be my friend. I love you, Bill." "I love you too," he said, smiling against her bare shoulder. They began slowly, and he felt sweat begin to flow out of his skin as she quickened beneath him. His consciousness began to drain downward, becoming focused more and more strongly on their connection. Her pores had opened, releasing a lovely musky odor. Beverly felt her climax coming. She moved toward it, working for it, never doubting it would come. Her body suddenly stuttered and seemed to leap upward, not orgasming, but reaching a plateau far above any she had reached with Tom or the 2 lovers she had before Tom. She became aware that this wasn't going to be just a come. It was going to be a tactical nuke. She became a little afraid, but her body picked up the rhythm again. She felt Bill's long length stiffen against her, his whole body suddenly becoming as hard as the part of him inside herself. And at that same moment she climaxed. Began to climax. Pleasure so great it was nearly agony spilled out of unsuspected floodgates, and she bit down on his shoulder to stifle her cries. "Oh, my God," Bill gasped, and although she was never sure later, she believed he was crying. He pulled back, and she thought he was going to withdraw from her. She tried to prepare for that moment, which always brought a fleeting, inexplicable sense of loss and emptiness, something like a footprint. And then he thrust forward strongly again. Right away she had a second orgasm, something she hadn't known was possible for her, and the window of memory opened again, and she saw birds, thousands of birds, descending onto every roof peak and telephone line and RFD mailbox in Derry. Spring birds against a white April sky, and there was pain mixed with pleasure. But mostly it was low, as a white spring sky seems low. Low physical pain mixed with low physical pleasure and some crazy sense of affirmation. She had bled. She had... "All of you?" she cried suddenly, her eyes widening, stunned. He did pull back and out of her this time, but in the sudden shock of the revelation, she barely felt him go. "What? Beverly? Are you all right? All of you? I made love to all of you?" She saw shocked surprise on Bill's face, the drop of his jaw, and sudden understanding. But it was not her revelation. Even in her own shock, she saw that. It was his own. Bill, what is it?" "That was your way to get us out," he said, and now his eyes blazed so brightly they frightened her. "Beverly, don't you understand? That was your way to get us out. But we were..." Suddenly he looked frightened, unsure. "Do you remember the rest now?" she asked. He shook his head slowly. "Not the specifics, but..." He looked at her, and she saw he was badly frightened. "What it really came down to was, we wished our way out. And I'm not sure, Beverly, I'm not sure that grown-ups can do that." She looked at him without speaking for a long moment, then sat on the edge of the bed with no particular self-consciousness. Her body was smooth and lovely, the line of her backbone barely discernible in the dimness as she bent to take off the knee-high nylon stockings she had been wearing. Her hair was a sheaf coiled over one shoulder. He thought he would want her again before morning, and that feeling of guilt came again, tempered only by the shameful comfort of knowing that Audra was an ocean away. "Put another nickel in the jukebox," he thought. "This tune is called What She Don't Know Won't Hurt Her. But it hurts somewhere. In the spaces between people, maybe." Beverly got up and turned the bed down. "Come to bed. We need sleep, both of us." All right." Because that was right. That was a big 10-4. More than anything else, he wanted to sleep. But not alone, not tonight. The latest shock was wearing off. Too quickly, perhaps, but he felt so tired now, so used up. Second-to-second reality had the quality of a dream, and in spite of his guilt he felt that this was a safe place. It would be possible to lie here for a little while, to sleep in her arms. He wanted her warmth and her friendliness. Both were sexually charged, but that could hurt neither of them now. He stripped off his socks and shirt and got in next to her. She pressed against him, her breasts warm, her long legs cool. Bill held her, aware of the differences. Her body was longer than Audra's, and fuller at the breast and the hip. But it was a welcome body. "It should have been Ben with you, dear," he thought drowsily. "I think that was the way it was really supposed to be. Why wasn't it Ben?" "Because it was you then and it's you now, that's all. Because what goes around always comes around. I think Bob Dylan said that. Or maybe it was Ronald Reagan. And maybe it's me now because Ben's the one who's supposed to see the lady home." Beverly wriggled against him, not in a sexual way, although, even as he fled toward sleep, she felt him stir again against her leg and was glad, but only wanting his warmth. She was already half asleep herself. Her happiness here with him, after all these years, was real. She knew that because of its bitter undertaste. There was tonight, and perhaps there would be another time for them tomorrow morning. Then they would go down in the sewers as they had before, and they would find their it. The circle would close ever tighter. Their present lives would merge smoothly with their own childhoods. They would become like creatures on some crazy Mobius strip. Either that, or they would die down there. She turned over. He slipped an arm between her side and her arm and cupped one breast gently. She did not have to lie awake, wondering if the hand might suddenly clamp down in a hard pinch. Her thoughts began to break up as sleep slid into her. As always, she saw brilliant wildflower patterns as she crossed over, masses and masses of them nodding brightly under a blue sky. These faded, and there was a falling sensation, the sort of sensation that had sometimes snapped her awake and sweating as a child, a scream on the other side of her face. Childhood dreams of falling, she had read in her college psychology text, were common. But she didn't snap back this time. She could feel the warm and comforting weight of Bill's arm, his hand cradling her breast. She thought that if she was falling, at least she wasn't falling alone. Then she touched down and was running. This dream, whatever it was, moved fast. She ran after it, pursuing sleep, silence, maybe just time. The years moved fast. The years ran. If you turned around and ran after your own childhood, you had to really let out your stride and bust your buns. 29, the year she had streaked her hair. Faster. 22, the year she had fallen in love with a football player named Greg Mallory, who had damn near raped her after a fraternity party. Faster, faster. 16, getting drunk with 2 of her girlfriends on the Bluebird Hill overlook in Portland. 14, 12. Faster, faster, faster. She ran into sleep, chasing 12, catching it, running through the barrier of memory that it had cast over all of them. It tasted like cold fog in her laboring dream lungs. Running back into her 11th year, running like hell, running to beat the devil. Looking back now, looking back. 6. The Barrens, 12:40 p.m. Over her shoulder for any sign of them as she slipped and scrambled her way down the embankment. No sign, at least not yet. She had really fetched it to him, as her father sometimes said, and just thinking of her father brought another wave of guilt and despondency washing over her. She looked under the rickety bridge, hoping to see Silver heeled over on his side, but Silver was gone. There was a cache of toy guns which they no longer bothered to take home, and that was all. She started down the path, looked back. And there they were, Belch and Victor supporting Henry between them, standing on the edge of the embankment like Indian sentries in a Randolph Scott movie. Henry was horribly pale. He pointed at her. Victor and Belch began to help him down the slope. Dirt and gravel spilled from beneath their heels. Beverly looked at them for a long moment, almost hypnotized. Then she turned and sprinted through the trickle of brook water that ran out from under the bridge, ignoring Ben's stepping stones, her sneakers spraying out flat sheets of water. She ran down the path, the breath hot in her throat. She could feel the muscles in her legs trembling. She didn't have much left now. The clubhouse. If she could get there, she might still be safe. She ran along the path, branches whipping even more color into her cheeks, one striking her eye and making it water. She cut to the right, blundered through tangles of underbrush, and came out into the clearing. Both the camouflage trap door and the slit window stood open. Rock and roll drifted up. At the sound of her approach, Ben Hanscom popped up. He had a box of Junior Mints in one hand and an Archie comic book in the other. He got a good look at Bev and his mouth fell open. Under other circumstances, it would have been almost funny. "Bev, what the hell?" She didn't bother replying. Behind her, and not too far behind either, she could hear branches snapping and whipping. There was a muffled, shouted curse. It sounded as if Henry was getting livelier. So she just ran at the square trapdoor opening, her hair tangled now with green leaves and twigs, as well as the crud from her scramble under the garbage truck, streaming out behind her. Ben saw she was coming in like the 101st Airborne and disappeared as quickly as he had come out. Beverly jumped and he caught her clumsily. "Shut everything," she panted. "Hurry up, Ben. For heaven's sake, they're coming." "Who?" "Henry and his friends. Henry's gone crazy. He's got a knife." That was enough for Ben. He dropped his Junior Mints and funny book. He pulled the trap door shut with a grunt. The top was covered with sods. The tangle track was still holding them remarkably well. A few blocks of sod had gotten loose, but that was all. Beverly stood on tiptoe and closed the window. They were in darkness. She felt for Ben, found him, and hugged him with panicky tightness. After a moment, he hugged her back. They were both on their knees. With sudden horror, Beverly realized that Richie's transistor radio was still playing somewhere in the blackness. Little Richard singing, "The Girl Can't Help It." "Ben, the radio, they'll hear—" "Oh, God." He butted her with one meaty hip and almost knocked her sprawling in the dark. She heard the radio fall to the floor. "The girl can't help it if the men folk stop and stare," Little Richard informed them with his customary hoarse enthusiasm. "Can't help it," the backup group testified. "The girl can't help it." Ben was panting now, too. They sounded like a couple of steam engines. Suddenly there was a crunch and silence. "Oh, shit," Ben said. "I just squashed it. Richie's gonna have a bird." He reached for her in the dark. She felt his hand touch one of her breasts, then jerk away as if burned. She groped for him, got hold of his shirt, and drew him close. "Beverly, what?" "Shh." He quieted. They sat together, arms around each other, looking up. The darkness was not quite perfect. There was a narrow line of light down one side of the trap door, and 3 others outlined the slit window. One of these 3 was wide enough to let a slanted ray of sunlight fall into the clubhouse. She could only pray they wouldn't see it. She could hear them approaching. At first she couldn't make out the words, and then she could. Her grip on Ben tightened. "If she went into the bamboo, we can pick up her trail easy," Victor was saying. "They play around here," Henry replied. His voice was strained, his words emerging in little puffs, as if with great effort. "Boogers Taliendo said so, and the day we had that rock fight, they were coming from here." "Yeah, they play guns and stuff," Belch said. Suddenly there were thudding footfalls right above them. The sod-covered cap vibrated up and down. Dirt sifted onto Beverly's upturned face. 1, 2, maybe even all 3 of them were standing on top of the clubhouse. A cramp laced her belly. She had to bite down against a cry. Ben put one big hand on the side of her face and pressed it against his arm as he looked up, waiting to see if they would guess, or if they knew already and were just playing games. "They got a place," Henry was saying. "That's what Boogers told me. Some kind of a treehouse or something. They call it their club." "I'll club 'em if they want a club," Victor said. Belch uttered a thunderous hee-haw of laughter at this. Thump, thump, thump overhead. The cap moved up and down a little more this time. Surely they would notice it. Ordinary ground just didn't have that kind of give. "Let's look down by the river," Henry said. "I bet she's down there." "Okay," Victor said. Thump, thump. They were moving off. Bev let a little sigh of relief trickle through her clamped teeth, and then Henry said, "You stay here and guard the path, Belch." "Okay," Belch said, and he began to march back and forth, sometimes leaving the cap, sometimes coming back across it. More dirt sifted down. Ben and Beverly looked at each other with strained, dirty faces. Bev became aware that there was more than the smell of smoke in the clubhouse. A sweaty, garbagey stink was rising as well. "That's me," she thought dismally. In spite of the smell, she hugged Ben even tighter. His bulk seemed suddenly very welcome, very comforting, and she was glad there was a lot of him to hug. He might have been nothing but a frightened fat boy when school let out for the summer, but he was more than that now. Like all of them, he had changed. If Belch discovered them down here, Ben just might give him a surprise. "I'll club 'em if they want a club," Belch said, and chuckled. A Belch-Huggins chuckle was a low, troll-like sound. "Club 'em if they want a club. That's good. That's pretty much okie-dokie." She became aware that Ben's upper body was heaving up and down in short, sharp movements. He was pulling air into his lungs and letting it out in little bursts. For one alarmed moment she thought he was starting to cry, and then she got a closer look at his face and realized he was struggling against laughter. His eyes, leaking tears, caught hers, rolled madly, and looked away. In the faint light which struggled in through the cracks around the closed trap door in the window, she could see his face was nearly purple with the strain of holding it in. "Club 'em if they want an old clubby-dubby," Belch said, and sat down heavily right in the center of the cap. This time the roof trembled more alarmingly, and Bev heard a low but ominous crack from one of the supports. The cap had been meant to support the chunks of camouflaging sod laid on top of it, but not the added 160 pounds of Belch-Huggins's weight. "If he doesn't get up, he's going to land in our laps," Bev thought, and she began to catch Ben's hysteria. It was trying to boil out of her in rancid whoops and brays. In her mind's eye, she suddenly saw herself pushing the window up enough on its hinges for her hand to creep out and administer a really good goose to Belch-Huggins's backside as he sat there in the hazy afternoon sunshine, muttering and giggling. She buried her face against Ben's chest in a last-ditch effort to keep it inside. "Shh," Ben whispered. "For Christ's sake, Bev." Crack, louder this time. "Will it hold?" she whispered back. "It might if he doesn't fart," Ben said, and a moment later Belch did cut one, a loud and fruity trumpet blast that seemed to go on for at least 3 seconds. They held each other even tighter, muffling each other's frantic giggles. Beverly's head hurt so badly that she thought she might soon have a stroke. Then, faintly, she heard Henry yelling Belch's name. "What?" Belch bellowed, getting up with a thump and a thud that sifted more dirt down on Ben and Beverly. "What, Henry?" Henry yelled something back. Beverly could only make out the words bank and bushes. "Okay," Belch bawled, and his feet crossed the cap for the last time. There was a final cracking noise, this one much louder, and a splinter of wood landed in Bev's lap. She picked it up wonderingly. 5 more minutes, Ben said in a low whisper. That's all it would have taken. Did you hear him when he let go? Beverly asked, beginning to giggle again. Sounded like World War III, Ben said, also beginning to laugh. It was a relief to be able to let it out, and they laughed wildly, trying to do it in whispers. Finally, unaware she was going to say it at all, and certainly not because it had any discernible bearing on this situation, Beverly said, Thank you for the poem, Ben. Ben stopped laughing all at once and regarded her gravely, cautiously. He took out a dirty handkerchief from his back pocket and wiped his face with it slowly. Poem? The haiku. The haiku on the postcard. You sent it, didn't you? No, Ben said. I didn't send you any haiku. 'Cause if a kid like me, a fat kid like me, did something like that, the girl would probably laugh at him. I didn't laugh. I thought it was beautiful. I could never write anything beautiful. Bill, maybe, not me. Bill will write, she agreed. But he'll never write anything as nice as that. May I use your handkerchief? He gave it to her, and she began to clean her face as best she could. How did you know it was me? He asked finally. I don't know, she said. I just did. Ben's throat worked convulsively. He looked down at his hands. I didn't mean anything by it. She looked at him gravely. You better not mean that, she said. If you do, it's really going to spoil my day, and I'll tell you, it's going downhill already. He continued to look down at his hands and spoke at last in a voice she could barely hear. Well, I mean I love you, Beverly, but I don't want that to spoil anything. It won't, she said, and hugged him. I need all the love I can get right now. But you specially like Bill. Maybe I do, she said, but that doesn't matter. If we were grown-ups, maybe it would, a little. But I like you all specially. You're the only friends I have. I love you too, Ben. Thank you, he said. He paused, trying, and brought it out. He was even able to look at her as he said it. I wrote the poem. They sat without saying anything for a little while. Beverly felt safe, protected. The images of her father's face and Henry's knife seemed less vivid and threatening when they sat close like this. That sense of protection was hard to define, and she didn't try, although much later she would recognize the source of its strength. She was in the arms of a male who would die for her with no hesitation at all. It was a fact that she simply knew. It was in the scent that came from his pores, something utterly primitive that her own glands could respond to. The others were coming back, Ben said suddenly. What if they get caught out? She straightened up, aware that she had almost been dozing. Bill, she remembered, had invited Mike Hanlon home to lunch with him. Richie was going to go home with Stan and have sandwiches. And Eddie had promised to bring back his Parcheesi board. They would be arriving soon, totally unaware that Henry and his friends were in the Barrens. We've got to get to them, Beverly said. Henry's not just after me. If we come out and they come back. Yes, but at least we know they're here. Bill and the other guys don't. Eddie can't even run. They already broke his arm. Jeezum crow, Ben said. I guess we'll have to chance it. Yeah. She swallowed and looked at her Timex. It was hard to read in the dimness, but she thought it was a little past 1. Ben. What? Henry's really gone crazy. He's like that kid in the Blackboard Jungle. He was going to kill me, and the other two were going to help him. Ah, no, Ben said. Henry's crazy, but not that crazy. He's just... Just what? Beverly said. She thought of Henry and Patrick in the automobile graveyard in the thick sunshine, Henry's blank eyes. Ben didn't answer. He was thinking. Things had changed, hadn't they? When you were inside the changes, they were harder to see. You had to step back to see them. You had to try, anyway. When school let out, he'd been afraid of Henry, but only because Henry was bigger, and because he was a bully, the kind of kid who would grab a first grader, Indian rub his arm, and send him away crying. That was about all. Then he had engraved Ben's belly. Then there had been the rock fight, and Henry had been chucking M80s at people's heads. You could kill somebody with one of those things. You could kill somebody easy. He had started to look different, haunted almost. It seemed that you always had to be on watch for him, the way you'd always have to be on watch for tigers or poisonous snakes if you were in the jungle. But you got used to it. So used to it that it didn't even seem unusual, just the way things were. But Henry was crazy, wasn't he? Yes. Ben had known that on the day school ended, and had willfully refused to believe it or remember it. It wasn't the kind of thing you wanted to believe or remember. And suddenly a thought so strong it was almost a certainty, crept into his mind full-blown, as cold as October mud. It's using Henry. Maybe the others, too. But it's using them through Henry. And if that's the truth, then she's probably right. It's not just Indian rubs or rabbit punches in the back of the neck during study time, near the end of the school day while Mrs. Douglas reads her book at her desk. Not just a push in the playground so that you fall down and skin your knee. If it's using him, then Henry will use the knife. An old lady saw them trying to beat me up, Beverly was saying. Henry went after her. He kicked her tail light out. This alarmed Ben more than anything else. He understood instinctively, as most kids did, that they lived below the sight lines, and hence the thought lines of most adults. When a grown-up was diddy-bopping down the street, thinking his grown-up thoughts about work and appointments and buying cars and whatever else grown-ups thought about, he never noticed kids playing hopscotch or guns or kick the can or ring-a-levio or hide-and-go-seek. Bullies like Henry could get away with hurting other kids quite a lot if they were careful to stay below that sight line. At the very most, a passing adult was apt to say something like, "Why don't you quit that?" and then just continued diddy-bopping along without waiting to see if the bully stopped or not. So the bully would wait until the grown-up had turned the corner, and then go back to business as usual. It was like adults thought that real life only started when a person was 5 feet tall. If Henry had gone after some old lady, he had gone above that sight line, and that more than anything else suggested to Ben that he really was crazy. Beverly saw the belief in Ben's face and felt relief sweep over her. She would not have to tell him about how Mr. Ross had simply folded his paper and walked into his house. She didn't want to tell him about that. It was too scary. "Let's go up to Kansas Street," Ben said, and abruptly pushed open the trap door. "Get ready to run." He stood up in the opening and looked around. The clearing was silent. He could hear the chuckling voice of the Kenduskeag close by, bird song, the thumb-thud of a diesel engine snorting its way into the train yards. He heard nothing else, and that made him uneasy. He would have felt much better if he'd heard Henry, Victor, and Belch cursing their way through the heavy undergrowth down by the stream. But he couldn't hear them at all. "Come on," he said, and helped Beverly up. She also looked around uneasily, brushing her hair back with her hands and grimacing at its greasy feel. He took her hand and they pushed through a screen of bushes toward Kansas Street. "We'd better stay off the path." "No," she said. "We've got to hurry." He nodded. "All right." They got to the path and started toward Kansas Street. Once she stumbled over a rock in the path and... 7. The seminary grounds, 2:17 a.m. Fell heavily on the moon-silvered sidewalk. A grunt was forced out of him, and a runner of blood came with the grunt, splatting onto the cracked concrete. In the moonlight it looked as black as beetle blood. Henry looked at it for a long, dazed moment, then raised his head to look around. Kansas Street was early morning silent, the houses shut up and dark except for a scatter of night lights. Ah, here was a sewer grate. A balloon with a smiley smile face was tied to one of its iron bars. The balloon bobbed and dipped in the faint breeze. Henry got to his feet again, one sticky hand pressed to his belly. The nigger had stuck him pretty good, but Henry had gone him one better, yes, sir. As far as the nigger was concerned, Henry felt like he was pretty much okie-dokie. "Kid's a gone goose," Henry muttered, and made his shaky, staggering way past the floating balloon. Fresh blood glimmered on his hand as it continued to flow from his stomach. "Kid's all done. Greased the sucker. Gonna grease them all, teach them to throw rocks." The world was coming in slow, rolling waves, big combers like the ones they used to show at the beginning of every Hawaii Five-0 episode on the Ward TV. "Book 'em, Dano. Ha-ha, Jack fucking Lord, okay." Jack fucking Lord was pretty much okie-dokie. And Henry could almost. Hear the sound those Oahu big boys make as they rise, curl, and shake, 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 shake. The reality of the world. Pipeline, Chantays. Remember Pipeline? Pipeline was pretty much okie dokie. Wipeout. Crazy laugh there at the start. Sounded like Patrick Hochstetter. Fucking queer boy. Got greased himself, and as far as he was concerned, that was a fuck of a lot better than okie dokie. That was just fine. That was just as fine as paint. Okay, Pipeline. Shoot the line. Don't back down. Not my boys. Catch a wave and shoot. Shoot, shoot, shoot. A wave and go sidewalk surfing with me. Shoot. The line. Shoot the world, but keep an ear inside his head. It kept hearing that kaspang sound. An eye inside his head. It kept seeing Victor's head rising on the end of that spring, eyelids and cheeks and forehead tattooed with rosettes of blood. Henry looked blearily to his left and saw that the houses had been replaced with a tall black stand of hedge. Looming above it was the narrow, gloomily Victorian pile of the Theological Seminary. Not a window shone light. The seminary had graduated its last class in June of 1974. It had closed its doors that summer, and now whatever walked there walked alone, and only by permission of the chattering women's club that called itself the Derry Historical Society. He came to the walk which led up to the front door. It was barred by a heavy chain from which a metal sign hung, "No trespassing, this order enforced by Derry Police Department." Henry's feet tangled on this track, and he fell heavily again, whap, to the sidewalk. Up ahead, a car turned onto Kansas Street from Hawthorne. Its headlights washed down the street. Henry fought the dazzle long enough to see the lights on top. It was a fuzzmobile. He crawled under the chain and crabbed his way to the left, so he was behind the hedge. The night dew on his hot face was wonderful. He lay face down, turning his head from side to side, wetting his cheeks, drinking what he could drink. The police car floated by without slowing. Then suddenly its bubble lights came on, washing the darkness with erratic blue pulses of light. There was no need for the siren on the deserted streets, but Henry heard its mill suddenly crank up to full revs. Rubber blistered a startled scream from the pavement. "Caught, I'm caught," his mind gibbered. And then he realized that the police car was heading away from him, up Kansas Street. A moment later, a hellish warbling sound filled the night, heading toward him from the south. He imagined some huge silky black cat loping through the dark, all green eyes and flexing pelt. It, in a new shape, coming for him, coming to gobble him up. Little by little, and only as the warbling began to veer away, he realized it was an ambulance heading in the direction the fuzzmobile had gone. He lay shuddering on the wet grass, too cold now, struggling. "Fuzz it, cousin, buzz it, cousin, rock it, roll it, we got chicken in the barn, what barn, whose barn, my—" Not to vomit. He was afraid that if he vomited, all of his guts would come up, and there were 5 of them still to get. Ambulance and police car. Where are they heading? The library, of course. The nigger. But they're too late. I greased him. Might as well turn off your siren, boys. He ain't gonna hear it. He's just as dead as a fence post. But was he? Henry licked his peeling lips with his arid tongue. If he was dead, there would be no warbling siren in the night. Not unless the nigger had called them. So maybe, just maybe, the nigger wasn't dead. No, Henry breathed. He rolled over on his back and stared up at the sky, at the billions of stars up there. It had come from there, he knew. From somewhere up in that sky. It came from outer space with a lust for earth women, came to rob all the women and rape all the men. Say, Frank, don't you mean rob all the men and rape all the women? Who's running this show, Philly man? You or Jesse? Victor used to tell that one, and that was pretty much. Came from the spaces between the stars. Looking up at that starry sky gave him the creeps. It was too big, too black. It was all too possible to imagine it turning blood red, all too possible to imagine a face forming in lines of fire. He closed his eyes, shivering and holding his arms crossed on his belly, and he thought, "The nigger is dead. Someone heard us fighting and sent the cops to investigate, that's all." Then why the ambulance? Shut up, Henry groaned. He felt the old baffled rage again. He remembered how they had beaten him again and again in the old days that seemed so close and so vital now. how every time he believed he had them, they had somehow slipped through his fingers. It had been like that on the last day, after Belch saw the coups running down Kansas Street toward the Barrens. He remembered that. Oh, yes, he remembered that clearly enough. When you got kicked in the balls, you remembered it. It had happened to him again and again that summer. Henry struggled to a sitting position, wincing at the deep dagger of pain in his guts. Victor and Belch had helped him down into the Barrens. He had walked as fast as he could in spite of the agony that griped and pulled at his groin and the root of his belly. The time had come to finish it. They had followed the path to a clearing from which 5 or 6 paths radiated like strands of a spider web. Yes, there had been kids playing around there. You didn't have to be Tonto to see that. There were scraps of candy wrapper, the curled tail of a shot-off roll of bang caps, red and black, a few boards and a fluffy scatter of sawdust, as if something had been built there. He remembered standing in the center of the clearing and scanning the trees, looking for their baby treehouse. He would spot it, and then he would climb up and the girl would be cowering there, and he would use the knife to cut her throat and feel her titties nice and easy until they stopped moving. But he hadn't been able to see any treehouse. Neither had Belch or Victor. The old familiar frustration rose in his throat. He and Victor left Belch to guard the clearing while they went down the river. But there had been no sign of her there either. He remembered bending over and picking up a rock and... 8. The Barrens, 12:55 p.m. Heaving it far down the stream, furious and bewildered. "Where the fuck did she go?" he demanded, wheeling toward Victor. Victor shook his head slowly. "Don't know," he said. "You're bleeding." Henry looked down and saw a dark spot the size of a quarter on the crotch of his jeans. The pain had withdrawn to a low, throbbing ache, but his underpants felt too small and too tight. His balls were swelling. He felt that anger inside him again, something like a knotted rope around his heart. She had done this. "Where is she?" he hissed at Victor. "Don't know," Victor said again, in that same dull voice. He seemed hypnotized, sunstruck, not really there at all. "Ran away, I guess. She could be all the way over to the old Cape by now." "She's not," Henry said. "She's hiding. They've got a place and she's hiding there. Maybe it's not a treehouse. Maybe it's something else." "What?" "I don't know," Henry shouted, and Victor flinched back. Henry stood in the Kenduskeag, the cold water boiling over the tops of his sneakers, looking around. His eyes fixed on a cylinder poking out of the embankment about 20 feet downstream, a pumping station. He climbed out of the water and walked down to it, feeling a sort of necessary dread settle into him. His skin seemed to be tightening, his eyes widening so that they were able to see more and more. It seemed he could feel the tiny hairs in his ears stirring and moving like kelp in an underwater tidal flow. Low humming came from the pumping station, and beyond it he could see a pipe jutting out of the embankment over the Kenduskeag. A steady flow of sludge pulsed out of the pipe and ran into the water. He leaned over the cylinder's round iron top. "Henry?" Victor called nervously. "Henry, what you doing?" Henry paid no attention. He put his eye to one of the round holes in the iron and saw nothing but blackness. He exchanged eye for ear. "Wait." The voice drifted up to him from the blackness inside, and Henry felt his interior temperature plummet to 0, his veins and arteries freezing into crystal tubes of ice. But with these sensations came an almost unknown feeling. Love. His eyes widened. A clownish smile spread his lips in a large, nerveless arc. It was the voice from the moon. Now it was down in the pumping station, down in the drains. "Wait. Watch." He waited, but there was no more. Only the steady, soporific drone of the pumping machinery. He walked back down to where Victor stood on the bank, watching him cautiously. Henry ignored him and hollered for Belch. In a little while, Belch came. "Come on," he said. "What are we going to do, Henry?" Belch asked. "Wait. Watch." They crept back toward the clearing and sat down. Henry tried to pull his underpants away from his aching balls, but it hurt too much. "Henry, what?" Belch began. "Shh." Belch fell obligingly silent. Henry had camels, but he didn't share them out. He didn't want the bitch to smell cigarette smoke if she was around. He could have explained, but there was no need. The voice had spoken only 2 words to him, but these seemed to explain everything. They played down here. Soon the others would come back. Why settle for just the bitch when they could have all 7 of the little shite pokes? They waited and watched. Victor and Belch seemed to have gone to sleep with their eyes open. It was not a long wait, but there was time for Henry to think of a good many things. How he had found the switchblade this morning, for instance. It wasn't the same one he'd had on the last day of school. He'd lost that one somewhere. This one looked a lot cooler. It came in the mail. Sort of. He had stood on the porch, looking at their battered, leaning RFD box, trying to grasp what he was seeing. The box was decked with balloons. 2 were tied to the metal hook where the postman sometimes hung packages. Others were tied to the flag. Red, yellow, blue, green. It was as if some weird circus had crept by on Witcham Road in the dead of night, leaving this sign. As he approached the mailbox, he saw there were faces on the balloons. The faces of the kids who had deviled him all this summer, the kids who seemed to mock him at every turn. He had stared at these apparitions, gape-mouthed, and then the balloons popped one by one. That had been good. It was as if he were making them pop just by thinking about it, killing them with his mind. The front of the mailbox suddenly swung down. Henry walked toward it and peered in. Although the mailman didn't get this far out until the middle of the afternoon, Henry felt no surprise when he saw a flat rectangular package inside. He pulled it out. Mr. Henry Bowers, RFD, Number 2, Derry, Maine, the address read. There was even a return address of sorts. Mr. Robert Gray, Derry, Maine. He opened the package, letting the brown paper drift down heedlessly by his feet. There was a white box inside. He opened it. Lying on a bed of white cotton had been the switch knife. He took it into the house. His father was lying on his pallet in the bedroom they shared, surrounded by empty beer cans, his belly bulging over the top of his yellow underpants. Henry knelt beside him, listening to the snort and flutter of his father's breathing, watching his father's horsey lips purse and pucker with each breath. Henry placed the business end of the switch knife against his father's scrawny neck. His father moved a little and then settled back into beery sleep again. Henry kept the knife like that for almost 5 minutes, his eyes distant and thoughtful, the ball of his left thumb caressing the silver button set into the switchblade's neck. The voice from the moon spoke to him. It whispered like the spring wind, which is warm, with the cold blade buried somewhere in its middle. It buzzed like a paper nest full of roused hornets. It huckstered like a hoarse politician. Everything the voice said seemed pretty much okie-dokie to Henry, and so he pushed the silver button. There was a click inside the knife as the suicide spring let go, and 6 inches of steel drove through Butch Bowers' neck. It went in as easily as the tines of a meat fork into the breast of a well-roasted chicken. The tip of the blade popped out on the other side, dripping. Butch's eyes flew open. He stared at the ceiling. His mouth dropped open. Blood ran from the corners of it and down his cheeks toward the lobes of his ears. He began to gurgle. A large blood bubble formed between his slack lips and popped. One of his hands crept to Henry's knee and squeezed convulsively. Henry didn't mind. Presently the hand fell away. The gurgling noises stopped a moment later. Butch Bowers was dead. Henry pulled the knife out, wiped it on the dirty sheet that covered his father's pallet, and pushed the blade back in until the spring clicked again. He looked at his father without much interest. The voice had told him about the day's work while he knelt beside Butch with the knife against Butch's neck. The voice had explained everything. So he went into the other room to call Belch and Victor. Now here they were, all 3, and although his balls still ached horribly, the knife made a comforting bulge in his left front pants pocket. He felt that the cutting would begin soon. The others would come back down to resume whatever baby game they had been playing, and then the cutting would begin. The voice from the moon had laid it out for him as he knelt by his father, and on his way into town he had been unable to take his eyes from that pale ghost disk in the sky. He saw that there was indeed a man in the moon, a grisly, glimmering ghost face with cratered holes for eyes and a glabrous grin that seemed to reach halfway up its cheekbones. It talked. "We float down here, Henry. We all float. You'll float, too. all the way to town. "Kill them all, Henry," the ghost voice from the moon said, and Henry could dig it. Henry felt he could second that emotion. He would kill them all, his tormentors, and then those feelings that he was losing his grip, that he was coming inexorably to a larger world he would not be able to dominate as he had dominated the play yard at Derry Elementary, that in the wider world the fat boy and the nigger and the stuttering freak might somehow grow larger while he somehow only grew older, would be gone. He would kill them all, and the voices, those inside and the one which spoke to him from the moon, would leave him alone. He would kill them and then go back to the house and sit on the back porch with his father's souvenir Jap sword across his lap. He would drink one of his father's Rheinegolds. He would listen to the radio, too, but no baseball. Baseball was strictly Squaresville. He would listen to rock and roll instead. Although Henry didn't know it, and wouldn't have cared if he did, on this one subject he and the losers agreed. Rock and roll was pretty much okie-dokie. We got chicken in the barn. Whose barn? What barn? My barn. Everything would be good then. Everything would be the ginchiest then. Everything would be okay fine then. And anything which might come next would not matter. The voice would take care of him. He sensed that. If you took care of it, it would take care of you. That was how things had always been in Derry. But the kids had to be stopped soon, stopped today. The voice had told him so. Henry took his new knife out of his pocket, looked at it, turned it this way and that, admiring the way the sun winked and slid off the chrome facing. Then Belch was grabbing his arm and hissing, "Look at that, Henry! Jeesley, old crow, look at that!" Henry looked and felt the clear light of understanding burst over him. A square section of the clearing was rising as if by magic, revealing a growing slice of darkness beneath. For just a moment he felt a jolt of terror as it occurred to him that this might be the owner of the voice, for surely it lived somewhere under the city. Then he heard the gritty squall of dirt in the hinges and understood. They hadn't been able to see the tree house because there was none. "By God, we was standing right on top of 'em," Victor grunted, and as Ben's head and shoulders appeared in the square hatchway in the center of the clearing, he made as if to charge forward. Henry grabbed him and held him back. "Ain't we going to get 'em, Henry?" Victor asked as Ben boosted himself up. "We'll get 'em," Henry said, never taking his eyes from the hated fat boy. "Another ball kicker. I'll kick your balls so high up you can wear them for earrings, you fat fuck. Wait and see if I don't." "Don't worry." The fat boy was helping the bitch out of the hole. She looked around doubtfully, and for a moment Henry believed she looked right at him. Then her eyes passed on. The two of them murmured together, and then they pushed their way into the thick undergrowth and were gone. "Come on," Henry said, when the sound of snapping branches and rustling leaves had faded almost to inaudibility. "We'll follow 'em, but keep back and keep quiet. I want 'em all together." The three of them crossed the clearing like soldiers on patrol, bent low, their eyes wide and moving. Belch paused to look down into the clubhouse and shook his head in admiring wonder. "Sitting right over their heads I was," he said. Henry motioned him forward impatiently. They took the path because it was quieter. They were halfway back to Kansas Street when the bitch and the fat boy, holding hands, "Isn't that cute?" Henry thought in a kind of ecstasy, emerged almost directly in front of them. Luckily, their backs were to Henry's group, and neither of them looked around. Henry, Victor, and Belch froze, then drew into the shadows at the side of the path. Soon Ben and Beverly were just two shirts seen through a tangle of shrubs and bushes. The three of them began to pursue again, cautiously. Henry took the knife out again and... 9. Henry gets a lift. 2:30 a.m. Pressed the chrome button in the handle. The blade popped out. He looked at it dreamily in the moonlight. He liked the way the starlight ran along the blade. He had no idea exactly what time it was. He was drifting in and out of reality now. A sound impinged on his consciousness and began to grow. It was a car engine. It drew closer. Henry's eyes widened in the dark. He held the knife more tightly, waiting for the car to pass by. It didn't. It drew up at the curb beyond the seminary hedge and simply stopped there, engine idling. Grimacing, his belly was stiffening now. It had gone bored hard, and the blood seeping sluggishly between his fingers had the consistency of sap just before you took the taps out of the maples in late March or early April. He got on his knees and pushed aside the stiff hedge branches. He could see headlights in the shape of a car. Cops? His hand squeezed the knife and relaxed, squeezed and relaxed, squeezed and relaxed. "I sent you a ride, Henry," the voice whispered. "Sort of a taxi, if you can dig that. After all, we have to get you over there to the townhouse pretty soon. The night's getting old." The voice uttered one thin bone-like chuckle and fell silent. Now the only sounds were the crickets and the steady rumble of the idling car. "Sounds like cherry bomb mufflers," Henry thought distractedly. He got awkwardly to his feet and worked his way back to the seminary walk. He peeked around at the car. Not a fuzzmobile. No bubbles on the roof, and the shape was all wrong. The shape was old. Henry heard that giggle again. Or perhaps it was only the wind. He emerged from the shadow of the hedge, crawled under the chain, got to his feet again, and began to walk toward the idling car, which existed in a black-and-white Polaroid snapshot world of bright moonlight and impenetrable shadow. Henry was a mess. His shirt was black with blood, and it had soaked through his jeans almost to the knees. His face was a white blotch under an institutional crew cut. He reached the intersection of the seminary path and the sidewalk and peered at the car, trying to make sense out of the hulk behind the wheel. But it was the car he recognized first. It was the one his father always swore he would own someday, a 1958 Plymouth Fury. It was red and white, and Henry knew, hadn't his father told him often enough, that the engine rumbling under the hood was a V8 327. Available horsepower of 255, able to hit 70 from the get-go in just about 9 seconds, gobbling high test through its 4-barrel carb. "I'm going to get that car, and then when I die they can bury me in it," Butch had been fond of saying, except, of course, he had never gotten the car, and the state had buried him after Henry had been taken away, raving and screaming of monsters, to the funny farm. "If that's him inside, I don't think I can take it," Henry thought, squeezing down on the knife, swaying drunkenly back and forth, looking at the shape behind the wheel. Then the passenger door of the Fury swung open, the dome light came on, and the driver turned to look at him. It was Belch Huggins. His face was a hanging ruin. One of his eyes was gone, and a rotted hole in one parchment cheek revealed blackened teeth. Perched on Belch's head was the New York Yankees baseball cap he had been wearing the day he died. It was turned around backward. Gray-green mold oozed along the bill. "Belch!" Henry cried, and agony ripped its way up from his belly, making him cry out again wordlessly. Belch's dead lips stretched in a grin, splitting open in whitish-gray bloodless folds. He held one twisted hand out toward the open door in invitation. Henry hesitated, then shuffled around the Fury's grill, allowing one hand to touch the V-shaped emblem there, just as he had always touched it when his father took him into the Bangor showroom when he was a kid to look at this same car. As he reached the passenger side, grayness overwhelmed him in a soft wave, and he had to grab the open door to keep his feet. He stood there, head down, breathing in snuffling gasps. At last the world came back. Part way, anyhow, and he was able to work his way around the door and fall into the seat. Pain skewered his guts again, and fresh blood squirted out into his hand. It felt like warm jelly. He put his head back and gritted his teeth, the cords on his neck standing out. At last the pain began to subside a little. The door swung shut by itself. The dome light went out. Henry saw one of Belch's rotted hands close over the transmission lever and drop it into drive. The bunched white knots of Belch's knuckles glimmered through the decaying flesh of his fingers. The Fury began to move down Kansas Street toward Up Mile Hill. "How you doing, Belch?" Henry heard himself say. It was stupid, of course. Belch couldn't be here. Dead people couldn't drive cars. But it was all he could think of. Belch didn't reply. His one sunken eye stared at the road. His teeth glared sickly at Henry through the hole in his cheek. Henry became vaguely aware that old Belch smelled pretty ripe. Old Belch smelled, in fact, like a bushel basket of tomatoes that had gone bad and watery. The glove compartment flopped open, banging Henry's knees, and in the light of the small bulb inside he saw a bottle of Texas Driver half full. He took it out, opened it, and had himself a good shot. It went down like cool silk and hit his stomach like an explosion of lava. He shuddered all over, moaning, and then began to feel a little better, a little more connected to the world. "Thanks," he said. Belch's head turned toward him. Henry could hear the tendons in Belch's neck. The sound was like the scream of rusty screen door hinges. Belch regarded him for a moment with a dead, one-eyed stare, and Henry realized for the first time that most of Belch's nose was gone. It looked like something had been at the old Belcher's nose. Dog, maybe. Or maybe rats. Rats seemed more likely. The tunnels they had chased the little kids into that day had been full of rats. Moving just as slowly, Belch's head turned toward the road again. Henry was glad. Old Belch staring at him that way. Well, Henry hadn't been able to dig it too much. There had been something in Belch's single sunken eye. Reproach? Anger? What? There is a dead boy behind the wheel of this car. Henry looked down at his arm and saw that huge goose bumps had formed there. He quickly had another snort from the bottle. This one hit a little easier and spread its warmth farther. The Plymouth rolled down up Mile Hill and made its way around the counterclockwise traffic circle. Except at this time of night there was no traffic. All the traffic lights had changed to yellow blinkers splashing the empty streets and closed buildings with steady pulses of light. It was so quiet that Henry could hear the relays clicking inside each light. Or was that his imagination? "Never meant to leave you behind that day, Belcher," Henry said. "I mean, if that was, on your mind." The scream of dried tendons again. Belch looking at him again with his one sunken eye, and his lips stretched in a terrible grin that revealed gray-black gums which were growing their own garden of mold. "What sort of a grin is that?" Henry asked himself as the car purred silkily up Main Street, past Freese's on the one side, Nan's Luncheonette, and the Aladdin Theater on the other. Is it a forgiving grin? An old pal's grin? Or is it the kind of grin that says, "I'm going to get you, Henry. I'm going to get you for running out on me and Vic"? What kind of grin? "You have to understand how it was," Henry said, and then stopped. How had it been? It was all confused in his mind, the pieces jumbled up like the pieces of a jigsaw puzzle that had just been dumped out on one of the shitty card tables in the rec room at Juniper Hill. How had it been exactly? They had followed the fat boy and the bitch back to Kansas Street and had waited back in the bushes, watching them climb up the embankment to the top. If they had disappeared from view, he and Victor and Belch would have dropped the stalking game and simply gone after them. Two of them were better than none at all, and the rest would be along in time. But they hadn't disappeared. They had simply leaned against the fence, talking and watching the street. Every now and then they would check down the slope into the barrens, but Henry kept his two troops well out of sight. The sky, Henry remembered, had become overcast, clouds moving in from the east, the air thickening. There would be rain that afternoon. What had happened next? What? A bony, leathery hand closed over his forearm, and Henry screamed. He had been drifting away again into that cottony grayness, but Belch's dreadful touch and the dagger of pain in his stomach from the scream brought him back. He looked around, and Belch's face was less than 2 inches from Henry's. He gasped in breath and wished he hadn't. The old Belcher really had gone to seed. Henry was again reminded of tomatoes going quietly putrescent in some shadowy shed corner. His stomach roiled. He remembered the end suddenly, the end for Belch and Vic, anyway. How something had come out of the darkness as they stood in a shaft with a sewer grating at the top, wondering which way to go next. Something. Henry hadn't been able to tell what, until Victor shrieked, "Frankenstein! It's Frankenstein!" And so it was the Frankenstein monster, with bolts coming out of its neck and a deep-stitched scar across its forehead, lurching along in shoes like a child's blocks. "Frankenstein!" Vic had screamed. And then Vic's head was gone. Vic's head was flying across the shaftway to strike the stonework of the far side with a sour, sticky thud. The monster's watery yellow eyes had fallen on Henry, and Henry had frozen. His bladder let go, and he felt warmth flood down his legs. The creature lurched toward him, and Belch had... "Listen, I know I ran," Henry said. "I shouldn't have done that, but... Belch only stared. "I got lost," Henry whispered, as if to tell the old Belcher that he had paid too. It sounded weak, like saying, "Yeah, I know you got killed, Belch,
but I got one fuck of a splinter under my thumbnail." But it had been bad, really bad. He had wandered around in a world of stinking darkness for hours, and finally, he remembered, he had started to scream. At some point he had fallen, a long, dizzying fall in which he had time to think, "Oh, good, in a minute I'll be dead. I'll be out of this." And then he had been in fast-running water, under the canal, he supposed. He had come out into fading sunlight, had flailed his way toward the bank, and had finally climbed out of the Kenduskeag less than 50 yards from the place where Adrian Mellon would drown 26 years later. He slipped, fell, bashed his head, blacked out. When he woke up, it was after dark. He had somehow found his way out to Route 2 and had hooked a ride to the home place. And there the cops had been waiting for him. But that was then and this was now. Belch had stepped in front of Frankenstein's monster, and it had peeled the left side of his face down to the skull. So much Henry had seen before fleeing. But now Belch was back. And Belch was pointing at something. Henry saw that they had pulled up in front of the Derry townhouse. And suddenly he understood perfectly. The townhouse was the only real hotel left in Derry. Back in '58 there had also been the Eastern Star at the end of Exchange Street and the Travelers' Rest on Terrault Street. Both had disappeared during urban renewal. Henry knew all about this. He had read the Derry News faithfully every day in Juniper Hill. Only the townhouse was left, and a bunch of ticky-tacky little motels out by the interstate. "That's where they'll be," he thought, "right in there. All of them that are left, asleep in their beds with visions of sugar plums, or sewers, maybe, dancing in their heads. And I'll get them. One by one, I'll get them." He took the bottle of Texas Driver out again and bit off a snort. He could feel fresh blood trickling into his lap, and the seat was tacky beneath him, but the wine made it better. The wine seemed to make it not matter. He could have done with some good bourbon, but the Driver was better than nothing. "Look," he said to Belch, "I'm sorry I ran. I don't know why I ran. Please, don't be mad." Belch spoke for the first and only time, but the voice wasn't his voice. The voice that came from Belch's rotting mouth was deep and powerful, terrifying. Henry whimpered at the sound of it. It was the voice from the moon, the voice of the clown, the voice he had heard in his dreams of drains and sewers where water rushed on and on. "Just shut up and get them," the voice said. "Sure," Henry whined. "Sure, okay, I want to, no problem." He put the bottle back in the glove compartment. Its neck chattered briefly like teeth, and he saw a paper where the bottle had been. He took it out and unfolded it, leaving bloody fingerprints on the corners. Embossed across the top was this logo in bright scarlet: "A memo from Pennywise." Below this, carefully printed in capital letters: "Bill Denbrough, 311. Ben Hanscom, 404. Eddie Kasbrak, 609. Beverly Marsh, 518. Richie Tozier, 217. Their room numbers. That was good. That saved time. "Thanks, Beth." But Belch was gone. The driver's seat was empty. There was only the New York Yankees baseball cap lying there, mold crusted on its bill, and some slimy stuff on the knob of the gear shift. Henry stared, his heart beating painfully in his throat, and then he seemed to hear something move and shift in the back seat. He got out quickly, opening the door and almost falling to the pavement in his haste. He gave the Fury, which still burbled softly through its dual cherry bomb mufflers. Cherry bombs had been outlawed in the state of Maine in 1962. A wide berth. It was hard to walk. Each step pulled and tore at his belly. But he gained the sidewalk and stood there, looking at the 8th-floor brick building which, along with the library and the Aladdin Theater and the seminary, was one of the few he remembered clearly from the old days. Most of the lights on the upper floors were out now, but the frosted glass globes which flanked the main doorway blazed softly in the darkness, haloed with moisture from the lingering ground fog. Henry made his laborious way toward and between them, shouldering open one of the doors. The lobby was wee hours silent. There was a faded Turkish rug on the floor. The ceiling was a huge mural executed in rectangular panels which showed scenes from Derry's logging days. There were overstuffed sofas and wing chairs and a great fireplace, which was now dead and silent, a birch log thrown across the andirons. A real log, no gas. The fireplace in the townhouse was not just a piece of lobby stage dressing. Plants spilled out of low pots. The glass double doors leading to the bar and the restaurant were closed. From some inner office, Henry could hear the gabble of a TV, turned low. He lurched across the lobby, his pants and shirt streaked with blood. Blood was grimed into the folds of his hands. It ran down his cheeks and slashed his forehead like war paint. His eyes bulged from their sockets. Anyone in the lobby who had seen him would have run, screaming in terror. But there was no one. The elevator doors opened as soon as he pushed the up button. He looked at the paper in his hand, then at the floor buttons. After a moment of deliberation, he pushed 6, and the doors closed. There was a faint hum of machinery as the elevator began to rise. Might as well start at the top and work my way down. He slumped against the rear wall of the car, eyes half closed. The hum of the elevator was soothing, like the hum of the machinery in the pumping stations of the drainage system. That day, it kept coming back to him, how everything seemed almost prearranged, as if all of them were just playing parts. How Vic and the old Belcher had seemed, well, almost drugged. He remembered. The car came to a stop, jolting him and sending another wave of griping pain into his stomach. The doors slid open. Henry stepped out into the silent hallway. More plants here, hanging ones, spider plants. He didn't want to touch any of them, not those oozy green runners. They reminded him too much of the things that had been hanging down there in the dark. He rechecked the paper. Kasprack was in 609. Henry started down that way, running one hand along the wall for support, leaving a faint bloody track on the wallpaper as he went. But he stepped away whenever he came close to one of the hanging spider plants. He wanted no truck with those. His breathing was harsh and dry. Here it was. Henry pulled the switchblade from his pocket, swashed his dry lips with his tongue, and knocked on the door. Nothing. He knocked again, louder this time. "Who's it?" Sleepy, good. He'd be in his jammies, only half awake. And when he opened the door, Henry would drive the switchblade directly into the hollow at the base of his neck, the vulnerable hollow just below the Adam's apple. "Bellboy, sir," Henry said. "Message from your wife." Did Kasprack have a wife? Maybe that had been a stupid thing to say. He waited, coldly alert. He heard footsteps, the shuffle of slippers. "From Myra?" He sounded alarmed. Good. He would be more alarmed in a few seconds. A pulse beat steadily in Henry's right temple. "I guess so, sir. There's no name. It just says your wife." There was a pause, then a metallic rattle as Kasprack fumbled with the chain. Grinning, Henry pushed the button on the switchblade's handle. Click. He held the blade up by his cheek, ready. He heard the thumb bolt turn. In just a moment he would plunge the blade into the skinny little creep's throat. He waited. The door opened, and Eddie... 10. The losers all together. 1:20 p.m. Saw Stan and Richie just coming out of the Costello Avenue market, each of them eating a rocket on a push-up stick. "Hey!" he shouted. "Hey, wait up!" They turned around, and Stan waved. Eddie ran to join them as quickly as he could, which was not, in truth, very quickly. One arm was immured in a plaster of Paris cast, and he had his Parcheesi board under the other. "What you say, Eddie? What you say, boy?" Richie asked in his grandly rolling Southern gentleman voice, the one that sounded more like Foghorn Leghorn in the Warner Brothers cartoons than anything else. I say, the boy's got a broken arm. Look at that, Stan. The boy's got a broken arm. I say, be a good sport and carry the boy's Parcheesi board for him." "I can carry it," Eddie said, a little out of breath. "How about a lick on your rocket?" "Your mom wouldn't approve, Eddie," Richie said sadly. He began to eat faster. He had just gotten to the chocolate stuff in the middle, his favorite part. "Germs, boy. I say you can get germs eating after someone else." "I'll chance it," Eddie said. Reluctantly, Richie held his rocket up to Eddie's mouth and snatched it away quickly as soon as Eddie had gotten in a couple of moderately serious licks. "You can have the rest of mine if you want," Stan said. "I'm still full from lunch." "Jews don't eat much," Richie instructed. "It's part of their religion." The three of them were walking along companionably enough now, headed up toward Kansas Street and the Barrens. Derry seemed lost in a deep, hazy afternoon doze. The blinds of most of the houses they passed were pulled down. Toys stood abandoned on lawns, as if their owners had been hastily called in from play or put down for naps. Thunder rumbled thickly in the west. "Is it?" Eddie asked Stan. "No, Richie's just pulling your leg," Stan said. "Jews eat as much as normal people." He pointed at Richie. "Like him." "You know, you're pretty fucking mean to Stan," Eddie told Richie. "How would you like somebody to say all that made-up shit about you just because you're a Catholic?" "Oh, Catholics do plenty," Richie said. "My dad told me once that Hitler was a Catholic, and Hitler killed billions of Jews. Right, Stan?" "Yeah, I guess so," Stan said. He looked embarrassed. "My mom was furious when my dad told me that," Richie went on. A little reminiscent grin had surfaced on his face. "Absolutely furious. Us Catholics also had the Inquisition. That was the little dealie with the rack and the thumbscrews and all that stuff. I figure all religions are pretty weird." "Me too," Stan said quietly. "We're not Orthodox or anything like that. I mean, we eat ham and bacon. I hardly even know what being a Jew is. I was born in Derry, and sometimes we go up to synagogue in Bangor for stuff like Yom Kippur, but—" He shrugged. "Ham? Bacon?" Eddie was mystified. He and his mom were Methodists. "Orthodox Jews don't eat stuff like that," Stan said. "It says something in the Torah about not eating anything that creeps through the mud or walks on the bottom of the ocean. I don't know exactly how it goes, but pigs are supposed to be out, also lobster. But my folks eat them. I do too." "That's weird," Eddie said, and burst out laughing. "I never heard of a religion that told you what you could eat. Next thing, they'll be telling you what kind of gas you can buy." "Kosher gas," Stan said, and laughed by himself. Neither Richie nor Eddie understood what he was laughing about. "You gotta admit, Stanny, it is pretty weird," Richie said. "I mean, not being able to eat a sausage just because you happen to be Jewish." "Yeah?" Stan said. "You eat meat on Fridays?" "Geez, no," Richie said, shocked. "You can't eat meat on Friday because—" He began to grin a little. "Oh, okay, I see what you mean." "Do Catholics really go to hell if they eat meat on Fridays?" Eddie asked, fascinated, totally unaware that until 2 generations before, his own people had been devout Polish Catholics who would no more have eaten meat on Friday than they would have gone outside with no clothes on. "Well, I'll tell you what, Eddie," Richie said. "I don't really think God would send me down to the hot place just for forgetting and having a bologna sandwich for lunch on a Friday. But why take a chance, right?" "I guess not," Eddie said. "But it seems so stupid," he was going to say, and then he remembered a story Mrs. Portley had told the Sunday school class when he was just a little kid. A first grader in Little Worshippers. According to Mrs. Portley, a bad boy had once stolen some of the communion bread when the tray was passed and put it in his pocket. He took it home and threw it into the toilet bowl just to see what would happen. At once, or so Mrs. Portley reported to her rapt Little Worshippers, the water in the toilet bowl had turned a bright red. It was the blood of Christ, she said, and it had appeared to that little boy because he had done a very bad act called a blasphemy. It had appeared to warn him that, by throwing the flesh of Jesus into the toilet, he had put his immortal soul in danger of hell. Up until then, Eddie had rather enjoyed the act of communion, which he had only been allowed to take since the previous year. The Methodists used Welch's grape juice instead of wine, and the body of Christ was represented by cut-up cubes of fresh, springy Wonder Bread. He liked the idea of taking in food and drink as a religious rite. But following Mrs. Portley's story, his awe of the ritual darkened into something more potent, something rather dreadful. Simply reaching for the cubes of bread became an act which required courage, and he always feared an electrical shock, or worse, that the bread would suddenly change color in his hand, become a blood clot, and a disembodied voice would begin to thunder in the church. "Not worthy, damned to hell, damned to hell." Often after he had taken communion, his throat would close up, his breath would begin to wheeze in and out, and he would wait with panicky impatience for the benediction to be over, so he could hurry into the vestibule and use his aspirator. "You don't want to be so silly," he told himself as he grew older. That was nothing but a story, and Mrs. Portley sure wasn't any saint. Mama said she was divorced down in Kittery, and that she plays bingo at St. Mary's in Bangor, and that real Christians don't gamble. Real Christians leave gambling for pagans and Catholics. All that made perfect sense, but it didn't relieve his mind. The story of the communion bread that turned the water in the toilet bowl to blood worried at him, gnawed at him, even caused him to lose sleep. It came to him one night that the way to get this behind him once and for all would be to take a piece of the bread himself, toss it in the toilet, and see what happened. But such an experiment was far beyond his courage. His rational mind could not stand against that sinister image of the blood spreading its cloud of accusation and potential damnation in the water. It could not stand against that talismanic magical incantation. "This is my body. Take, eat. This is my blood, shed for you and for many." No, he had never made the experiment. "I guess all religions are weird," Eddie said now. "But powerful," his mind added, "almost magical." Or was that blasphemy? He began to think about the thing they had seen on Neibolt Street, and for the first time he saw a crazy parallel. The werewolf had, after all, come out of the toilet. "Boy, I guess everybody's asleep," Richie said, tossing his empty rocket tube nonchalantly into the gutter. "You ever see it so quiet?" "What, did everybody go to Bar Harbor for the day?" "Hey, you guys!" Bill Denbrough shouted from behind them. "Hate up!" Eddie turned, delighted as always to hear Big Bill's voice. He was wheeling Silver around the corner of Costello Avenue, outdistancing Mike, although Mike Schwinn was almost brand new. "Hi-yo, Silver, away!" Bill yelled. He rolled up to them, doing perhaps 20 miles an hour, the playing cards clothespin to the fender struts roaring. Then he backpedaled, locked the brakes, and produced an admirably long skid mark. "Stuttering Bill," Richie said. "How are you, boy?" I say, how are you, boy?" "I'm, okay," Bill said. "Seen Ben or Heverly?" Mike rode up and joined them. Sweat stood out on his face in little drops. "How fast does that bike go, anyway?" Bill laughed. "I don't know exactly. Pretty fast." "I haven't seen them," Richie said. "They're probably down there, hanging out, singing two-part harmony. Shaboom, shaboom, yada-da-da-da-da-da. You look like a dream, sweetheart." Stan Uris made throwing-up noises. "He's just jealous," Richie said to Mike. "Jews can't sing." "Beep, beep, Richie," Richie said for him, and they all laughed. They started toward the Barrens again, Mike and Bill pushing their bikes. Conversation was brisk at first, but then it lagged. Looking at Bill, Eddie saw an uneasy look on his face, and he thought that maybe the quiet was getting to him, too. He knew Richie had meant it as a joke, but it really did seem that everyone in Derry had gone to Bar Harbor for the day. To somewhere. Not a car moved on the street. There wasn't a single old lady pushing a carrier full of groceries back to her house or apartment. "Sure is quiet, isn't it?" Eddie ventured, but Bill only nodded. They crossed to the barren side of Kansas Street, and then they saw Ben and Beverly running toward them, shouting. Eddie was shocked by Beverly's appearance. She was usually so neat and clean, her hair always washed and tied back in a ponytail. Now she was streaked with what looked like every kind of gluck in the universe. Her eyes were wide and wild. There was a scratch on one cheek, her jeans were caked with crap, and her blouse was torn. Ben fell behind her, puffing, his stomach wobbling. "Can't go down in the Barrens," Beverly was panting. "The boys, Henry, Victor, they're down there somewhere. The knife. He has a knife." Slow down," Bill said, taking charge at once in that effortless, almost unconscious way of his. He glanced at Ben as he ran up, his cheeks flushed bright, his considerable chest heaving. "She says Henry's gone crazy, Big Bill," Ben said. "Shit, you mean he used to be sane?" Richie asked and spat between his teeth. Shut up, Richie," Bill said, and then looked back at Beverly. "To tell," he said. Eddie's hand crept into his pocket and touched his aspirator. He didn't know what all this was, but he already knew it wasn't good. Forcing herself to speak as calmly as possible, Beverly managed to get out an edited version of the story, a version that began with Henry, Victor, and Belch catching up to her on the street. She didn't tell them about her father. She was desperately ashamed of that. When she was finished, Bill stood silent for a moment, hands in his pockets, chin down, Silver's handlebars leaning against his chest. The others waited, throwing frequent glances at the railing that ran along the edge of the drop-off. Bill thought for a long time, and no one interrupted him. Eddie became aware, suddenly and effortlessly, that this might be the final act. That was how the day's silence felt, wasn't it? The feeling that the whole town had up and left, leaving only the deserted husks of buildings behind. Richie was thinking about the picture in George's album that had suddenly come to life. Beverly was thinking about her father, how pale his eyes had been. Mike was thinking about the bird. Ben was thinking about the mummy and a smell like dead cinnamon. Stan Uris was thinking of blue jeans, black and dripping, and hands as white as wrinkled paper, also dripping. "Come on," Bill said at last. "Well, we're going to the down." "Bill," Ben said. His face was troubled. "Beverly said Henry was really crazy, that he meant to kill—" It's not theirs," Bill said, gesturing at the green dagger-shaped slash of the barrens to their right and below them. The underbrush, the choked groves of trees, the bamboo, the glint of water. It's not their property." He looked around at them, his face grim. "I'm tired of being scared by them. We beat them in the rock fight, and if we have to beat them again, we'll do it." "But Bill," Eddie said, "what if it's not just them?" Bill turned to Eddie, and with real shock Eddie saw how tired and drawn Bill's face was. There was something frightening about that face, but it wasn't until much later, as an adult drifting toward sleep after the meeting at the library, that he understood what that frightening thing was. It was the face of a boy driven close to the brink of madness, a boy who was perhaps ultimately no more sane or in control of his own decisions than Henry was. Yet the essential Bill was still there, looking out of those haunted, scarified eyes. An angry, determined Bill. "Well," he said, what if it's not?" No one answered him. Thunder boomed, closer now. Eddie looked at the sky and saw the storm clouds moving in from the west in black thunderheads. It was going to rain a bitch, as his mother sometimes said. "How I'll tell you what," Bill said, looking at them. "None of you have to go with me if you don't want to. That's up to you." "I'll go along, Big Bill," Richie said quietly. "Me too," Ben said. "Sure," Mike said with a shrug. Beverly and Stan agreed, and Eddie last. "I don't think so, Eddie," Richie said. "Your arm's not, looking too cool." Eddie looked at Bill. "I want him," Bill said. "You will walk with me, Eddie. I'll keep an eye on you." "Thanks, Bill," Eddie said. Bill's tired, half-crazy face seemed suddenly lovely to him, lovely and well-loved. He felt a dim sense of amazement. "I'd die for him, I guess, if he told me to. What kind of power is that? If it makes you look like Bill looks now, it's maybe not such a good power to have." "Yeah, Bill's got the ultimate weapon," Richie said. "B.O. bombs." He raised his left arm and fluttered his right hand under the exposed armpit. Ben and Mike laughed a little, and Eddie smiled. Thunder boomed again, close and loud enough this time to make them jump and huddle closer together. The wind was picking up, rattling trash around in the gutter. The first of the dark clouds sailed over the hazy, ringed disk of the sun, and their shadows melted away. The wind was cold, chilling the sweat on Eddie's uncovered arm. He shivered. Bill looked at Stan and said a peculiar thing then. "You got your bird book, Stan?" Stan tapped his hip pocket. Bill looked at them again. "Let's go down," he said. They went down the embankment single file, except for Bill, who stayed with Eddie as he had promised. He allowed Richie to push Silver down, and when they had reached the bottom, Bill put his bike in its accustomed place under the bridge. Then they stood together, looking around. The coming storm did not produce a darkness, not even precisely a dimness. But the quality of the light had changed, and things stood out in a kind of dreamlike, steely relief. Shadowless, clear, chiseled. Eddie felt a sinking of horror and apprehension in his guts as he realized why the quality of this light seemed so familiar. It was the same sort of light he remembered from the house at 29 Neibolt Street. A streak of lightning tattooed the clouds, bright enough to make him wince. He put a hand up to his face and found himself counting. 1, 2, 3. And then the thunder came in a single coughing bark, an explosive sound, a sound like an M80 firecracker, and they drew even closer together. "Wasn't any rain forecast this morning," Ben said uneasily. "The paper said hot and hazy." Mike was scanning the sky. The clouds up there were black-bottomed keelboats, high and heavy, swiftly overrunning the blue haze that had covered the sky from horizon to horizon when he and Bill came out of the Denbrough house after lunch. "It's coming fast," he said. "Never saw a storm come so fast." And as if in confirmation, thunder whacked again. "Come on," Bill said. "Let's put Eddie's Parcheesi board in the clubhouse." They started along the path they had beaten in the weeks since the incident of the dam. Bill and Eddie were at the head of the line, their shoulders brushing the broad green leaves of the shrubs, the others behind them. The wind gusted again, making the leaves on the trees and bushes whisper together. Farther ahead, the bamboo rattled eerily, like drums in a jungle tale. "Bill," Eddie said in a low voice. "What?" "I thought this was just in the movies, but—" Eddie laughed a little. "I feel like somebody's watching me." "Oh, they're all right," Bill said. Eddie looked around nervously and held his Parcheesi board a little tighter. 11. Eddie's room, 3:05 a.m. Opened the door on a monster from a horror comic. A gore-streaked apparition stood there, and it could only be Henry Bowers. Henry looked like a corpse which has returned from the grave. Henry's face was a frozen witch doctor's mask of hate and murder. His right hand was cocked at cheek level, and even as Eddie's eyes widened and he began to draw in his first shocked breath, the hand pistoned forward, the switchblade glittering like silk. With no thought, there was no time. If he had stopped to think, he would have died. Eddie slammed the door closed. It struck Henry's forearm, deflecting the knife's course so that it swung in a savage side-to-side arc less than an inch from Eddie's neck. There was a crunch as the door pinched Henry's arm against the jamb. Henry uttered a muffled cry. His hand opened. The knife clattered to the floor. Eddie kicked it. It skittered under the TV. Henry threw his weight against the door. He outweighed Eddie by over 100 pounds, and Eddie was driven back like a doll. His knees struck the bed, and he fell on it. Henry came into the room and swept the door shut behind him. He twisted the thumb bolt as Eddie sat up, wide-eyed, his throat already starting to whistle. "Okay, fag," Henry said. His eyes dropped momentarily to the floor, hunting for the knife. He didn't see it. Eddie groped on the night table and found one of the 2 bottles of Perrier water he had ordered earlier that day. This was the full one. He had drunk the other before going to the library because his nerves were shot and he had a bad case of acid burn. Perrier was very good for the digestion. As Henry dismissed the knife and started toward him, Eddie gripped the green pear-shaped bottle by the neck and smashed it on the edge of the night table. Perrier foamed and fizzed across it, flooding out most of the pill bottles that stood there. Henry's shirt and pants were heavy with blood, both fresh and semi-dried. His right hand now hung at a strange angle. "Baby fag," Henry said, "teach you to throw rocks." He made it to the bed and reached for Eddie, who still hardly realized what was happening. No more than 40 seconds had elapsed since he had opened the door. Henry grabbed for him. Eddie thrust the ragged base of the Perrier bottle at him. It ripped into Henry's face, pulling open his right cheek in a twisted flap and puncturing Henry's right eye. Henry uttered a breathless scream and staggered backward. His slit eye, leaking whitish-yellow fluid, hung loosely from its socket. His cheek sprayed blood in a gaudy fountain. Eddie's own cry was louder. He got off the bed and went toward Henry. To help him, perhaps, he wasn't really sure, and Henry lurched at him again. Eddie thrust with the Perrier bottle as if with a fencing sword, and this time the jagged points of green glass punched deep into Henry's left hand and sawed at his fingers. Fresh blood flowed. Henry made a thick grunting noise, the sound almost of a man clearing his throat, and shoved Eddie with his right hand. Eddie flew back and struck the writing desk. His left arm twisted behind him somehow, and he fell on it heavily. The pain was a sudden, sickening flare. He felt the bone go along the fault line of that old break, and he had to clench his teeth against a scream of agony. A shadow blotted out the light. Henry Bowers was standing over him, swaying back and forth. His knees buckled, his left hand was dripping blood on the front of Eddie's robe. Eddie had held onto the stump of the Perrier bottle, and now, as Henry's knees came completely unhinged, he got it in front of him, jagged base pointing upward, the cap braced against his sternum. Henry came down like a tree, impaling himself on the bottle. Eddie felt it shatter in his hand, and a fresh bolt of grinding agony shuddered through his left arm, which was still trapped under his body. Fresh warmth cascaded over him. He wasn't sure if this batch was Henry's blood or his. Henry twitched like a landed trout. His shoes rattled an almost syncopated beat on the carpet. Eddie could smell his rotten breath. Then Henry stiffened and rolled over. The bottle protruded grotesquely from his midsection, capped end pointing toward the ceiling, as if it had grown there. "Gug," Henry said, and said no more. He looked up at the ceiling. Eddie thought he might be dead. Eddie fought off the waves of faintness that wanted to cover him over and drag him down. He got to his knees and finally to his feet. There was fresh pain as his broken arm swung out in front of him, and that cleared his head a little. Wheezing, fighting for breath, he made it to the night table. He picked his aspirator out of a puddle of carbonated water, stuck it in his mouth, and triggered it off. He shuddered at the taste, then gave himself another blast. He looked around at the body on the carpet. Could that be Henry? Could it possibly be? It was. Grown old, his crew cut more gray than black, his body now fat and white and slug-like. It was still Henry. And Henry was dead. At long last, Henry was... "Gug," Henry said, and sat up. His hands clawed at the air, as if for holds which only Henry could see. His gouged eye leaked and dribbled, its bottom arc now bulged pregnantly down onto his cheek. He looked around, saw Eddie shrinking back against the wall, and tried to get up. He opened his mouth, and a stream of blood gushed out. Henry collapsed again. Heart racing, Eddie fumbled for the telephone and succeeded only in knocking it off the table and onto the bed. He snatched it up and dialed O. The phone rang again and again and again. "Come on," Eddie thought. "What are you doing down there, jacking off? Come on, please answer the frigging phone." It rang again and again. Eddie kept his eyes on Henry, expecting him to start trying to gain his feet again at any moment. Blood. Dear God, so much blood. "Desk," a fuzzy, resentful voice said at last. "Ring Mr. Denbrough's room," Eddie said. "Quick as you can." With his other ear, he was now listening to the rooms around him. How loud had they been? Was someone going to pound on the door and ask if everything was all right in there? "You sure you want me to ring?" the clerk asked. "It's 10 after 3. "Yes, do it," Eddie nearly screamed. The hand holding the phone was trembling in convulsive little bursts. There was a nest of waspy, rotten, ugly singing in his other arm. Had Henry moved again? No, surely not. Okay, the clerk said. "Cool your jets, my friend." There was a click, and then the hoarse burr of a room phone ringing. "Come on, Bill, come on." A sudden thought, gruesomely plausible, occurred to him. Suppose Henry had visited Bill's room first, or Richie's, Ben's, Bev's. Or had Henry perhaps paid a visit to the library? Surely he had been somewhere else first. If someone hadn't softened Henry up, it would have been Eddie lying dead on the floor, with a switchblade growing out of his chest the way the neck of the Perrier bottle was growing out of Henry's gut. Or suppose Henry had visited all the others first, catching them bleary and half asleep, as Henry had caught him. Suppose they were all dead. And that thought was so awful Eddie believed he would soon begin screaming if someone didn't answer the phone in Bill's room. "Please, Big Bill," Eddie whispered. "Please be there, man." The phone was picked up, and Bill's voice, uncharacteristically cautious, said, "Hello?" "Bill," Eddie said, almost babbled. "Bill, thank God." "Eddie?" Bill's voice grew momentarily fainter, speaking to someone else, telling the someone who it was. Then he was back strong. "Well, what's the matter, Eddie?" "It's Henry Bowers," Eddie said. He looked at the body on the floor again. Had it changed position? This time it was not so easy to persuade himself it hadn't. "Bill, he came here, and I killed him. He had a knife. I think..." He lowered his voice. "I think it was the same knife he had that day, when we went into the sewers. Do you remember?" "I remember," Bill said grimly. "Eddie, listen to me. I want you to..." 12. The Barrens, 1:55 p.m. Go back and tell Ben to come up here. Okay, Eddie said, and dropped back at once. They were approaching the clearing now. Thunder rumbled in the overcast sky, and the bushes sighed in the rising breeze. Ben joined him as they came into the clearing. The trap door to the clubhouse stood open, an improbable square of blackness in the green. The sound of the river was very clear, and Bill was suddenly struck by a crazy certainty that he was experiencing that sound and this place for the last time in his childhood. He drew a deep breath, smelling earth and air and the distant sooty dump, fuming like a sullen volcano that cannot quite make up its mind to erupt. He saw a flock of birds fly off the railroad trestle and toward the old cape. He looked up at the boiling clouds. "What is it?" Ben asked. "Why haven't they tried to hit us?" Bill asked. They're there. Eddie was right about that. I can heal them." "Yeah," Ben said. "I guess they might be stupid enough to think we're going back into the clubhouse. Then they'd have us trapped." "Maybe," Bill said, and then he felt a sudden, helpless fury at his stutter, which made it impossible for him to talk fast. Perhaps they were things he would have found impossible to say anyway. How he felt he could almost see through Henry Bowers's eyes. How he felt that, although on opposite sides, pawns controlled by opposing forces, he and Henry had grown very close. Henry expected them to stand and fight. It expected them to stand and fight. And be killed. A chilly explosion of white light seemed to fill his head. They would be victims of the killer that had been stalking Derry ever since George's death. All 7 of them. Perhaps their bodies would be found, perhaps not. It all depended on whether or not it could or would protect Henry, and to a lesser degree, Belch and Victor. Yes, to the outside, to the rest of this town, will have been victims of the killer. And that's right. In a funny sort of way, that really is right. It wants us dead. Henry's the tool to get it done, so it doesn't have to come out. Me first, I think. Beverly and Richie might be able to hold the others, or Mike, but Stan's scared, and so's Ben, although I think he's stronger than Stan. And Eddie's got a broken arm. Why did I lead them down here? Christ, why did I? "Bill?" Ben said anxiously. The others joined them beside the clubhouse. Thunder whacked again, and the bushes began to rustle more urgently. The bamboo rattled on in the fading, stormy light. "Bill." It was Richie now. "Shh." The others fell uneasily silent under his blazing, haunted eyes. He stared at the underbrush, at the path twisting away through it and back toward Kansas Street, and felt his mind suddenly go up another notch, as if to a higher plane. There was no stuttering in his mind. He felt as if his thoughts had been borne away on a mad flow of intuition, as if everything were coming to him. George at one end, me and my friends at the other. And then it will stop. Again. Again, yes, again, because this has happened before, and there always has to be some sacrifice at the end, some terrible thing to stop it. I don't know how I can know that, but I do, and they let it happen, Bill muttered, staring wide-eyed at the ratty pigtail of path. Sure they do. "Bill?" Bev asked, pleading. Stan stood on one side of her, small and neat in a blue polo shirt and chinos. Mike stood on the other, looking at Bill intensely, as if reading his thoughts. "They let it happen. They always do. And things quiet down. Things go on. It sleeps. Sleeps, or hibernates like a bear. And then it starts again, and they know. People know. They know it has to be, so it can be. La. Oh, please, God, he thrusts his fists, please, God, against the posts. Let me get this out, the posts, and still insists, oh, God, oh, Christ. Oh, please, let me be able to talk. I led you down here, because no place is safe, Bill said. Spittle blabbered from his lips. He wiped them with the back of one hand. Derry is it. Do you understand, me? He glared at them. They drew away a little, their eyes shiny, almost thanatropic with fright. Harry is it. Any place we go. When it gets us, they won't see. They won't hear. They won't know. He looked at them, pleading. Don't you see how it is? All we can do is to try and finish what we started. Beverly saw Mr. Ross getting up, looking at her, folding his paper, and simply going into his house. They won't see, they won't hear, they won't know. And my father, take those pants off, slut child, had meant to kill her. Mike thought of lunch with Bill. Bill's mother had been off in her own dreamy world, seeming not to see either of them, reading a Henry James novel while the boys made sandwiches and gobbled them standing at the counter. Richie thought of Stan's neat but utterly empty house. Stan had been a little surprised. His mother was almost always home at lunchtime. On the few occasions when she wasn't, she left a note saying where she could be reached. But there had been no note today. The car was gone, and that was all. Probably went shopping with her friend Debbie, Stan said, frowning a little, and had set to work making egg salad sandwiches. Richie had forgotten about it until now. Eddie thought of his mother. When he had gone out with his Parcheesi board, there had been none of the usual cautions. Be careful, Eddie. Get under cover if it rains. Eddie, don't you dare play any rough games, Eddie. She hadn't asked if he had his aspirator, hadn't told him what time to be home, hadn't warned him against those rough boys you play with. She had simply gone on watching her soap opera story on TV as if he didn't exist. As if he didn't exist. A version of the same thought went through all of the boys' minds. They had, at some point between getting up this morning and lunchtime, simply become ghosts. Ghosts. Bill, Stan said harshly, if we cut across? Through the old Cape? Bill shook his head. I don't think so. We'd get caught in the bamboo. The quick mud. Or there'd be real piranha fish in the Kenduskeag, or something else. Each had his or her own different vision of the same end. Ben saw bushes which suddenly became man-eating plants. Beverly saw flying leeches like the ones that had come out of that old refrigerator. Stan saw the mucky ground and the bamboo vomiting up the living corpses of children caught in there by the fabled quick mud. Mike Hanlon imagined small Jurassic reptiles with horrid saw teeth suddenly boiling out of the cleft of a rotten tree, attacking them, biting them to pieces. Richie saw the crawling eye oozing down on top of them as they ran under the railroad trestle. And Eddie saw them climbing the old Cape embankment, only to look up and see the leper standing at the top, his sagging flesh a-crawl with beetles and maggots waiting for them. If we could get out of town somehow, Richie muttered, then winced as thunder shouted a furious negative from the sky. More rain fell. It was still only squalling, but soon it would begin to come down seriously in sheets and torrents. The day's hazy peace was now utterly gone, as if it had never been at all. We'd be safe if we could just get out of this fucking town. Beverly began, beep, beep, and then a rock came flying out of the shaggy bushes and struck Mike on the side of the head. He staggered backward, blood flowing through the tight cap of his hair, and would have fallen if Bill hadn't caught him. Teach you to throw rocks? Henry's voice floated mockingly to them. Bill could see the others looking around, wild-eyed, ready to bolt in 6 different directions. And if they did that, it would really be over. Ben, he said sharply. Ben looked at him. Bill, we gotta run. 2 more rocks flew out of the bushes. One struck Stan on the upper thigh. He yelled, more surprised than hurt. Beverly sidestepped the second. It struck the ground and rolled through the clubhouse trap door. Do you remember the first day you came down here? Bill shouted over the thunder. The day who let out? Bill, Richie shouted. Bill thrust a shushing hand at him. His eyes remained fixed on Ben, pinning him to the spot. Sure, Ben said, miserably trying to look in all directions at once. The bushes were now wavering and dancing wildly, their motion nearly tidal. The drain, Bill said. The pumping station. That's where we're supposed to go. Take us there. But, take us to there. A fusillade of rocks whizzed out of the bushes, and for a moment Bill saw Victor Chris's face, somehow frightened, drugged, and avid all at the same time. Then a rock smashed into his cheekbone, and it was Mike's turn to keep Bill from falling down. For a moment he couldn't see straight. His cheek felt numb. Then sensation returned in painful throbs, and he felt blood running down his face. He swiped at his cheek, wincing at the painful knob that was rising there, looked at the blood, wiped it on his jeans. His hair whipped wildly in the freshening wind. "Teach you to throw rocks, you stuttering asshole," Henry half laughed, half screamed. "Take us," Bill yelled. He understood now why he had sent Eddie back to get Ben. It was that pumping station they were supposed to go to, that very one, and only Ben knew exactly which one it was. They ran along both banks of the Kenduskeag at irregular intervals. "It hits the Place, the way in, the way to it." "Bill, you can't know that," Beverly cried. He shouted furiously at her, at all of them. "I know." Ben stood there for a moment, wetting his lips, looking at Bill. Then he struck off across the clearing, heading toward the river. A brilliant bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, purplish-white, followed by a rip of thunder that made Bill reel on his feet. A fist-sized chunk of rock sailed past his nose and struck Ben's buttocks. He yipped with pain, and his hand went to the spot. "Yeah, fat boy," Henry cried in that same half-laughing, half-screaming voice. The bushes rustled and crashed, and Henry appeared as the rain stopped fooling around and came in a downpour. Water ran in Henry's crew cut, in his eyebrows, down his cheeks. His grin showed all his teeth. "Teach you to throw Mike had found one of the pieces of scrap wood left over from building the clubhouse roof, and now he threw it. It flipped over twice and struck Henry's forehead. He screamed, clapped one hand to the spot like a man who's just had one hell of a good idea, and sat down hard. "Run!" Bill hollered. "After Ben." More crashings and stumblings in the bushes, and as the rest of the losers ran after Ben Hanscom, Victor and Belch appeared. Henry stood up, and the three of them gave chase. Even later, when the rest of that day had come back to Ben, he recalled only jumbled images of their run through the bushes. He remembered branches overloaded with dripping leaves slapping against his face, dousing him with cold water. He remembered that the thunder and lightning seemed to have become almost constant. And he remembered that Henry's screams for them to come back and fight seemed to merge with the sound of the Kenduskeag as they drew closer to it. Every time he slowed, Bill would whack him on the back to make him hurry up. "What if I can't find it? What if I can't find that particular pumping station?" The breath tore in and out of his lungs, hot and bloody tasting in the back of his throat. A stitch was sinking into his side. His buttocks sang where the rock had hit him. Beverly had said Henry and his friends meant to kill them, and Ben believed it now. Yes, he did. He came to the Kenduskeag's bank so suddenly that he nearly plunged over the edge. He managed to get his balance, and then the embankment, undercut by the spring runoff, collapsed, and he went tumbling over anyway, skidding all the way to the edge of the fast-running water, his shirt rucking up in the back, clayey mud streaking and sticking to his skin. Bill piled into him and yanked him to his feet. The others burst out of the bushes, which overhung the bank, one after the other. Richie and Eddie were last, Richie with one arm slung around Eddie's waist, his dripping specs clinging precariously to the end of his nose. "Where?" Bill shouted. Ben looked first left and then right, aware that the time was suicidally short. The river seemed higher already, and the rain-dark sky had given it a dangerous slate-gray color as it boiled its way along. Its banks were choked with underbrush and stunted trees, all of them now dancing to the wind's tune. He could hear Eddie sobbing for breath. "Where?" "I don't know," he began, and then he saw the leaning tree and the eroded cave beneath it. That was where he had hidden that first day. He had dozed off, and when he woke up he had heard Bill and Eddie goofing around. Then the big boys had come. Seen. Conquered. "Ta-ta, boys. It was a real baby dam, believe me." "There," he shouted. "That way." Lightning flashed again, and this time Ben could hear it, a buzzing noise like an overloaded Lionel train transformer. It struck the tree, and blue-white electric fire sizzled its gnarly base into splinters and toothpicks sized for a fairy tale giant. It fell toward the river with a rending crash, driving spray high into the air. Ben drew in a dismayed gasp and smelled something hot and punky and wild. A fireball rolled up the bole of the downed tree, seemed to flash brighter, and went out. Thunder exploded, not above them, but around them, as if they stood in the center of the thunderclap. The rain sheeted down. Bill thumped him on the back, awaking him from his dazed contemplation of these things. Go! Ben went, splashing and stumbling along the verge of the river, his hair hanging in his eyes. He reached the tree, the little root cave beneath it had been obliterated, and climbed over it, digging his toes into its wet hide, scraping his hands and forearms. Bill and Richie manhandled Eddie over, and as he stumbled off the tree trunk, Ben caught him. They both went tumbling to the ground. Eddie cried out. "You all right?" Ben shouted. "I guess so," Eddie shouted back, getting to his feet. He fumbled for his aspirator and almost dropped it. Ben grabbed it for him, and Eddie gave him a grateful look as he stuffed it into his mouth and triggered it. Richie came over, then Stan and Mike. Bill boosted Beverly up onto the tree, and Ben and Richie caught her coming down on the far side, her hair plastered to her head, her blue jeans now black. Bill came last, pulling himself onto the trunk and swinging his legs around. He saw Henry and the other two splashing down the river toward them, and as he slid off the fallen tree, he shouted, "Rocks! Throw rocks!" There were plenty of them here on the bank, and the lightning-struck tree made a perfect barricade. In a moment or two, all 7 of them were chucking rocks at Henry and his pals. They had nearly reached the tree. The range was point blank. They were driven back, yelling with pain and fury as rocks struck their faces, their chests, their arms and legs. "Teach us to throw rocks," Richie shouted, and chucked one the size of a hen's egg at Victor. It struck his shoulder and bounced almost straight up into the air. Victor howled. I say, go on and teach us, boy. We learn good." "Yeah," Mike screamed. "How do you like it? How do you like it?" The answer was not much. They retreated until they were out of range and huddled together. A moment later they climbed the bank, slipping and stumbling on the slick, wet earth, which was already honeycombed with little running streamlets holding onto branches to stay upright. They disappeared into the underbrush. "They're going to go around us, Big Bill," Richie said, pushing his glasses up on his nose. "That's okay," Bill said. Go on, Ben. We'll follow you. Ben trotted along the embankment, paused, expecting that Henry and the others would burst out into his face at any moment, and saw the pumping station 20 yards farther down the stream bed. The others followed him to it. They could see other cylinders on the opposite bank, one fairly close, the other 40 yards upstream. Those two were both shooting torrents of muddy water into the Kenduskeag, but only a trickle was coming from the pipe sticking out of the embankment below this one. It wasn't humming either, Ben noticed. The pumping machinery had broken down. He looked at Bill thoughtfully, and with some fright. Bill was looking at Richie, Stan, and Mike. We gotta get the lid off," he said. "Help me." There were handholds in the iron, but the rain had made them slippery, and the lid itself was incredibly heavy. Ben moved in next to Bill, and Bill shifted his hands a little to make room. Ben could hear water dripping inside, an echoey, unpleasant sound, like water dripping into a well. Now!" Bill shouted, and the 5 of them heaved in unison. The lid moved with an ugly grating sound. Beverly grabbed on beside Richie, and Eddie pushed with his good arm. 1, 2, 3, push, Richie chanted. The lid grated a little farther off the top of the cylinder. Now a crescent of darkness showed. 1, 2, 3, push. The crescent fattened. 1, 2, 3, push. Ben shoved until red spots danced in front of his eyes. "Stand back," Mike shouted. There it goes. They stood away and watched as the big circular cap overbalanced, then fell. It dug a slash in the wet earth and landed upside down like an oversized checker. Beetles scurried off its surface and into the matted grass. "Uck," Eddie said. Bill peered inside. Iron rungs descended to a circular pool of black water, its surface now pocked with raindrops. The silent pump brooded in the middle of this, half submerged. He could see water flowing into the pumping station from the mouth of its inflow pipe, and with the sinking in his guts, he thought, "That's where we have to go, in there." Eddie, grab onto me." Eddie looked at him, uncomprehending. "Like a piggerback." Hold on with your good arm, he demonstrated. Eddie understood but was reluctant. Quick, Bill snapped. They'll be here. Eddie grabbed on around Bill's neck. Stan and Mike boosted him up so he could hook his legs around Bill's midsection. As Bill swung clumsily over the lip of the cylinder, Ben saw that Eddie's eyes were tightly shut. Over the rain, he could hear another sound. Whipping branches, snapping twigs, voices. Henry, Victor, and Belch. The world's ugliest cavalry charge. Bill gripped the rough concrete lip of the cylinder and felt his way down, step by careful step. The iron rungs were slippery. Eddie had him in what was almost a death grip, and Bill supposed he was getting a pretty graphic demonstration of what Eddie's asthma was really all about. "I'm scared, Bill," Eddie whispered. I am too." He let go of the concrete rim and grabbed the topmost rung. Although Eddie was nearly choking him and felt as if he had already gained 40 pounds, Bill paused a moment, looking at the barrens, the Kenduskeag, the racing clouds. A voice inside, not a frightened voice, just a firm one, had told him to take a good look in case he never saw the upper world again. So he looked, then began to descend with Eddie clinging to his back. "I can't hold on much longer," Eddie managed. "You won't have to," Bill said. "We're almost down." One of his feet went into chilly water. He felt for the next rung and found it. There was another below that, and then the ladder ended. He was standing in knee-deep water beside the pump. He squatted, wincing as the cold water soaked his pants, and let Eddie off. He drew a deep breath. The smell wasn't so hot, but it was great not to have Eddie's arm wrapped around his throat. He looked up at the cylinder's mouth. It was about 10 feet over his head. The others were grouped around the rim, looking down. "Come on," he shouted. "One at a time. Be quick." Beverly came first, swinging easily over the rim and grabbing the ladder, and Stan next. The others followed. Richie came last, pausing to listen to the progress of Henry and friends. He thought from the sound of their blundering progress that they would probably pass a little to the left of this pumping station, but almost certainly not by enough to make a difference. At that moment, Victor bellowed, "Henry, there, Tozier!" Richie looked around and saw them rushing toward him. Victor was in the lead, and then Henry pushed him aside so savagely that Victor skidded to his knees. Henry had a knife all right, a regular pig sticker. Drops of water were falling from the blade. Richie glanced into the cylinder, saw Ben and Stan helping Mike off the ladder, and swung over himself. Henry understood what he was doing and screamed at him. Richie, laughing crazily, slammed his left hand in the crook of his right elbow and stuck his forearm skyward, his hand fisted in what may be the world's oldest gesture. To be sure, Henry got the point. He popped his middle finger up. "You'll die down there," Henry shouted. "Prove it," Richie shouted, laughing. He was terrified of going into this concrete throat, but he still couldn't stop laughing. And in his Irish cop's voice he bugled, "Sure and begorra, the luck of the Irish niver runs out, me foine lad." Henry slipped on the wet grass and went sprawling on his butt less than 20 feet from where Richie stood. His feet on the top rung of the ladder bolted to the inner curve of the pumping station, his head and chest out. "Hey, banana heels," Richie shouted, delirious with triumph, and then scooted down the ladder. The iron rungs were slick, and once he almost fell. Then Bill and Mike grabbed him, and he was standing up to his knees in water with the rest of them in a loose circle around the pump. He was trembling all over. He felt hot and cold chills chasing each other up his back, and still he couldn't stop laughing. "You should have seen him, Big Bill, clumsy as ever, still can't get out of his own frockin' way." Henry's head appeared in the circular opening at the top. Scratches from branches and brambles crisscrossed his cheeks. His mouth was working, and his eyes blazed. "Okay," he shouted down at them. His words had a flat resonance inside the concrete cylinder, not quite an echo. "Here I come, got you now." He swung one leg over, felt for the topmost rung with his foot, found it, swung the other one over. Speaking loud, Bill said, "Well, when he gets down close enough, we all grab him, pull him down, duck him under. Got it?" "Right-o, Governor," Richie said, and snapped a salute with one trembling hand. "Got you," Ben said. Stan tipped a wink at Eddie, who didn't understand what was going on, except it seemed to him that Richie had gone crazy. He was laughing like a loon while Henry Bowers, the dreaded Henry Bowers, prepared to come down and kill them all like rats in a rain barrel. "All ready for him, Bill," Stan cried. Henry froze 3 rungs down. He looked down at the losers over his shoulder. His face seemed, for the first time, doubtful. Eddie suddenly got it. If they came down, they would have to come one at a time. It was too high to jump, especially with the pumping machinery to land on, and here they were, the 7 of them, waiting in a tight little circle. "Cucahum-on, Henry," Bill said pleasantly. "What are you waiting for?" "That's right," Richie chimed in. "You like to beat up little kids, right? Come on, Henry." "We're waiting, Henry," Bev said sweetly. "I don't think you'll like it when you get down here, but come on if you want to." "Unless you're chicken," Ben added. He began to make chicken sounds. Richie joined him at once, and soon all of them were doing it. The derisive clucking rebounded between the damp, trickling walls. Henry looked down at them, the knife clutched in his left hand, his face the color of old bricks. He put up with perhaps 30 seconds of it and then climbed out again. The losers sent up catcalls and insults. Okay, Bill said. He spoke in a lower voice. "Well, we got to get into that drain. Quick. "Why?" Beverly asked. But Bill was spared the effort of an answer. Henry reappeared at the rim of the pumping station and dropped a rock the size of a soccer ball into the pipe. Beverly screamed, and Stan pulled Eddie against the circular wall with a hoarse yell. The rock struck the pumping machinery's rusty housing and produced a musical bong. It ricocheted left and struck the concrete wall, missing Eddie by less than half a foot. A chip of the concrete flicked painfully against his cheek. The rock fell into the water with a splash. Quick, Bill shouted again, and they crowded around the pumping station's inflow pipe. Its bore was about 5 feet in diameter. Bill sent them in one after another. A vague circus image, all the big clowns coming out of the little car, passed across his consciousness in a meteoric flash. Years later he would use the same image in a book called The Black Rapids, and climbed in last, after ducking another rock. As they watched, more rocks flew down, most striking the pump housing and rebounding at crazy angles. When they stopped falling, Bill looked out and saw Henry coming down the ladder again, as quick as he could. "Get him!" he shouted to the others. Richie, Ben, and Mike floundered out behind Bill. Richie leaped high and grabbed Henry's ankle. Henry cursed and shook his leg as if trying to kick away a small dog with big teeth. A terrier, perhaps, or a Pekingese. Richie grabbed a rung, scrambled up even higher, and actually did manage to sink his teeth into Henry's ankle. Henry screamed and pulled himself up quickly. One of his loafers came off and splashed into the water, where it sank with no ado at all. "Bit me," Henry was screaming. "Bit me, cocksucker bit me." "Yeah, good thing I had a tetanus shot this spring," Richie flung at him. "Bash them," Henry was raving. "Bash them, bomb them back to the Stone Age, bash their brains in." More rocks flew. The boys backed into the drain again quickly. Mike was struck in the arm by a small rock, and he held it tight, wincing until the pain began to abate. "It's a standoff," Ben said. "They can't get down, and we can't get up." "We're not supposed to get up," Bill said quietly. "And you all know it. Well, we're not ever supposed to get up again." They looked at him, their eyes hurt and afraid. No one said anything. Henry's voice, fury masquerading as mockery, floated down. "We can wait up here all day, you guys." Beverly had turned away and was looking back along the bore of the inflow pipe. The light grew diffuse quickly, and she could not see much. What she could see was a concrete tunnel, its lower third filled with rushing water. It was higher on her now than it had been when they first squeezed in here, she realized. That would be because this pump wasn't working and only some of the water was exiting on the Kenduskeag side. She felt claustrophobia touch her throat, turning the skin there to something that felt like flannel. If the water rose enough, they would drown. "Bill, do we have to?" He shrugged. It said everything. Yeah, they had to. What else was there? Be killed by Henry, Victor, and Belch and the Barons? Or by something else, maybe something worse, in town? She understood his thought well enough now. There was no stutter in his shrug. Better for them to go to it. Have it out, like the showdown in a Western movie. Cleaner, braver. Richie said, "What was that ritual you told us about, Big Bill? The one in the library book?" Chud, Bill said, smiling a little. "Chud," Richie nodded. "You bite its tongue, and it bites yours, right?" "Right." "Then you tell jokes." Bill nodded. "Funny. Richie said, looking into the dark pipe. "I can't think of a single one." "Me either," Ben said. The fear was heavy in his chest, almost suffocating. He felt that the only thing keeping him from just sitting down in the water and blubbering like a baby, or just going crazy, was Bill's calm, sure presence. And Beverly. He felt he would rather die than show Beverly how afraid he was. "Do you know where this pipe goes?" Stan asked Bill. Bill shook his head. "Do you know how to find it?" Bill shook his head again. "We'll know when we're getting close," Richie said suddenly. He drew a deep, trembling breath. "If we have to do it, then let's go." Bill nodded. "I'll be first, then Eddie. Ben, Bev, hand the man, Mike. You last, Richie. Everyone keep one hand on the shoulder of the person in front of you. It's gonna be dark." "You coming out?" Henry Bowers shrieked down at them. "We're gonna come out somewhere," Richie muttered, "I guess." They formed up like a procession of blind men. Bill looked back once, confirming that each had a hand on the shoulder of the person ahead. Then, bending forward slightly against the rush of the current, Bill Denbrough led his friends into the dark, where the boat he had made for his brother had gone almost a year before. Chapter 20. The Circle Closes. 1. Tom. Tom Rogan was having one fuck of a crazy dream. In it, he was killing his father. Part of his mind understood how crazy this was. His father had died when Tom was only in the 3rd grade. Well, maybe died wasn't such a good word. Maybe committed suicide was actually the truth. Ralph Rogan had made himself a gin and lye cocktail. One for the road, you might say. Tom had been put in nominal charge of his brother and sisters, and he began to receive weapons if anything went wrong with them. So he couldn't have killed his father. Except there he was, in this frightening dream, holding what looked like a harmless handle of some sort to his father's neck. Only it wasn't really harmless, was it? There was a button in the end of the handle, and if he pushed it, a blade would pop out and go right through his father's neck. "I'm not going to do anything like that, Daddy, don't worry," his dreaming mind thought just before his finger jammed down on the button and the blade popped out. His father's sleeping eyes opened and stared up at the ceiling. His father's mouth opened and a bloody, gargling sound came out. "Daddy, I didn't do it," his mind screamed. "Someone else." He struggled to wake up and couldn't. The best he could do, and it turned out to be not very good at all, was to fade into a new dream. In this one he was splashing and slogging his way down a long, dark tunnel. His balls hurt and his face stung because it was crisscrossed with scratches. There were others with him, but he could only make out vague shapes. It didn't matter anyway. What mattered were the kids somewhere up ahead. They needed to pay. They needed a weapon, to be punished. Whatever purgatory this was, it was a smelly one. Water dripped and echoed. His shoes and pants were soaked. The little shitpots were somewhere up ahead in this maze of tunnels, and perhaps they thought, Henry, Tom and his friends would get lost, but the joke was on them. Ha ha, all over you. Because he had another friend, oh yes, a special friend, and this friend had marked the path they were to take with moon balloons. Thingamajigs that were big and round and somehow lighted from within so that they shed a glow like that which falls mysteriously from old-fashioned street lamps. One of these balloons floated and drifted at each intersection, and on the side of each was an arrow pointing the way into the tunnel branch he and Belch and Victor, his unseen friends, were to take. And it was the right path, oh yes. He could hear the others ahead, their splashing progress echoing back, the distorted murmurs of their voices. They were getting closer, catching up, and when they did, Tom looked down and saw that he still had the switch knife in his hand. For a moment he was frightened. This was like one of those crazy astral experiences he sometimes read about in the weekly tabloids, when your spirit left your body and entered someone else's. The shape of his body felt different to him, as if he were not Tom, but Henry. Someone else, someone younger. He began to fight his way out of the dream, panicked, and then a voice was talking to him, a soothing voice whispering in his ear. "It doesn't matter when this is, and it doesn't matter who you are. What matters is that Beverly is up there. She's with them, my good friend. And do you know what? She's been doing something one hell of a lot worse than sneaking smokes. You know what? She's been fucking her old friend Bill Denbrough. Yes, indeed. She and that stuttering freak going right at it. That's a lie. He tried to scream. She wouldn't dare. But he knew it was no lie. She had used a belt on his... kicked me in the... balls and run off, and she now had cheated on him, the slutty child. Little round-heels bitch had actually cheated on him. And oh, dear friends, oh, good neighbors, she was going to get the weapon of all weapons. First her, and then Denbrough, her novel-writing friend. And anyone who tried to get in his way, you could count them in for a piece of the action, too. He stepped up his pace, although the breath was already whistling in and out of his throat. Up ahead he could see another luminous circle bobbing in the darkness, another moon balloon. He could hear the voices of the people ahead of him, and the fact that they were childish voices no longer bothered him. It was as the voice said. It didn't matter where, when, or who. Beverly was up there. And oh, dear friends, oh, good neighbors. "Come on, you guys, move your asses," he said, and it didn't even matter that his voice wasn't his own, but the voice of a boy. Then, as they approached the moon balloon, he looked around and saw his companions for the first time. Both of them were dead. One was headless. The face of the other had been split open as if by a great talon. "We're moving as fast as we can, Henry," the boy with the split face said, and his lips moved in two pieces, grotesquely out of sync with each other. And that was when Tom shrieked the dream to pieces and came back to himself, tottering on the brink of what felt like some great empty space. He struggled to keep his balance, lost it, and tumbled to the floor. The floor was carpeted, but the fall still sent a sickening burst of pain through his hurt knee, and he stifled another cry against his forearm. "Where am I? Where the fuck am I?" He became aware of a faint but clear white light, and for a frightening moment he thought he was back in the dream again, that it was light cast by one of those crazy balloons. Then he remembered leaving the bathroom door partially open and the fluorescent light in there on. He always left the light on when staying in a strange place. It saved you barking your shins if you had to get up in the night to pee. That clicked reality into place. It had been a dream, all some crazy dream. He was in a Holiday Inn. This was Derry, Maine. He had chased his wife here, and in the middle of a crazy nightmare, he had fallen out of bed. That was all. That was the long and the short of it. That wasn't just a nightmare. He jumped as if the words had been spoken beside his ear instead of inside his own mind. It didn't seem like his own interior voice at all. It was cold, alien, but somehow hypnotic and believable. He got up slowly, fumbled a glass of water off the table beside the bed, and drank it down. He ran shaky hands through his hair. The clock on the table said 3:10. "Go back to sleep. Wait until morning." That alien voice answered, "But there will be people around in the morning, too many people. And besides, you can beat them down there this time. This time you can be first." Down there? He thought of his dream, the water, the dripping dark. The light suddenly seemed brighter. He turned his head, not wanting to but helpless to stop. A groan slipped out of his mouth. A balloon was tied to the knob of the bathroom door. It floated at the end of a string about 3 feet long. The balloon glowed, full of a ghostly white light. It looked like a will-o'-the-wisp glimpsed in a swamp, floating dreamily between trees overhung with gray ropes of moss. An arrow was printed on the balloon's gently bulging skin, an arrow that was blood scarlet. It was pointing at the door leading out into the hall. "It doesn't really matter who I am," the voice said soothingly, and Tom realized now that it wasn't coming from either his own head or from beside his ear. It was coming from the balloon, from the center of that strange, lovely white light. "All that matters is that I am going to see that everything turns out to your satisfaction, Tom. I want to see her take a weapon. I want to see them all take a weapon. They've crossed my path once too often, and much too late in the day for them. So listen, Tom. Listen very carefully. All together now. Follow the bouncing ball." Tom listened. The voice from the balloon explained. It explained everything. When it was done, it popped in one final flash of light, and Tom began to dress. 2. Audra. Audra also had nightmares. She awoke with a start, sitting bolt upright in bed, the sheet pulled around her waist, her small breasts moving with her quick, agitated breathing. Like Tom's, her dreaming had been a jumbled, distressful experience. Like Tom, she had had the sensation of being someone else, or rather, of having her own consciousness deposited, and partially submerged, in another body and another mind. She had been in a dark place with a number of others around her, and she had been aware of an oppressive sensation of danger. They were going into the danger deliberately, and she wanted to scream at them to stop, to explain to her what was happening. But the person with whom she had merged seemed to know, and to believe it was necessary. She was also aware that they were being chased, and that their pursuers were catching up little by little. Bill had been in the dream, but his story about how he had forgotten his childhood must have been on her mind, because in her dream Bill was only a boy, 10 or 12 years old. He still had all his hair. She was holding his hand, and was dimly aware that she loved him very much, and that her willingness to go on was based on the rock-solid belief that Bill would protect her and all of them, that Bill, Big Bill, would somehow bring them through this and back into the daylight again. Oh, but she was so terrified. They came to a branching of many tunnels, and Bill stood there, looking from one to the next, and one of the others, a boy with his arm in a cast which glimmered a ghostly white in the darkness, spoke up. "That one, Bill, the bottom one." "You're sure?" "Yes." And so they had gone that way, and then there had been a door, a wee wooden door no more than 3 feet high, the sort of door you might see in a fairy tale book, and there had been a mark on the door. She could not remember what that mark had been, what strange rune or symbol. But it had brought all her terror to a focusing point, and she had yanked herself out of that other body, that girl's body, whoever. Beverly. She might have been. She awoke bolt upright in a strange bed, sweaty, wide-eyed, gasping as if she had just run a race. Her hands flew to her legs, half expecting to find them wet and cold with the water she had been walking through in her head. But she was dry. Disorientation followed. This was not their home in Topanga Canyon or the rented house in Fleet. It was no place. Limbo furnished with a bed, a dresser, 2 chairs, and a TV. Oh, God, come on, Audra. She scrubbed her hands viciously across her face, and that sickening feeling of mental vertigo receded. She was in Derry, Maine, where her husband had grown through a childhood he claimed no longer to remember. Not a familiar place to her, or a particularly good place by its feel, but at least a known place. She was here because Bill was here, and she would see him tomorrow at the Derry townhouse. Whatever terrible thing was wrong here, whatever those new scars on his hands meant, they would face it together. She would call him, tell him she was here, then join him. After that, well... Actually, she had no idea what came after that. The vertigo, that sense of being in a place that was really no place, was threatening again. When she was 19, she had done a whistle-stop tour with a scraggy little production company, 40 not-so-wonderful performances of Arsenic and Old Lace in 40 not-so-wonderful towns and small cities. All of this in 47 not-so-wonderful days. They began at the Peabody Dinner Theater in Massachusetts and ended at Play It Again, Sam in Sausalito. And somewhere in between, in some Midwestern town like Ames, Iowa, or Grand Isle, Nebraska, or maybe Jubilee, North Dakota, she had awakened like this in the middle of the night, panicked by disorientation, unsure what town she was in, what day it was, or why she was wherever she was. Even her name seemed unreal to her. That feeling was back now. Her bad dreams had carried over into her waking, and she felt a nightmarish, free-floating terror. The town seemed to have wrapped itself around her like a python. She could sense it, and the feelings it produced were not good. She found herself wishing that she had heeded Freddie's advice and stayed away. Her mind fixed on Bill, grasping at the thought of him the way a drowning woman would grip at a spar, a life-preserver, anything that... We all float down here, Audra. Floats. A chill raced through her, and she crisscrossed her arms across her naked breasts. She shivered and saw goosebumps ripple their way up her flesh. For a moment, it seemed to her that a voice had spoken aloud, but inside her head, as if there was an alien presence in there. Am I going crazy? God, is that it? No, her mind responded. It's just disorientation, jet lag, worry over your man. Nobody's talking inside your head. Nobody. We all float down here, Audra, a voice said from the bathroom. It was a real voice, real as houses. And sly and dirty and evil. You'll float too. The voice uttered a fruity little giggle that dropped in pitch until it sounded like a clogged drain bubbling thickly. Audra cried out, then pressed her hands against her mouth. "I didn't hear that." She said it out loud, daring the voice to contradict her. It didn't. The room was silent. Somewhere, far away, a train whistled in the night. Suddenly she needed Bill so badly that waiting until daylight seemed impossible. She was in a standardized motel room exactly like the other 39 units in the place, but suddenly it was too much, everything. When you started hearing voices, it was just too much, too creepy. She seemed to be slipping back into the nightmare she'd so lately escaped. She felt scared and terribly alone. "It's worse than that," she thought. "I feel dead." Her heart suddenly skipped 2 beats in her chest, making her gasp and utter a startled cough. She felt an instant of prison panic, claustrophobia inside her own body, and wondered if all this terror didn't have a stupidly ordinary physical root after all. Maybe she was going to have a heart attack, or was already having one. Her heart settled, but uneasily. Audra turned on the light by the bed table and looked at her watch. 3:12. He would be sleeping, but that didn't matter to her now. Nothing mattered except hearing his voice. She wanted to finish the night with him. If Bill was beside her, her clockwork would fall in sync with his and settle down. The nightmares would stay away. He sold nightmares to others. That was his trade. But to her, he had never given anything but peace. Outside that odd, cold nut embedded in his imagination, peace seemed to be all he was made for or meant for. She got the yellow pages, found the number for the Derry townhouse, and dialed it. "Derry townhouse. Would you please ring Mr. Denbrough's room, Mr. William Denbrough?" "Does that guy ever get any calls in the daytime?" the clerk said. And before she could think to ask what that was supposed to mean, he had plugged her call through. The phone burred once, twice, 3 times. She could imagine him sleeping with everything under the covers except the top of his head. She could imagine one hand coming out, feeling for the phone. She had seen him do it before, and a fond little smile touched her lips. It faded as the phone rang a 4th time, and a 5th, and a 6th. Halfway through the 7th ring, the connection was broken. "That room does not answer." "No shit, Sherlock," Audra said, more upset and frightened than ever. "Are you sure you rang the right room?" "Yep," the clerk said. "Mr. Denbrough had an inter-room call not 5 minutes ago. I know he answered that one because the light stayed on the switchboard a minute or 2. He must have gone to the person's room." "Well, which room was it?" "I don't remember. 6th floor, I think, but—" She dropped the phone back into its cradle. A queer, disheartening certainty came to her. It was a woman. Some woman had called him, and he had gone to her. Well, what now, Audra? How do we handle this? She felt tears threaten. They stung her eyes and her nose. She could feel the lump of a sob in the back of her throat. No anger, at least not yet, only a sick sense of loss and abandonment. "Audra, get hold of yourself. You're jumping to conclusions. It's the middle of the night and you had a bad dream, and now you've got Bill with some other woman. But it ain't necessarily so. What you're going to do is sit up. You'll never get back to sleep now anyway. Turn on some lights and finish the novel you brought to read on the plane. Remember what Bill says? Finest kind of dope. Book volume. No more heebie-jeebies, no more whim-whams and hearing voices. Dorothy Sayers and Lord Peter, that's the ticket. The 9 Taylors. That'll take you through to dawn. That'll—" The bathroom light suddenly went on. She could see it under the door. Then the latch clicked and the door juddered open. She stared at this, eyes widening, arms instinctively crossing over her breasts again. Her heart began to slam against her rib cage, and the sour taste of adrenaline flooded her mouth. That voice, low and dragging, said, "We all float down here, Audra." The last word became a long, low, fading scream. "Audra!" That ended once again in that sick, clogged, bubbly sound that was so much like laughter. "Who's there?" she cried, backing away. "That wasn't my imagination. No way. You're not going to tell me that—" The TV clicked on. She whirled around and saw a clown in a silvery suit with big orange buttons capering around on the screen. There were black sockets where its eyes should have been, and when its made-up lips stretched even wider in a grin, she saw teeth like razors. It held up a dripping, severed head. Its eyes were turned up to the whites, and the mouth sagged open, but she could see well enough that it was Freddie Firestone's head. The clown laughed and danced. It swung the head around, and drops of blood splashed against the inside of the TV screen. She could hear them sizzling in there. Audra tried to scream, and nothing came out but a little whine. She grabbed blindly for the dress lying over the back of the chair and for her purse. She bolted into the hall and slammed the door behind her, gasping, her face paper white. She dropped the purse between her feet and slipped the dress over her head. "Float," a low, chuckling voice said from behind her, and she felt a cold finger caress her bare heel. She uttered another high, out-of-breath scream and danced away from the door. White corpse fingers were seeking back and forth under it, the nails peeled away to show purplish, white, bloodless quicks. They made hoarse, whispering noises on the rough nap of the hall carpet. Audra snagged the strap of her purse and ran barefooted for the door at the end of the corridor. She was in a blind panic now, her only thought that she had to find the Derry townhouse and Bill. It didn't matter if he was in bed with enough other women to make up a harem. She would find him and get him to take her away from whatever unspeakable thing there was in this town. She fled down the walkway and into the parking lot, looking around wildly for her car. For a moment her mind froze and she couldn't even remember what she had been driving. Then it came. Datsun, tobacco brown. She spotted it standing hubcap deep in the still, curdled ground mist and hurried over to it. She couldn't find the keys in her purse. She swept through it with steadily increasing panic, shuffling Kleenex, cosmetics, change, sunglasses, and sticks of gum into a meaningless jumble. She didn't notice the battered LTD wagon parked nose to nose with her rented car, or the man sitting behind the wheel. She didn't notice when the LTD's door opened and the man got out. She was trying to cope with the growing certainty that she had left the Datsun's keys in the room. She couldn't go back in there. She couldn't. Her fingers touched hard serrated metal under a box of Altoid mints, and she seized at it with a little cry of triumph. For a terrible moment she thought it might be the key to their rover, now sitting in the Fleet Railway Station's car park 3,000 miles away, and then she felt the Lucite rental car tab. She fumbled the key into the door lock, breathing in harsh little gasps, and turned it. That was when a hand fell on her shoulder and she screamed loudly this time. Somewhere a dog barked in answer, but that was all. The hand, as hard as steel, bit cruelly in and forced her around. The face she saw looming over hers was puffed and lumpy. The eyes glittered. When the swelled lips spread in a grotesque smile, she saw that some of the man's front teeth had been broken. The stumps looked jagged and savage. She tried to speak and could not. The hand squeezed tighter, digging in. "Haven't I seen you in the movies?" Tom Rogan whispered. 3. Eddie's room. Beverly and Bill dressed quickly, without speaking, and went up to Eddie's room. On their way to the elevator, they heard a phone bell begin somewhere behind them. It was muffled, a somewhere else sound. "Bill, was that yours?" "Could have been," he said. "One of the others calling, maybe." He punched the up button. Eddie opened the door for them, his face white and strained. His left arm was at an angle both peculiar and weirdly evocative of old times. "I'm okay," he said. "I took 2 Darvon. Pain's not bad right now." But it was clearly not good, either. His lips, pressed so tightly together they had almost disappeared, were purple with shock. Bill looked past him and saw the body on the floor. One look was enough to satisfy him of 2 things. It was Henry Bowers, and he was dead. He moved past Eddie and knelt by the body. The neck of a Perrier bottle had been driven into Henry's midsection, pulling the tatters of his shirt in after it. Henry's eyes were half open, glazed. His mouth, filled with coagulating blood, snarled. His hands were claws. A shadow fell over him, and Bill looked up. It was Beverly. She looked down at Henry with no expression at all. "All the times he chased us," Bill said. She nodded. "He doesn't look old. You know that, Bill? He doesn't look old at all." Abruptly she looked back at Eddie, who was sitting on the bed. Eddie looked old and haggard. His arm lay in his lap, useless. "We've got to call the doctor for Eddie." "No," Bill and Eddie said in unison. "But he's hurt. His arm." "It's the same as last time," Bill said. He got to his feet and held her by the arms, looking into her face. "Once we go outside, once we in the town, they'll arrest me for murder," Eddie said dully. "Or they'll arrest all of us, or they'll detain us, or something. Then there'll be an accident, one of the special accidents that only happen in Derry. Maybe they'll stick us in jail and a deputy sheriff will go berserk and shoot us all. Maybe we'll all die of ptomaine or decide to hang ourselves in our cells. Eddie, that's crazy. That's... Is it? He asked. Remember, this is Derry. But we're grown-ups now. Surely you don't think... I mean, he came here in the middle of the night, attacked you. Well, with what? Bill said. Where's the knife? She looked around, didn't see it, and dropped on her knees to look under the bed. Don't bother, Eddie said in that same faint, whistly voice. I slammed the door on his arm when he tried to stick me with it. He dropped it, and I kicked it under the TV. It's gone now. I already looked. Heverly, call the others, Bill said. I can splint Eddie's arm, I think. She looked at him for a long moment, then she looked down at the body on the floor again. She thought that the picture this room presented should tell a perfectly clear story to any policeman with half a brain. The place was a mess. Eddie's arm was broken. This man was dead. It was a clear case of self-defense against a night prowler. And then she remembered Mr. Ross. Mr. Ross getting up and looking, and then simply folding his newspaper and going back into the house. Once we go outside, once we involve the town... That made her remember Bill as a kid, his face white and tired and half crazy, Bill saying, Derry is it. Do you understand me? Any place we go, when it gets us, they won't see, they won't hear, they won't know. Don't you see how it is? All we can do is try and finish what we started. Standing here now, looking down at Henry's corpse, Beverly thought, they're both saying we've all become ghosts again. That it started to repeat, all of it. As a kid I could accept that, because kids almost are ghosts. But... Are you sure? She asked desperately. Bill, are you sure? He was sitting on the bed with Eddie, gently touching his arm. Aren't you? He asked. After all that's happened today? Yes, all that had happened. The gruesome mess at the end of their reunion, the beautiful old woman who had turned into a crone before her eyes. My father was also my mother. The round of stories at the library tonight with the accompanying phenomena. All of those things. And still, her mind shouted at her desperately to stop this now, to spike it with sanity, because if she did not, they were surely going to finish up this night by going down to the Barrens and finding a certain pumping station and... I don't know, she said. I don't know. Even after everything that's happened, Bill, it seems to me that we could call the police. Maybe. Call the others, he said again. We'll see what they think. All right. She called Richie first, then Ben. Both agreed to come right away. Neither asked what had happened. She found Mike's telephone number in the book and dialed it. There was no answer. After a dozen rings, she hung up. To try the library, Bill said. He had taken the short curtain rods down from the smaller of the two windows in Eddie's room and was binding them firmly to Eddie's arm with the belt of his bathrobe and the drawstring from his pajamas. Before she could find the number, there was a knock at the door. Ben and Richie had arrived together. Ben in jeans and an untucked shirt, Richie in a pair of smart gray cotton trousers and his pajama top. His eyes looked warily around the room from behind his glasses. Christ, Eddie, what happened to... Oh, my God, Ben cried. He had seen Henry on the floor. Be quiet, Bill said sharply, and close the door. Richie did it, his eyes fixed on the body. Henry? Ben took 3 steps toward the corpse and then stopped, as if afraid it might bite him. He looked helplessly at Bill. You to tell, he said to Eddie. Goddamn stutter is getting worse all the time. Eddie sketched in what had happened while Beverly hunted up the number for the Derry Public Library and called it. She expected that perhaps Mike had fallen asleep there. He might even have a bunk in his office. What she did not expect was what happened. The phone was picked up on the second ring, and a voice she had never heard before said hello. Hello, she answered, looking toward the others and making a shushing gesture with one hand. Is Mr. Hanlon there? Who's this? The voice asked. She wet her lips with her tongue. Bill was looking at her piercingly. Ben and Richie had looked around. The beginnings of real alarm stirred inside her. Who are you? She countered. You're not Mr. Hanlon. I'm Derry Chief of Police Andrew Rademacher, the voice said. Mr. Hanlon is at the Derry Home Hospital right now. He was assaulted and badly wounded a short time ago. Now, who are you, please? I want your name." But she barely heard this last. Waves of shock rode through her, lifting her dizzily up and up, outside of herself. The muscles in her stomach and legs and crotch all went loose and numb, and she thought in a detached way, "This must be how it happens, when people get so scared they wet their pants. Sure, you just lose control of those muscles." "How badly has he been hurt?" she heard herself asking in a papery voice, and then Bill was beside her, his hand on her shoulder, and Ben was there, and Richie, and she felt such a rush of gratitude for them. She held her free hand out, and Bill took it. Richie placed his hand over Bill's, and Ben put his over Richie's. Eddie had come over, and now he put his good hand on top. "I want your name, please," Rademacher said briskly, and for a moment the skittering little craven inside of her, the one that had been bred by her father and cared for by her husband, almost answered, "I'm Beverly Marsh, and I'm at the Derry townhouse. Please send Mr. Nell over. There's a dead man here who's still half a boy, and we're all very frightened." She said, I'm afraid I can't tell you, not just yet." "What do you know about this?" "Nothing," she said, shocked. "What makes you think I do? Jesus Christ." "You just make a habit of calling the library every morning about 3:30, Rademacher said. "Is that it?" "Can the bullshit, young lady. This is assault, and the way the guy looks, it could be murder by the time the sun comes up. I'll ask you again. Who are you, and how much do you know about this?" Closing her eyes, gripping Bill's hand with all her strength, she asked again, "He might die? You're not just saying that to scare me. He really might die? Please tell me." "He's very badly hurt, and if that doesn't scare you, miss, it ought to. Now, I want to know who you are and why." As if in a dream, she watched her hand float through space and drop the phone back into the cradle. She looked over at Henry and felt shock as keen as a slap from a cold hand. One of Henry's eyes had closed. The other one, the shattered one, oozed as nakedly as before. Henry seemed to be winking at her. 4. Richie called the hospital. Bill led Beverly over to the bed, where she sat with Eddie, looking off into space. She thought she would cry, but no tears came. The only feeling she was strongly and immediately aware of was a wish that someone would cover Henry Bowers. That winky look was really not cool at all. In one giddy instant, Richie became a reporter from the Derry News. He understood that Mr. Michael Hanlon, the town's head librarian, had been assaulted while working late. Did the hospital have any word on Mr. Hanlon's condition? Richie listened, nodding. "I understand, Mr. Karpaskian. Do you spell that with 2 Ks? You do. Okay. And you are—" He listened, now enough into his own fiction to make doodling motions with one finger as if writing on a pad. Uh-huh. Yes, I understand. Well, what we usually do in cases like this is to quote you as a source. Then later on we can— right, just right." Richie laughed heartily and armed a film of sweat from his forehead. He listened again. "Okay, Mr. Karpaskian. Yes, I got it. Kerpaskian. Right. Czech Jewish, is it? Really? That's most unusual. Yes, I will. Good night. Thank you." He hung up and closed his eyes. "Jesus," he cried in a thick, low voice. "Jesus, Jesus, Jesus." He made as if to shove the phone off the table, and then simply let his hand fall. He took his glasses off and wiped them on his pajama top. "He's alive, but in grave condition," he told the others. "Henry sliced him up like a Christmas turkey. One of the cuts chopped into his femoral artery, and he's lost all the blood a man can and still stay alive. Mike managed to get some kind of tourniquet on it, or he would have been dead when they found him." Beverly began to cry. She did it like a child, with both hands plastered to her face. For a little while her hitching sobs and the rapid whistle of Eddie's breathing were the only sounds in the room. "Mike wasn't the only one who got sliced up like a Christmas turkey," Eddie said at last. "Henry looked like he just went 12 rounds with Rocky Balboa in a Cuisinart. Do you still want to go to the police, Bev?" There were Kleenex on the night table, but they were a caked and sodden mass in the middle of a puddle of Perrier. She went into the bathroom, making a wide circle around Henry, got a washcloth and ran cool water on it. It felt delicious against her hot, puffy face. She felt that she could think clearly again, not rationally, but clearly. She was suddenly aware that rationality would kill them if they tried to use it now. That cop, Rademacher, he had been suspicious. Why not? People didn't call the library at 3:30 in the morning. He had assumed some guilty knowledge. What would he assume if he found out that she had called him from a room where there was a dead man on the floor with a jagged bottleneck planted in his guts? That she and 4 other strangers had just come into town the day before for a little reunion, and this guy just happened to drop by? Would she buy the tale if the shoe were on the other foot? Would anyone? Of course, they could buttress their tale by adding that they had come back to finish the monster that lived in the drains under the city. That would certainly add a convincing note of gritty realism. She came out of the bathroom and looked at Bill. "No," she said, "I don't want to go to the police. I think Eddie's right. Something might happen to us, something final. But that isn't the real reason." She looked at the 4 of them. "We swore it," she said. "We swore. Bill's brother, Stan, all the others, and now Mike. I'm ready, Bill." Bill looked at the others. Richie nodded. "Okay, Big Bill, let's try." Ben said, "The odds look worse than ever. We're too short now." Bill said nothing. "Okay," Ben nodded. "She's right. We swore." Eddie?" Eddie smiled wanly. "I guess I get another pigger back down that ladder, huh? If the ladder's still there." "No one throwing rocks this time, though," Beverly said. "They're dead, all 3 of them." "Do we do it now, Bill?" Richie asked. Yes," Bill said. "I think this is the time." "Can I say something?" Ben asked abruptly. Bill looked at him and grinned a little. Any time." "You guys are still the best friends I ever had," Ben said. "No matter how this turns out, I just, wanted to tell you that." He looked around at them, and they looked solemnly back at him. "I'm glad I remembered you," he added. Richie snorted. Beverly giggled. Then they were all laughing, looking at each other in the old way, in spite of the fact that Mike was in the hospital, perhaps dying, or already dead, in spite of the fact that Eddie's arm was broken, again, in spite of the fact that it was the deepest ditch of the morning. "Haystack, you have such a way with words," Richie said, laughing and wiping his eyes. "He should have been the writer, Big Bill." Still smiling a little, Bill said, "And on that note..." 5. They took Eddie's borrowed limo. Richie drove. The ground fog was thicker now, drifting through the streets like cigarette smoke, not quite reaching the hooded street lamps. The stars overhead were bright chips of ice, spring stars. But by cocking his head to the half-open window on the passenger side, Bill thought he could hear summer thunder in the distance. Rain was being ordered up somewhere over the horizon. Richie turned on the radio, and there was Gene Vincent singing Bebopalula. He hit one of the other buttons and got Buddy Holly. A third punch brought Eddie Cochran singing Summertime Blues. "I'd like to help you, son, but you're too young to vote," a deep voice said. "Turn it off, Richie," Beverly said softly. He reached for it, and then his hand froze. "Stay tuned for more of the Richie Tozier All-Dead Rock Show," the clown's laughing, screaming voice cried over the finger pops and guitar chops of the Eddie Cochran tune. "Don't touch that dial. Keep it tuned to the rock pile. They're gone from the charts, but not from our hearts, and you keep coming. Come right along. Come on, everybody. We play all the hits down here. All the hits. And if you don't believe me, just listen to this morning's graveyard shift guest DJ, Georgie Denbrough. Tell him, Georgie." And suddenly Bill's brother was wailing out of the radio. "You sent me out, and it killed me. I thought it was in the cellar, Big Bill. I thought it was in the cellar, but it was in the drain. It was in the drain, and it killed me. You let it kill me, Big Bill. You let it." Richie snapped the radio off so hard the knob spun away and hit the floor mat. "Rock and roll in the sticks really sucks," he said. His voice was not quite steady. "Bev's right. We'll leave it off. What do you say?" No one replied. Bill's face was pale and still and thoughtful under the glow of the passing street lamps, and when the thunder muttered again in the west, they all heard it. 6. In the Barrens. Same old bridge. Richie parked beside it, and they got out and moved to the railing. Same old railing, and looked down. Same old Barrens. It seemed untouched by the last 27 years. To Bill, the turnpike overpass, which was the only new feature, looked unreal, something as ephemeral as a matte painting or a rear-screen projection effect in a movie. Cruddy little trees and scrub bushes glimmered in the twining fog, and Bill thought, I guess this is what we mean when we talk about the persistence of memory. This, or something like this, something you see at the right time and from the right angle, image that kicks off emotion like a jet engine. You see it so clear that all the things which happened in between are gone. If desire is what closes the circle between world and want, then the circle has closed. Come on, he said, and climbed over the railing. They followed him down the embankment in a scatter of scree and pebbles. When they reached the bottom, Bill checked automatically for Silver and then laughed at himself. Silver was leaning against the wall of Mike's garage. It seemed Silver had no part to play in this at all, although that was strange after the way it had turned up. "To take us there," Bill told Ben. Ben looked at him, and Bill read the thought in his eyes. "It's been 27 years, Bill. Dream on." And then he nodded and headed into the undergrowth. The path, their path, had long since grown over, and they had to force themselves through tangles of thorn bushes, prickers, and wild hydrangea so fragrant it was cloying. Crickets sang somnolently all around them, and a few lightning bugs, early arrivals at summer's luscious party, poked at the dark. Bill supposed kids still played down here, but they had made their own runs in secret ways. They came to the clearing where the clubhouse had been, but now there was no clearing here at all. Bushes and lackluster scrub pines had reclaimed it all. "Look," Ben whispered, and crossed the clearing. In their memories it was still here, simply overlaid with another of those matte paintings. He yanked at something. It was the mahogany door they had found on the edge of the dump, the one they had used to finish off the clubhouse roof. It had been cast aside here and looked as if it hadn't been touched in a dozen years or more. Creepers were firmly entrenched across its dirty surface. "Leave it alone, Haystack," Richie murmured. "It's old." "To take us there, Ben," Bill repeated from behind them. So they went down to the Kenduskeag, following him, bearing left away from the clearing that didn't exist anymore. The sound of running water grew steadily louder, but they still almost fell into the Kenduskeag before any of them saw it. The foliage had grown up in a tangled wall on the edge of the embankment. The edge broke off under the heels of Ben's cowboy boots, and Bill yanked him back by the scruff of the neck. "Thanks," Ben said. "De nada. In the old days, you would have pulled me in after you. Down this way?" Ben nodded and led them along the overgrown bank, fighting through the tangles of bushes and brambles, thinking how much easier this was when you were only 4 feet 5 and able to go under most tangles. Those in your mind as well as those in your path, he supposed, in one nonchalant duck. Well, everything changed. Our lesson for today, boys and girls, is the more things change, the more things change. Whoever said the more things change, the more things stay the same was obviously suffering severe mental retardation, because... His foot hooked under something, and he fell over with a thud, nearly striking his head on the pumping station's concrete cylinder. It was almost completely buried in a wallow of blackberry bushes. As he got to his feet again, he realized that his face and arms and hands had been striped by blackberry thorns in 24 places. "Make that 36," he said, feeling thin blood running down his cheeks. "What?" Eddie asked. "Nothing." He bent down to see what he had tripped over. A root, probably. But it wasn't a root. It was the iron manhole cover. Someone had pushed it off. Of course, Ben thought. We did, 27 years ago. But he realized that was crazy even before he saw fresh metal twinkling through the rust and parallel scrape marks. The pump hadn't been working that day. Sooner or later, someone would have come down to fix it and would have replaced the cover in the bargain. He stood up, and the 5 of them gathered around the cylinder and looked in. They could hear the faint sound of dripping water. That was all. Richie had brought all the matches from Eddie's room. Now he lit an entire book of them and tossed it in. For a moment they could see the cylinder's damp inner sleeve and the silent bulk of the pumping machinery. That was all. "Could have been off for a long time," Richie said uneasily. "Didn't necessarily have to happen to—" "It's happened fairly recently," Ben said. "Since the last rain, anyway." He took another book of matches from Richie, lit one, and pointed out the fresh scratches. "There's something under it," Bill said, as Ben shook out the match. "What?" Ben asked. Couldn't tell. Looked like a strap. You and Richie helped me to turn it over." They grabbed the cover and flipped it like a giant coin. This time Beverly lit the match, and Ben cautiously picked up the purse which had been under the manhole cover. He held it up by the strap. Beverly started to shake out the match and then looked at Bill's face. She froze until the flame touched the ends of her fingers and then dropped it with a little gasp. "Bill, what is it? What's wrong?" Bill's eyes felt too heavy. They couldn't leave that scuffed leather bag with its long leather strap. Suddenly he could remember the name of the song which had been playing on the radio in the back room of the leather goods shop when he had bought it for her. Sausalito Summer Nights. It was the surpassing weirdism. All the spit was gone out of his mouth, leaving his tongue and inner cheeks as smooth and dry as chrome. He could hear the crickets and see the lightning bugs and smell big green dark growing out of control all around him, and he thought, "It's another trick, another illusion. She's in England, and this is just a cheap shot because it's scared. Oh, yes, it's maybe not as sure as it was when it called us all back. And really, Bill, get serious. How many scuffed leather purses with long straps do you think there are in the world? 1 million? 10 million? Probably more, but only one like this. He had bought it for Audra in a Burbank leather goods store while Sausalito Summer Nights played on the radio in the back room. "Bill?" Beverly's hand on his shoulder, shaking him. Far away, 27 leagues under the sea. What was the name of the group that sang Sausalito Summer Nights? Richie would know. "I know," Bill said calmly into Richie's scared, wide-eyed face and smiled. "It was Diesel. How's that for total recall?" "Bill, what's wrong?" Richie whispered. Bill screamed. He snatched the matches out of Beverly's hand, lit one, and then yanked the purse away from Ben. "Bill, Jesus, what?" He unzipped the purse and turned it over. What fell out was so much Audra that for a moment he was too unmanned to scream again. Amid the Kleenex, sticks of chewing gum, and items of makeup, he saw a tin of Altoid mints and the jeweled compact Freddie Firestone had given her when she signed for attic room. "My wife's down there," he said, and fell on his knees and began pushing her things back into the purse. He brushed hair that no longer existed out of his eyes without even thinking about it. "Your wife? Audra?" Beverly's face was shocked, her eyes huge. "Her purse, her things." "Jesus, Bill," Richie muttered. "That can't be. You know the—" He had found her alligator wallet. He opened it and held it up. Richie lit another match and was looking at a face he had seen in half a dozen movies. The picture on Audra's California driver's license was less glamorous but completely conclusive. "But Henry's dead, and Victor, and Belch. So who's got her?" He stood up, staring around at them with febrile intensity. "Who's got her?" Ben put a hand on Bill's shoulder. "I guess we better go down and find out, huh?" Bill looked around at him, as if unsure who Ben might be, and then his eyes cleared. "Yeah," he said. "Eddie?" "Bill, I'm sorry. Can you climb on?" "I did once." Bill bent over, and Eddie hooked his right arm around Bill's neck. Ben and Richie boosted him up until he could hook his legs around Bill's midsection. As Bill swung one leg clumsily over the lip of the cylinder, Ben saw that Eddie's eyes were tightly shut, and for a moment he thought he heard the world's ugliest cavalry charge bashing its way through the bushes. He turned, expecting to see the three of them come out of the fog and the brambles, but all he had heard was the rising breeze rattling the bamboo a quarter of a mile or so from here. Their old enemies were all gone now. Bill gripped the rough concrete lip of the cylinder and felt his way down, step by step and rung by rung. Eddie had him in a death grip, and Bill could barely breathe. Her purse, dear God, how did her purse get here? Doesn't matter. But if you're there, God, and if you're taking requests, let her be all right. Don't let her suffer for what Bev and I did tonight, or for what I did one summer when I was a boy. And was it the clown? Was it Bob Gray who got her? If it was, I don't know if even God can help her. I'm scared, Bill, Eddie said in a thin voice. Bill's foot touched cold, standing water. He lowered himself into it, remembering the feel and the dank smell, remembering the claustrophobic way this place had made him feel, and, just by the way, what had happened to them? How had they fared down in these drains and tunnels? Where exactly had they gone, and how exactly had they gotten out again? He still couldn't remember any of that. All he could think of was Audra. I am too. He half-squatted, wincing as the cold water ran into his pants and over his balls, and let Eddie off. They stood shin-deep in the water and watched the others descend the ladder. Chapter 21. Under the City. 1. It. August 1958. Something new had happened. For the first time in forever, something new. Before the universe there had been only two things. One was itself, and the other was the turtle. The turtle was a stupid old thing that never came out of its shell. It thought that maybe the turtle was dead, had been dead for the last billion years or so. Even if it wasn't, it was still a stupid old thing, and even if the turtle had vomited the universe out whole, that didn't change the fact of its stupidity. It had come here long after the turtle withdrew into its shell, here to Earth, and it had discovered a depth of imagination here that was almost new, almost of concern. This quality of imagination made the food very rich, its teeth-rent flesh gone stiff with exotic terrors and voluptuous fears. They dreamed of night beasts and moving muds. Against their will they contemplated endless gulfs. Upon this rich food, it existed in a simple cycle of waking to eat and sleeping to dream. It had created a place in its own image, and it looked upon this place with favor from the dead lights which were its eyes. Derry was its killing pen, the people of Derry its sheep. Things had gone on. Then, these children. Something new. For the first time in forever. When it had burst up into the house on Neibolt Street, meaning to kill them all, vaguely uneasy that it had not been able to do so already, and surely that unease had been the first new thing. Something had happened which was totally unexpected, utterly unthought of. And there had been pain, great roaring pain all through the shape it had taken. And for one moment there had also been fear, because the only thing it had in common with the stupid old turtle and the cosmology of the macroverse outside the puny egg of this universe was just this. All living things must abide by the laws of the shape they inhabit. For the first time it realized that perhaps its ability to change its shapes might work against it, as well as for it. There had never been pain before. There had never been fear before. And for a moment it had thought it might die. Oh, its head had been filled with a great white silver pain, and it had roared and mewled and bellowed, and somehow the children had escaped. But now they were coming. They had entered its domain under the city, 7 foolish children blundering through the darkness without lights or weapons. It would kill them now, surely. It had made a great self-discovery. It did not want change or surprise. It did not want new things, ever. It only wanted to eat and sleep and dream and eat again. Following the pain and that brief, bright fear, another new emotion had arisen, as all genuine emotions were new to it, although it was a great mocker of emotions. Anger. It would kill the children because they had, by some amazing accident, hurt it. But it would make them suffer first, because for one brief moment they had made it fear them. Come to me, then, it thought, listening to their approach. Come to me, children, and see how we float down here, how we all float. And yet there was a thought that insinuated itself no matter how strongly it tried to push the thought away. It was simply this. If all things flowed from it, as they surely had done since the turtle sicked up the universe and then fainted inside its shell, how could any creature of this or any other world fool it or hurt it, no matter how briefly or triflingly? How was that possible? And so a last new thing had come to it, this not an emotion, but a cold speculation. Suppose it had not been alone, as it had always believed. Suppose there was another. And suppose further that these children were agents of that other. Suppose. It began to tremble. Hate was new. Hurt was new. Being crossed in its purpose was new. But the most terrible new thing was this fear. Not fear of the children that had passed, but the fear of not being alone. No, there was no other. Surely there was not. Perhaps because they were children, their imaginations had a certain raw power it had briefly underestimated. But now that they were coming, it would let them come. They would come, and it would cast them one by one into the macroverse, into the deadlights of its eyes. Yes, when they got here, it would cast them, shrieking and insane, into the deadlights. 2. In the tunnels, 2:15 p.m. Bev and Richie had maybe 10 matches between them, but Bill wouldn't let them use them. For the time being, at least, there was still dim light in the drain. Not much, but he could make out the next 4 feet in front of him, and as long as he could keep doing that, they would save the matches. He supposed the little light they were getting must be coming from vents and curbings over their heads, maybe even from the circular vents and manhole covers. It seemed surpassingly strange to think they were under the city, but of course by now they must be. The water was deeper now. 3 times dead animals had floated past. A rat, a kitten, a bloated shiny thing that might have been a woodchuck. He heard one of the others mutter disgustedly as that baby cruised by. The water they were crawling through was relatively placid, but all that was going to come to an end fairly soon. There was a steady hollow roaring not too far up ahead. It grew louder, rising to a one-note roar. The drain elbowed to the right. They made the turn, and here were 3 pipes spewing water into their pipe. They were lined up vertically like the lenses on a traffic light. The drain dead-ended here. The light was marginally brighter. Bill looked up and saw they were in a square stone-faced shaft about 15 feet high. There was a sewer grating up there, and water was sloshing down on them in buckets. It was like being in a primitive shower. Bill surveyed the 3 pipes helplessly. The top one was venting water, which was almost clear, although there were leaves and sticks and bits of trash in it. Cigarette butts, chewing gum wrappers, things like that. The middle pipe was venting gray water, and from the lowest one came a grayish-brown flood of lumpy sewage. Eddie! Eddie floundered up beside him. His hair was plastered to his head. His cast was a soaking, drippy mess. Which one? If you wanted to know how to build something, you asked Ben. If you wanted to know which way to go, you asked Eddie. They didn't talk about this, but they all knew it. If you were in a strange neighborhood and wanted to get back to a place you knew, Eddie could get you there, making lefts and rights with undiminished confidence until you were reduced simply to following him and hoping that things would turn out right, which they always seemed to do. Bill told Richie once that when he and Eddie first began to play in the Barrens, he, Bill, was constantly afraid of getting lost. Eddie had no such fears, and he always brought the 2 of them out right where he said he was going to. If I got lost in the Haynesville woods and Eddie was with me, I wouldn't hurry a bit, Bill told Richie. He just knows. My dad says some people hits like they got a humpus in their heads. Eddie's like that. I can't hear you, Eddie shouted. I said, which one? Which one what? Eddie had his aspirator clutched in his good hand, and Bill thought he actually looked more like a drowned muskrat than a kid. Which one do we take? Well, that all depends on where we want to go, Eddie said. And Bill could have cheerfully throttled him even though the question made perfect sense. Eddie was looking dubiously at the 3 pipes. They could fit into all of them, but the bottom one looked pretty snug. Bill motioned the others to move up into a circle. Where the fuck is it? He asked them. Middle of town, Richie said promptly. Right under the middle of town, near the canal. Beverly was nodding. So was Ben. So was Stan. Mike? Yes, he said. That's where it is, near the canal, or under it. Bill looked back at Eddie. Which one? Eddie pointed reluctantly at the lower pipe, and although Bill's heart sank, he wasn't at all surprised. That one. Oh, gross, Stan said unhappily. That's a shit pipe. We don't... Mike began and then broke off. He cocked his head in a listening gesture. His eyes were alarmed. What? Bill began, and Mike put a finger across his lips in a shh gesture. Now Bill could hear it too, splashing sounds, approaching, grunts and muffled words. Henry still hadn't given up. Quick, Ben said. Let's go. Stan looked back the way they had come. Then he looked at the lowest of the 3 pipes. He pressed his lips tightly together and nodded. Let's go, he said. Shit washes off.
Stan the man gets off a good one, Richie cried. Wacka, wacka, wah.
Richie, will you shut up? Beverly hissed at him. Bill led them to the pipe, grimacing at the smell, and crawled in. The smell. It was sewage, it was shit, but there was another smell here too, wasn't there? A lower, more vital smell. If an animal's grunt could have a smell, and Bill supposed if the animal in question had been eating the right things, it could, it would be like this undersmell. We're headed in the right direction, all right. It's been here, and it's been here a lot. By the time they had gone 20 feet, the air had grown rancid and poisonous. He squished slowly along, moving through stuff that wasn't mud. He looked back over his shoulder and said, You follow right behind me, Eddie. I'll need you. The light faded to the faintest gray, held that way briefly, and then it was gone, and they were out of the blue and into the black. Bill shuffled forward through the stink, feeling that he was almost cutting through it physically, one hand held out before him, part of him expecting that at any moment it would encounter rough hair, and green lamp-like eyes would open in the darkness. The end would come in one hot flare of pain as it walloped his head off his shoulders. The dark was stuffed with sounds, all of them magnified and echoing. He could hear his friends shuffling along behind him, sometimes muttering something. There were gurglings and strange clanking groans. Once a flood of sickeningly warm water washed past and between his legs, wetting him to the thighs and rocking him back on his heels. He felt Eddie clutch frantically at the back of his shirt, and then the small flood slackened. From the end of the line, Richie bellowed with sorry good humor, I think we just been pissed on by the Jolly Green Giant, Bill. Bill could hear water or sewage running in controlled bursts through the network of smaller pipes, which now must be over their heads. He remembered the conversation about Derry's sewers with his father and thought he knew what this pipe must be. It was to handle the overflow that only occurred during heavy rains and during the flood season. The stuff up there would be leaving Derry to be dumped in Toralt Stream and the Penobscot River. The city didn't like to pump its shit into the Kenduskeag because it made the canal stink. But all the so-called gray water went into the Kenduskeag, and if there was too much for the regular sewer pipes to handle, there would be a dump-off. Like the one that had just happened. If there had been one, there could be another. He glanced up uneasily, not able to see anything, but knowing that there must be grates in the top arch of the pipe, possibly in the sides as well, and at any moment there might be... He wasn't aware he'd reached the end of the pipe until he fell out of it and staggered forward, pinwheeling his arms in a helpless effort to keep his balance. He fell on his belly into a semi-solid mass about 2 feet below the mouth of the pipe he'd just tumbled out of. Something ran squeaking over his hand. He screamed and sat up, clutching his tingling hand to his chest, aware that a rat had just run over it. He had felt the loathsome, plaited drag of the thing's hairless tail. He tried to stand up and rapped his head on the new pipe's low ceiling. It was a hard hit, and Bill was driven back to his knees with large red flowers exploding in the darkness before his eyes. "Be careful," he heard himself shouting. His words echoed flatly. "It drops off here. Eddie, where are you?" "Here." One of Eddie's waving hands brushed Bill's nose. "Help me out, Bill. I can't see. It's..." There was a huge watery kerwash. Beverly, Mike, and Richie all screamed in unison. In the daylight, the almost perfect harmony the three of them made would have been funny. Down here in the dark, in the sewers, it was terrifying. Suddenly all of them were tumbling out. Bill clutched Eddie in a bear hug, trying to save his arm. "Oh, Christ, I thought I was going to drown," Richie moaned. "We got doused. Oh, boy, a shit shower. Oh, great. They ought to have a class trip down here sometime, Bill. We could get Mr. Carson to lead it." "And Miss Jimison could give us a health lecture afterward," Ben said in a trembling voice, and they all laughed shrilly. As the laughter was tapering off, Stan suddenly burst into miserable tears. "Don't, man," Richie said, putting a fumbling arm around Stan's sticky shoulders. "You'll get us all crying, man." "I'm all right," Stan said loudly, still crying. "I can stand to be scared."
But I hate being dirty like this. I hate not knowing where I am.
Do you think any of the matches are still any good? Bill asked Richie.
I gave mine to Bev.
Bill felt a hand touch his in the darkness and press a folder of matches into it. They felt dry.
I kept them in my armpit, she said. They might work. You can try them anyway.
Bill tore a match out of the folder and struck it. It popped a light, and he held it up. His friends were huddled together, wincing at the brief, bright flare of light. They were splashed and daubed with ordure, and they all looked very young and very afraid. Behind them, he could see the sewer pipe they had come out of. The pipe they were in now was smaller still. It ran straight in both directions, its floor caked with layers of filthy sediment, and... He drew in a quick hiss and shook the match out as it burned his fingers. He listened and heard the sounds of fast-running water, dripping water, the occasional gushing roar as the overflow valves worked, sending more sewage into the Kenduskeag, which was now, God only knew how far, behind them. He didn't hear Henry and the others. Yet. He said quietly,
"There's a dead body on my right, about 10 feet away from us. I think it might be Patrick?"
Beverly asked, her voice trembling on the edge of hysteria.
"Is it Patrick Hochstetter?"
Yes. Do you want me to light another match?"
Eddie said, "You got to, Bill. If I don't see how the pipe runs, I won't know which way to go."
Bill lit the match. In its glow they all saw the green, swelled thing that had been Patrick Hochstetter. The corpse grinned at them in the dark with horrid chumminess, but with only half a face. Sewer rats had taken the rest. Patrick's summer school books were scattered around him, bloated to the size of dictionaries in the damp.
"Christ,"
Mike said hoarsely, his eyes wide.
"I hear them again," Beverly said. "Henry and the others."
The acoustics must have carried her voice to them as well. Henry bellowed down the sewer pipe, and for a moment it was as if he was standing right there.
"We'll get you." "You come on right ahead," Richie shouted.
His eyes were bright, dancing, febrile.
"Keep coming, Banana Heels. This is just like the YMCA swimming pool down here. Keep..."
Then a shriek of such mad fear and pain came through the pipe that the guttering match fell from Bill's finger and went out. Eddie's arm had curled around him, and Bill hugged Eddie back, feeling his body trembling like a wire as Stan Uris packed close to him on the other side. That shriek rose and rose, and then there was an obscene, thick, flapping noise, and the shriek was cut off.
"Something got one of them," Mike choked, horrified in the darkness. Some monster. Bill, we got to get out of here, please."
Bill could hear whoever was left. One or two, with the acoustics it was impossible to tell, stumbling and scrabbling through the sewer pipe toward them.
"Well, which way, Eddie?" he asked urgently. "Do you know?"
"Toward the canal?" Eddie asked, shaking in Bill's arms.
"Yes. To the right, past Patrick. Or over him." Eddie's voice suddenly hardened. "I don't care that much. He was one of the ones that broke my arm, spit in my face, too."
"Let's go," Bill said, looking back at the sewer pipe they had just quitted.
"Single the line. Keep a touch on each other, like before."
He groped forward, dragging his right shoulder along the slimy porcelain surface of the pipe, gritting his teeth, not wanting to step on Patrick, or into him. So they crawled farther into the darkness while waters rushed around them, and while, outside, the storm walked and talked and brought an early darkness to Derry. A darkness that screamed with wind and stuttered with electric fire and racketed with falling trees that sounded like the death cries of huge prehistoric creatures. 3. It. May 1985. Now they were coming again. And while everything had gone much as it had foreseen, something it had not foreseen had returned. That maddening, galling fear, that sense of another. It hated the fear, would have turned on it and eaten it if it could have. But the fear danced mockingly out of reach, and it could only kill the fear by killing them. Surely there was no need for such fear. They were older now, and their number had been reduced from 7 to 5.
5 was a number of power, but it did not have the mystical, talismanic quality of 7. It was true that its dog's body hadn't been able to kill the librarian, but the librarian would die in the hospital. Later, just before dawn touched the sky, it would send a male nurse with a bad pill habit to finish the librarian once and for all. The writer's woman was now with it. Alive, yet not alive. Her mind had been utterly destroyed by her first sight of it as it really was, with all of its little masks and glamours thrown aside. And all of the glamours were only mirrors, of course, throwing back at the terrified viewer the worst thing in his or her own mind. Heliographing images as a mirror might bounce a reflection of the sun into a wide, unsuspecting eye and stun it to blindness. Now the mind of the writer's wife was with it, in it, beyond the end of the macroverse, in the darkness beyond the turtle, in the outlands beyond all lands. She was in its eye. She was in its mind. She was in the deadlights. Oh, but the glamours were amusing. Hamlin, for instance. He would not remember, not consciously, but his mother could have told him where the bird he had seen at the ironworks came from. When he was a baby, only 6 months old, his mother had left him sleeping in his cradle in the side yard while she went around back to hang sheets and diapers on the line. His screams had brought her on the run. A large crow had lighted on the edge of the carriage and was pecking at baby Mikey like an evil creature in a nursery tale. He had been screaming in pain and terror, unable to drive away the crow, which had sensed weak prey. She had struck the bird with her fist and driven it off, seen that it had brought blood in 2 or 3 places on baby Mikey's arms, and taken him to Dr. Stillwagon for a tetanus shot. A part of Mike had remembered that always. Tiny baby, giant bird. And when it came to Mike, Mike had seen the giant bird again. But when the dog's body husband of the girl from before brought the writer's woman, it had put on no face. It did not dress when it was at home. The dog's body husband had looked once and had dropped dead of shock, his face gray, his eyes filling with the blood that had squirted out of his brain in a dozen places. The writer's woman had put out one powerful, horrified thought. "Oh, dear Jesus, it is female." And then all thoughts ceased. She swam in the deadlights. It came down from its place and took care of her physical remains, prepared them for later feeding. Now Audra Denbrough hung high up in the middle of things, crisscrossed in silk, her head lolling against the socket of her shoulder, her eyes wide and glazed, her toes pointing down. But there was still power in them, diminished but still there. They had come here as children, and somehow, against all the odds, against all that was supposed to be, all that could be, they had hurt it badly, had almost killed it, had forced it to flee deep into the earth, where it huddled, hurt and hating and trembling in a spreading pool of its own strange blood. So another new thing, if you please. For the first time in its never-ending history, it needed to make a plan. For the first time, it found itself afraid simply to take what it wanted from Derry, its private game preserve. It had always fed well on children. Many adults could be used without knowing they had been used, and it had even fed on a few of the older ones over the years. Adults had their own terrors, and their glands could be tapped, opened so that all the chemicals of fear flooded the body and salted the meat. But their fears were mostly too complex. The fears of children were simpler and usually more powerful. The fears of children could often be summoned up in a single face, and if bait were needed, why, what child did not love a clown? It understood vaguely that these children had somehow turned its own tools against it, that by coincidence, surely not on purpose, surely not guided by the hand of any other, by the bonding of 7 extraordinarily imaginative minds, it had been brought into a zone of great danger. Any one of these 7 alone would have been its meat and drink, and if they had not happened to come together, it surely would have picked them off one by one, drawn by the quality of their minds, just as a lion might be drawn to one particular water-hole by the scent of zebra. But together they had discovered an alarming secret that even it had not been aware of. That belief has a second edge. If there are 10,000 medieval peasants who create vampires by believing them real, there may be one, probably a child, who will imagine the stake necessary to kill it. But a stake is only stupid wood. The mind is the mallet which drives it home. Yet in the end, it had escaped, had gone deep, and the exhausted, terrified children had elected not to follow it when it was at its most vulnerable. They had elected to believe it dead or dying, and had retreated. It was aware of their oath, and had known they would come back just as a lion knows the zebra will eventually return to the water-hole. It had begun to plan even as it began to drowse. When it woke, it would be healed, renewed, but their childhoods would be burned away like 7 fatty candles. The former power of their imaginations would be muted and weak. They would no longer imagine that there were piranha in the Kenduskeag, or that if you stepped on a crack you might really break your mother's back, or that if you killed a ladybug which lit on your shirt, your house would catch fire that night. Instead, they would believe in insurance. Instead, they would believe in wine with dinner, something nice but not too pretentious, like a Puy Fouizé 83. And let that breathe, waiter, would you? Instead, they would believe that Rolaids consume 47 times their own weight in excess stomach acid. Instead, they would believe in public television, Gary Hart, running to prevent heart attacks, giving up red meat to prevent colon cancer. They would believe in Dr. Ruth when it came to getting well fucked and Jerry Falwell when it came to getting well saved. As each year passed, their dreams would grow smaller. And when it woke, it would call them back, yes, back, because fear was fertile. Its child was rage, and rage cried for revenge. It would call them, and then kill them. Only now that they were coming, the fear had returned. They had grown up, and their imaginations had weakened, but not as much as it had believed. It had felt an ominous, upsetting growth in their power when they joined together, and it had wondered for the first time if it had perhaps made a mistake. But why be gloomy? The die was cast, and not all the omens were bad. The writer was half mad for his wife, and that was good. The writer was the strongest, the one who had somehow trained his mind for this confrontation over all the years, and when the writer was dead with his guts falling out of his body, when their precious Big Bill was dead, the others would be its quickly. It would feed well, and then perhaps it would go deep again and doze for a while. 4. In the tunnels, 4:30 a.m. "Bill!" Richie shouted into the echoing pipe. He was moving as fast as he could, but that wasn't very fast. He remembered that as kids they had walked bent over in this pipe, which led away from the pumping station in the Barrens. He was crawling now, and the pipe seemed impossibly tight. His glasses kept wanting to slide off the end of his nose, and he kept pushing them up again. He could hear Bev and Ben behind him. "Bill!" he bawled again. "Eddie!" "I'm here," Eddie's voice floated back. "Where's Bill?" Richie shouted. "Up ahead," Eddie called. He was very close now, and Richie sensed rather than saw him just ahead. He wouldn't wait. Richie's head butted Eddie's leg. A moment later, Bev's head butted Richie's ass. "Bill!" Richie screamed at the top of his voice. The pipe channeled his shout and sent it back at him, hurting his own ears. "Bill, wait for us. We have to go together. Don't you know that?" Faintly, echoing, Bill. "Audra! Audra! Where are you?" "God damn you, Big Bill," Richie cried softly. His glasses fell off. He cursed, groped for them, and set them, dripping, back on his nose. He pulled in breath and shouted again. "You'll get lost without Eddie, you fucking asshole. Wait up. Wait up for us. You hear me, Bill? Wait up for us, damn it." There was an agonizing moment of silence. It seemed that no one breathed. All Richie could hear was distant dripping water. The drain was dry this time, except for the occasional stagnant puddle. "Bill!" He ran a trembling hand through his hair and fought the tears. "Come on! Please, man! Wait up! Please!" And fainter still, Bill's voice came back. "I'm waiting." "Thank God for small favors," Richie muttered. He slapped Eddie's can. "Go." "I don't know how long I can with just one arm," Eddie said apologetically. "Go anyway," Richie said, and Eddie began crawling again. Bill, looking haggard and almost used up, was waiting for them in the sewer shaft where the 3 pipes were lined up like lenses on a dead traffic light. There was room enough here for them to stand up. "Over there," Bill said. "Chris and Belch." They looked. Beverly moaned, and Ben put an arm around her. The skeleton of Belch Huggins, clad in moldering rags, seemed more or less intact. What remained of Victor was headless. Bill looked across the shaftway and saw a grinning skull. There it was, the rest of him. "Should have left it alone, guys," Bill thought, and shivered. This section of the sewer system had fallen into disuse. Richie thought the reason why was pretty clear. The waste treatment plant had taken over. Sometime during the years when they were all busy learning to shave, to drive, to smoke, to fuck around a little, all that good shit, the Environmental Protection Agency had come into being, and the EPA had decided dumping raw sewage, and even gray water, into rivers and streams was a no-no. So this part of the sewer system had simply moldered, and the bodies of Victor Chris and Belch Huggins had moldered along with it. Like Peter Pan's wild boys, Victor and Belch had never grown up. Here were the skeletons of 2 boys and the shredded remains of T-shirts and jeans that had rotted away to rags. Moss had grown over the warped xylophone of Victor's rib cage and over the eagle on the buckle of his garrison belt. "Monster got him," Ben said softly. "Do you remember? We heard it happen." "Audra's dead." Bill's voice was mechanical. "I know it." "You don't know any such thing," Beverly said with such fury that Bill stirred and looked at her. "All you know for sure is that a lot of other people have died, most of them children." She walked across to him and stood before him with her hands on her hips. Her face and hands were streaked with grime, her hair matted with dirt. Richie thought she looked absolutely magnificent. "And you know what did it?" "I never should have told her where I was going," Bill said. "Why did I do that? Why did I?" Her hands pistoned out and seized him by the shirt. Amazed, Richie watched as she shook him. "No more. You know what we came for? We swore, and we're going to do it. Do you understand me, Bill? If she's dead, she's dead. But it's not. Now we need you. Do you get it? We need you." She was crying now. "So you stand up for us. You stand up for us like before, or none of us are going to get out of here." He looked at her for a long time without speaking, and Richie found himself thinking, "Come on, Big Bill. Come on, come on." Bill looked around at the rest of them and nodded. "Eddie?" "I'm here, Bill." Do you still remember which pipe?" Eddie pointed past Victor and said, "That's the one. Looks pretty small, doesn't it?" Bill nodded again. "Can you do it, with your arm broken?" "I can for you, Bill." Bill smiled. The weariest, most terrible smile Richie had ever seen. "Take us there, Eddie. Let's get it done." 5. In the tunnels. 4:55 a.m. As he crawled, Bill reminded himself of the drop-off at the end of this pipe, but it still surprised him. At one moment his hands were shuffling along the crusted surface of the old pipe. At the next they were skating on air. He pitched forward and rolled instinctively, landing on his shoulder with a painful crunch. "Be careful," he heard himself shouting. "Here's the hop-off." "Eddie?" "Here." One of Eddie's waving hands brushed across Bill's forehead. "Can you help me out?" He got his arms around Eddie and lifted him out, trying to be careful of the bad arm. Ben came next, then Bev, then Richie. "You got any matches, Richie?" "I do," Beverly said. Bill felt a hand touch his in the darkness and press a folder of matches into it. "There's only 8 or 10, but Ben's got more, from the room." Bill said, "Did you keep them in your armpit, Bev?" "Not this time," she said, and put her arms around him in the dark. He hugged her tight, eyes closed, trying to take the comfort she wanted so badly to give. He released her gently and struck a match. The power of memory was great. They all looked at once to their right. What remained of Patrick Hochstetter's body was still there, amid a few lumpy, overgrown things that might have been books. The only real recognizable thing was a jutting semicircle of teeth, 2 or 3 of them with fillings. And something nearby. A gleaming circle barely seen in the match's guttering light. Bill shook the match out and lit another. He picked it up. "Audra's wedding ring," he said. His voice was hollow, expressionless. The match went out in his fingers. In the darkness, he put the ring on. "Bill," Richie said hesitantly, "do you have any idea?" 6. In the tunnels, 2:20 p.m. How long they had been wandering through the tunnels under Derry since they had left the place where Patrick Hochstetter's body was? But Bill was sure he could never find his way back. He kept thinking about what his father had said. You could wander for weeks. If Eddie's sense of direction failed them now, they wouldn't need it to kill them. They would wander until they died, or, if they got into the wrong set of pipes, until they were drowned like rats in a rain barrel. But Eddie didn't seem a bit worried. Every now and then he would ask Bill to light one of their diminishing store of matches, look around thoughtfully, and then set off again. He made rights and lefts seemingly at random. Sometimes the pipes were so big Bill could not reach their tops even by stretching his hand up all the way. Sometimes they had to crawl, and once, for 5 horrible minutes, which felt more like 5 hours, they wormed their way along on their bellies. Eddie now leading, the others following with their noses to the heels of the person ahead. The only thing Bill was completely sure of was that they had somehow gotten into a disused section of the Derry sewer system. They had left all the active pipes either far behind or far above. The roar of running water had dimmed to a far-off thunder. These pipes were older, not kiln-fired ceramic, but a crumbly, clay-like stuff that sometimes oozed springs of unpleasant-smelling fluid. The smells of human waste, those ripe, gassy smells that had threatened to suffocate them all, had faded, but they had been replaced by another smell, yellow and ancient, that was worse. Ben thought it was the smell of the mummy. To Eddie it smelled like the leper. Richie thought it smelled like the world's oldest flannel jacket, now moldering and rotting. A lumberman's jacket, a very big one, big enough for a character like Paul Bunyan, perhaps. To Beverly it smelled like her father's sock drawer. In Stan Uris it woke a dreadful memory from his earliest childhood, an oddly Jewish memory in a boy who had only the haziest understanding of his own Jewishness. It smelled like clay mixed with oil and made him think of an eyeless, mouthless demon called the Golem, a clay man that renegade Jews were supposed to have raised in the Middle Ages to save them from the Goyim, who robbed them and raped their women and then sent them packing. Mike thought of the dry smell of feathers in a dead nest. When they finally reached the end of the narrow pipe, they slithered like eels down the curved surface of another, which ran at an oblique angle to the one they had been in, and found they could stand up again. Bill felt the heads of the matches left in the book. 4. His mouth tightened, and he resolved not to tell the others how close they were to the end of their light, not unless he absolutely had to. "How you guys doing?" They murmured replies, and he nodded in the dark. No panic and no tears since Stan's. That was good. He felt for their hands, and they stood together in the dark that way for a while, both taking and giving from the touch. Bill felt clear exultation in this, a sure sense that they were somehow producing more than the sum of their 7 selves. They had been re-added into a more potent whole. He lit one of the remaining matches, and they saw a narrow tunnel stretching ahead on a downward slant. The top of this pipe was festooned with sagging cobwebs, some water-broken and hanging in shrouds. Looking at them gave Bill an atavistic chill. The floor here was dry, but thick with ancient mold and what might have been leaves, fungus, or some unimaginable droppings. Farther up he saw a pile of bones and a drift of green rags. They might once have been that stuff they called polished cotton, workman's clothes. Bill imagined some sewer department or water department worker who had gotten lost, wandered down here, and been discovered. The match guttered. He tipped its head downward, wanting the light to last a little longer. "Do you know where we are?" he asked Eddie. Eddie pointed down the slightly crooked bore of the tunnel. "Canal's that way," he said. "Less than half a mile, unless this thing turns in a different direction. We're under Up Mile Hill right now, I think. But, Bill..." The match burned Bill's fingers, and he let it drop. They were in darkness again. Someone, Bill thought it was Beverly, sighed. But before the match had gone out, he had seen the worry on Eddie's face. "What? What is it?" "When I say we're under Up Mile Hill, I mean we're really under it. We've been going down for a long time now. Nobody'd ever put sewer pipe in this deep. When you put a tunnel this deep, you call it a mine shaft." "How deep do you figure we are, Eddie?" Richie asked. "Quarter of a mile," Eddie said. "Maybe more." "Jesus please us," Beverly said. "These aren't sewer pipes anyway," Stan said from behind them. "You can tell by that smell. It's bad, but it's not a sewery smell." "I think I'd rather smell the sewer," Ben said. "It smells like..." A scream floated down to them, issuing from the mouth of the pipe they had just left, lifting the hair on the nape of Bill's neck. The 7 of them drew together, clutching each other. "Gonna get you, sons of bitches! We're gonna get you!" "Henry," Eddie breathed. "Oh, my God, he's still coming." "I'm not surprised," Richie said. "Some people are too stupid to quit." They could hear faint panting, the scrape of shoes, the whisper of cloth. "You!" "Come on," Bill said. They started down the pipe, now walking double except for Mike, who was at the back of the line. Bill and Eddie, Richie and Bev, Ben and Stan. How far back do you think Henry is?" "I couldn't tell, Big Bill," Eddie said. "The echoes are bad." He dropped his voice. "Did you see that pile of bones?" Yes," Bill said, dropping his own voice. There was a tool belt with the clothes. "I think it was a water department guy." "I guess so." "How long you think?" "I don't know." Eddie closed his good hand over Bill's arm in the darkness. It was perhaps 15 minutes later when they heard something coming toward them in the dark. Richie stopped, frozen cold all the way through. Suddenly he was 3 years old again. He listened to that squelching, shifting movement, closing in on them, closing, and to the whispering branch-like sounds that accompanied it. And even before Bill struck a match, he knew what it would be. "The eye!" he screamed. "Christ, it's the crawling eye!" For a moment the others were not sure what they were seeing. Beverly had an impression that her father had found her, even down here, and Eddie had a fleeting vision of Patrick Hochstetter come back to life. Somehow Patrick had flanked them and gotten in front of them. But Richie's cry, Richie's certainty, froze the shape for all of them. They saw what Richie saw. A gigantic eye filled the tunnel, the glassy black pupil 2 feet across, the iris a muddy russet color. The white was bulgy, membranous, laced with red veins that pulsed steadily. It was a lidless, lashless, gelatinous horror that moved on a bed of raw-looking tentacles. These fumbled over the tunnel's crumbly surface and sank in like fingers, so that the impression given in the glow of Bill's guttering match was of an eye that had somehow grown nightmare fingers which were pulling it along. It stared at them with blank, feverish avarice. The match went out. In the darkness, Bill felt those branch-like tentacles caress his ankles, his shins, but he could not move. His body was frozen solid. He sensed it approaching. He could feel the heat radiating out from it, and he could hear the wet pulse of blood wetting its membranes. He imagined the stickiness he would feel when it touched him, and still he could not scream. Even when fresh tentacles slipped around his waist and hooked themselves into the loops of his jeans and began to drag him forward, he could not scream or struggle. A deadly sleepiness seemed to have suffused his whole body. Beverly felt one of the tentacles slip around the cup of her ear and suddenly draw a noose tight. Pain flared, and she was dragged forward, twisting and moaning, as if an old lady school teacher were giving her an out-of-patience come along to the back of the room, where she would be forced to sit on a stool and wear a dunce cap. Stan and Richie tried to back away, but a forest of unseen tentacles now wavered and whispered about them. Ben put an arm around Beverly and tried to tug her back. She clasped his hands with panicky tightness. Ben, it's got me." "No, it don't. Wait, I'll pull." He pulled with all his might, and Beverly screamed as pain tore through her ear and blood began to flow. A tentacle, dry and hard, scraped over Ben's shirt, paused, then twisted in a painful knot around his shoulder. Bill put out a hand, and it slapped into a gooey, yielding wetness. The eye! His mind screamed. Oh, God, I got my hand in the eye! Oh, God, oh, dear sweet God, the eye! My hand in the eye! He began to fight now, but the tentacles drew him forward inexorably. His hand disappeared into that wet, avid heat. His forearm, now his arm was plunged into the eye up to the elbow. At any moment the rest of his body would come against that sticky surface, and he felt that he would go mad in that instant. He fought frantically, chopping at the tentacles with his other hand. Eddie stood like a boy in a dream, hearing the muffled screams and sounds of struggle as his friends were being pulled in. He sensed the tentacles around him, but none had as yet actually landed on him. "Run home," his mind commanded him quite loudly. "Run home to your mama, Eddie. You can find the way." Bill screamed in the dark, a high despairing sound that was followed by hideous squishings and slobberings. Eddie's paralysis broke wide open. It was trying to take Big Bill. "No," Eddie bellowed. It was a full-blown roar. One might never have guessed such a Norse warrior sound could issue from such a thin chest, Eddie Kaspbrak's chest, Eddie Kaspbrak's lungs, which were, of course, afflicted with the most terrible case of asthma in Derry. He bolted forward, jumping over questing tentacles without seeing them, his broken arm thumping his own chest as it swung back and forth in its soggy cast. He fumbled in his pocket and brought out his aspirator. "Acid, that's what it tastes like. Acid, acid, battery acid." He collided with Bill Denbrough's back and slammed him aside. There was a watery, ripping sound, followed by a low, eager mewling that Eddie did not so much hear with his ears as feel with his mind. He raised the aspirator. "Acid, it's acid if I want it to be, so eat it, eat it, eat." "Battery acid, fuck nuts!" Eddie screamed and triggered off a blast. At the same time, he kicked at the eye. His foot went deep into the jelly of its cornea. There was a gush of hot fluid over his leg. He pulled his foot back, only dimly aware that he had lost his shoe. "Fuck off! Cram it, Sam! Go away, Jose! Get lost! Fuck off!" He felt tentacles touch him, but tentatively. He triggered the aspirator again, coating the eye, and heard that mewling again, now a hurt, surprised sound. "Fight it," Eddie raved at the others. "It's just a fucking eye. Fight it, you hear me? Fight it, Bill. Kick the shit out of the sucker. Jesus Christ, you fucking pussies, I'm doing the mashed potatoes all over it, and I got a broken arm." Bill felt his strength return. He ripped his dripping arm out of the eye and then slammed it, fist first, back in. A moment later, Ben was beside him. He ran into the eye, grunted with surprise and disgust, and then began to rain punches onto its jellied, quivering surface. "Let her go," he yelled. "You hear me? Let her go. Get out of here. Get out of here." "Just an eye. Just a fucking eye," Eddie was screaming deliriously. He triggered his aspirator again and felt it draw back. The tentacles which had settled on him now dropped away. Richie, get it. It's just an eye." Richie stumbled forward, unable to believe he was doing this, actually approaching the worst, most terrible monster in the world. But he was. He only threw a single weak punch, and the feel of his fist sinking into the eye, it was thick and wet and somehow gristly, made him throw his guts up in one big tasteless convulsion. A sound came out of him, glurt, and the thought that he'd actually puked on the eye caused him to do it again. It was only a single punch, but since he had created this particular monster, perhaps that was all that was necessary. Suddenly the tentacles were gone. They could hear it withdrawing. And then the only sounds were Eddie panting and Beverly crying softly, one hand to her bleeding ear. Bill struck one of their 3 remaining matches, and they stared at each other with dazed, shocked faces. Bill's left arm was running with a thick, cloudy goo that looked like a mixture of partially congealed egg white and snot. Blood was trickling slowly down the side of Beverly's neck, and there was a fresh cut on Ben's cheek. Richie slowly pushed his glasses up on his nose. Are we all right?" Bill asked hoarsely. "Are you, Bill?" Richie asked. Yeah." He turned to Eddie and hugged the smaller boy with fierce intensity. "You saved my life, man." "It ate your shoe," Beverly said, and uttered a wild laugh. Isn't that too bad? I'll buy you a new pair of Keds when we get out of here, Richie said. He clapped Eddie on the back in the dark. How did you do it, Eddie? Shot it with my aspirator. Pretended it was acid. That's how it tastes after a while if I'm having, a bad day. Worked great. I'm doing the mashed potatoes all over it, and I got a broken arm, Richie said and giggled madly. Not too shabby, Eds. Actually pretty chuckalicious, tell you what. I hate it when you call me Eds. I know, Richie said, hugging him tightly. But somebody has to toughen you up, Eds. When you stop leading the sheltered existence of a child and grow up, you gonna... I say, you gonna find out life ain't always this easy, boy. Eddie began to shriek with laughter. That's the shittiest voice I ever heard, Richie. Well, keep that aspirator thing handy, Beverly said. We might need it again. You didn't see it anywhere? Mike asked, when you lit the match. It's gone, Bill said, and then added grimly, but we're getting close to it. To the place where it stays. And I think we hurt it that time. Henry's still coming, Stan said. His voice was low and hoarse. I can hear him back there. Then let's move out, Ben said. They did. The tunnel progressed steadily downward, and that smell, that low, wild stench, grew steadily stronger. At times they could hear Henry behind them, but now his cries seemed far away and not at all important. There was a feeling in all of them, similar to that feeling of skew and disconnection they had felt in the house on Neibolt Street, that they had progressed over the edge of the world and into some queer nothingness. Bill felt, although he did not have the vocabulary to express what he knew, that they were approaching Derry's dark and ruined heart. It seemed to Mike Hanlon that he could almost feel that heart's diseased, arrhythmic beat. Beverly felt a sense of evil power growing around her, seeming to enfold her, certainly trying to split her off from the others and make her alone. Nervously, she reached out on either side of herself and clasped Bill's hand and Ben's. It seemed to her that if she had to reach too far, and she called out nervously, "Hang on to hands. It's like we're moving away from each other." It was Stan who first realized he could see again. There was a low, strange radiance in the air. At first he could only see hands, his clasping Ben's on one side and Mike's on the other. Then he realized he could see the buttons on Richie's muddy shirt and the Captain Midnight ring. Just some junky cereal box prize that Eddie liked to wear on his little finger. "Can you guys see?" Stan asked, coming to a stop. The others stopped, too. Bill looked around, first aware that he could see, a little anyway, and that the tunnel had widened out amazingly. They were now in a curved chamber easily as big as the Sumner Tunnel in Boston. Bigger, he amended, as he looked around with a growing sense of awe. They craned their necks back to see the ceiling, which was now 50 feet or more above them, and held up by outcurving buttresses of stone-like ribs. Nets of dirty cobweb hung between them. The floor was now stone-flagged, but overlaid with such a drift of ancient dirt that the quality of their footfalls had never changed. The upcurving walls were easily 50 feet away on either side. "Waterworks must have really gone crazy down here," Richie said, and laughed uneasily. "Looks like a cathedral," Beverly said softly. "Where's the light coming from?" Ben wanted to know. "Coming right out of the walls, looks like," Bill said. "I don't like it," Stan said. "Let's go. Henry'll be breathing down our necks." A loud braying cry split the gloom, and then the ruffling, heavy thunder of wings. A shape came cruising out of the dark, one eye glaring. The other was a dark lamp. "The bird!" Stan screamed. "Look out, it's the bird!" It dived at them like an obscene fighter plane, its plated orange beak opening and closing to reveal the pink inner lining of its mouth, plush as a satin pillow in a coffin. It went straight for Eddie. Its beak raked his shoulder, and he felt pain sink into his flesh like acid. Blood flowed down his chest. He cried out as the backwash of its beating wings blew noxious tunnel air in his face. It wheeled back, its eye glaring malevolently, rolling in its socket, blurring only as its nictitating eyelid jittered down momentarily to cover the eye with tissue-thin film. Its claws sought Eddie, who ducked, screaming. They razored through the back of his shirt, cutting it open, drawing shallow scarlet lines along his shoulder blades. Eddie yelled and tried to crawl away, but the bird wheeled back again. Mike broke forward, digging in his pocket. He came out with a one-blade buck knife. As the bird dived on Eddie again, he swept it in a quick, tight arc across one of the bird's talons. It cut deep and blood poured out. The bird banked away and then came back, folding its wings, diving in like a bullet. Mike fell to one side at the last moment, slashing upward with the buck knife. He missed, and the bird's claw hit his wrist with such force that his hand went numb and tingly. The bruise that later bloomed there went most of the way to his elbow. The buck flew into the dark. The bird came back, screeching triumphantly, and Mike rolled his body over Eddie's and waited for the worst. Stan walked forward toward the two boys huddled on the floor as the bird returned. He stood, small and somehow trim in spite of the dirt grimed into his hands and arms and pants and shirt, and suddenly held his hands out in a curious gesture, palms up, fingers down. The bird uttered another squawk and sheared off, bulleting by Stan, missing him by inches, lifting his hair and then dropping it in the buffeting wake of its passage. He turned in a tight circle to face its return. "I believe in scarlet tanagers, even though I never saw one," he said in a high, clear voice. The bird screamed and banked away as if he'd shot at it. Same with vultures, and the New Guinea mudlark, and the flamingos of Brazil. The bird screamed, circled, and suddenly flew on up the tunnel, squawking. "I believe in the golden bald eagle," Stan screamed after it, "and I think there really might be a phoenix somewhere. But I don't believe in you, so get the fuck out of here. Get out. Hit the road, Jack." He stopped then, and the silence seemed very large. Bill, Ben, and Beverly went to Mike and Eddie. They helped Eddie to his feet, and Bill looked at the cuts. "Not deep," he said, "but I bet they hurt like hell." "It tore my shirt to pieces, Big Bill." Eddie's cheeks glistened with tears, and he was wheezing again. The bellowing barbarian's voice was gone. It was hard to believe it had ever been there. "What am I going to tell my mom?" Bill smiled a little. "Why don't we worry about that when we get out of here? Give yourself a blahasta, Eddie." Eddie did, inhaling deeply and then wheezing. "That was great, man," Richie told Stan. "That was just frockin' great." Stan was shivering all over. "There's no bird like that, that's all. There never has been, and there never will be." "We're coming!" Henry screamed from behind them. His voice was utterly demented. He was laughing and howling now. He sounded like something that has crawled out of a crack in the roof of hell. "Me and Belch, we're coming, and we'll get you little punks. You can't get away." Bill shouted, Get out, Henry, while there's still time." Henry's response was a hollow, inarticulate scream. They heard a hustle of footsteps, and in a burst of comprehension, Bill understood Henry's whole purpose. He was real. He was mortal. He could not be stopped by an aspirator or a bird book. Magic would not work on Henry. He was too stupid. Come on. We gotta stay ahead of him." They went on again, holding hands, Eddie's tattered shirt flapping behind him. The light grew brighter, the tunnel ever huger. As it canted downward, the ceiling flew away above until they could barely see it. It now seemed to them that they were not walking in a tunnel at all, but making their way through a titanic underground courtyard, the approach to some cyclopean castle. The light from the walls had become a running green-yellow fire. The smell was stronger, and they began to pick up a vibration that might have been real or might have been only in their minds. It was steady and rhythmic. It was a heartbeat. "It ends up ahead," Beverly cried. "Look, it's a blank wall." But as they drew closer, ant-like now on this great floor of dirty stone blocks, each block bigger than Basie Park, it seemed, they saw that the wall was not entirely blank after all. It was broken by a single door, and although the wall itself towered hundreds of feet above them, the door was very small. It was no more than 3 feet high, a door of the sort you might see in a fairy tale book, made of stout oaken boards bound with iron strips in an X pattern. It was, they all realized at once, A door made only for children. Ghostly, in his mind, Ben heard the librarian reading to the little ones. "Who is that trip-trapping upon my bridge?" The children leaned forward, all the old fascination glistening in their eyes. Will the monster be bested, or will it feed? There was a mark on the door, and heaped at its foot was a pile of bones. Small bones. The bones of God alone knew how many children. They had come to the place of it. The mark on the door, then. What was that? Bill marked it as a paper boat. Stan saw it as a bird rising toward the sky, a phoenix, perhaps. Michael saw a hooded face, that of crazy Butch Bowers, perhaps, if it could only be seen. Richie saw two eyes behind a pair of spectacles. Beverly saw a hand doubled up into a fist. Eddie believed it to be the face of the leper, all sunken eyes and wrinkled, snarling mouth. All disease, all sickness was stamped into that face. Ben Hanscom saw a tattered pile of wrappings and seemed to smell old sour spices. Later, arriving at that same door with Belch's screams still echoing in his ears, alone at the end of it, Henry Bowers would see it as the moon, full, ripe, and black. "I'm scared, Bill," Ben said in a wavering voice. "Do we have to?" Bill towed the bones and suddenly scattered them in a powdery, rattling drift with one foot. He was scared, too. But there was George to consider. It had ripped off George's arm. Were those small and fragile bones among these? Yes, of course they were. They were here for the owners of the bones, George and all the others, those who had been brought here, those who might be brought here, those who had been left in other places simply to rot. "We have to," Bill said. "What if it's locked?" Beverly asked in a small voice. "It's not locked," Bill said, and then told her what he knew from deeper inside. "Places like this are never locked." He placed the tented fingers of his right hand on the door and pushed. It swung open on a flood of sick yellow-green light. That zoo smell wafted out at them, incredibly strong, incredibly potent now. One by one, they passed through the fairy tale door and into the lair of it. Bill. 7. In the tunnels. 4:59 a.m. Stopped so suddenly that the others piled up like freight cars when the engine suddenly comes to a panic stop. "What is it?" Ben called. It was here. The eye. Do you remember?" "I remember," Richie said. "Eddie stopped it with his aspirator by pretending it was acid. He said something about some dance. Pretty chuckalicious, but I can't remember exactly what it was." "It doesn't matter. We won't see anything we saw before," Bill said. He struck a light and looked around at the others. Their faces were luminous in the glow of the match, luminous and mystic, and they seemed very young. "How you guys doing?" "We're okay, Big Bill," Eddie said, but his face was drawn with pain. Bill's makeshift splint was coming apart. "How about you?" "Oh, okay," Bill said, and shook out the match before his face could tell them any different story. "How did it happen?" Beverly asked him, touching his arm in the dark. "Bill, how could she?" Because I'm henching the name of the town. She came after me. Even when I was doing it, something inside was telling me to shut up. But I didn't listen." He shook his head helplessly in the dark. "But even if she came to Derry, I don't understand how she could have gotten down here. If Henry didn't bring her, then who did?" "It," Ben said. "It doesn't have to look bad, we know that. It could have shown up and said you were in trouble, taken her here in order to fuck you up, I suppose, to kill our guts. 'Cause that's what you always were, Big Bill. Our guts." "Tom?" Beverly said in a low, almost musing voice. "Who?" Bill struck another match. She was looking at him with a kind of desperate honesty. "Tom, my husband, he knew too. At least I think I mentioned the name of the town to him, the way you mentioned it to Audra. I don't know if it took or not. He was pretty angry with me at the time."
"Jesus, what is this, some kind of soap opera where everybody turns up sooner or later?" Richie said.
"Not a soap opera," Bill said, sounding sick. "A show, like the circus. Bev here went and married Henry Bowers. When she left, why wouldn't he come here? After all, the real Henry did." "No," Beverly said. "I didn't marry Henry. I married my father."
"If he beat on you, what's the difference?" Eddie asked.
Come around me," Bill said. Move in." They did. Bill reached out to either side and found Eddie's good hand in one of Richie's hands. Soon they stood in a circle, as they had done once before when the number was greater. Eddie felt someone put an arm around his shoulders. The feeling was warm and comforting and deeply familiar. Bill felt the sense of power that he remembered from before, but understood with some desperation that things really had changed. The power was nowhere near as strong. It struggled and flickered like a candle flame in foul air. The darkness seemed thicker and closer to them, more triumphant. And he could smell it. Down this passageway, he thought, and not so terribly far, is a door with a mark on it. What was behind that door? It's the one thing I still can't remember. I can remember making my fingers stiff because they wanted to tremble, and I can remember pushing the door open. I can even remember the flood of light that streamed out and how it seemed almost alive, as if it wasn't just light but fluorescent snakes. I remember the smell, like the monkey house in a big zoo, but even worse. And then, nothing. Do any of you remember what it really was? "No," Eddie said. "I think," Richie began, and then Bill could almost feel him shake his head in the dark. "No." "No," Beverly said. That was Ben. "That's the one thing I still can't remember. What it was, or how we fought it." "Chud," Beverly said. "That's how we fought it. But I don't remember what that means." "Stand by me," Bill said. "And I'll stand a hand by you guys." "Bill," Ben said. His voice was very calm. "Something is coming." Bill listened. He heard dragging, shambling footsteps approaching them in the dark. And he was afraid. "Audra," he called, and knew already that it was not her. Whatever was shambling toward them drew closer. Bill struck a light. 8. Derry, 5 a.m. The first wrong thing happened on that late spring day in 1985, 2 minutes before official sunrise. To understand how wrong it was, one would have to have known two facts that were known to Mike Hanlon, who lay unconscious in the Derry Home Hospital as the sun came up, both concerning the Grace Baptist Church, which had stood on the corner of Witcham and Jackson since 1897. The church was topped with a slender white spire, which was the apotheosis of every Protestant church steeple in New England. There were clock faces on all four sides of the steeple base, and the clock itself had been constructed and shipped from Switzerland in the year 1898. The only one like it stood in the town square of Haven Village, 40 miles away. Stephen Bowie, a timber baron who lived on West Broadway, donated the clock to the town at a cost of some $17,000. Bowie could afford it. He was a devout churchgoer and deacon for 40 years. During several of those later years, he was also president of Derry's Legion of White Decency chapter. In addition, he was known for his devout layman sermons on Mother's Day, which he always referred to reverently as Mother's Sunday. From the time of its installation until May 31st, 1985, that clock had faithfully chimed every hour and each half. With one notable exception. On the day of the explosion at the Kitchener Iron Works, it had not chimed the noon hour. Residents believed that the Reverend Jolin had silenced the clock to show that the church was in mourning for the dead children, and Jolin never disabused them of this notion, although it was not true. The clock had simply not chimed. Nor did it chime the hour of 5 on the morning of May 31st, 1985. At that moment, all over Derry, old-timers opened their eyes and sat up, disturbed for no reason they could put their fingers on. Medicines were gulped, false teeth put in, pipes and cigars lit. The old folks stood a watch. One of them was Norbert Keene, now in his 90s. He hobbled to the window and looked out at a darkening sky. The weather report the night before had called for clear skies, but his bones told him it was going to rain, and hard. He felt scared, deep inside him. In some obscure way he felt threatened, as if a poison were working its way relentlessly toward his heart. He thought randomly of the day the Bradley gang had ridden heedlessly into Derry, into the sights of 75 pistols and rifles. That kind of work left a man feeling kind of warm and lazy inside, like everything was somehow confirmed. He couldn't put it any better than that, even to himself. Work like that left a man feeling like he maybe might live forever, and Norbert Keene damn near had. 96 years old come June 24th, and he still walked 3 miles every day. But now he felt scared. "Those kids," he said, looking out his window, unaware he had spoken. "What is it with them damn kids? What they monkeying around with this time?" Egbert Thorogood, 99, who had been in the Silver Dollar when Claude Herault turned up his axe and played The Dead March for 4 men on it, awoke at the same moment, sat up, and let out a rusty scream that no one heard. He had dreamed of Claude, only Claude had been coming after him, and the axe had come down, and a moment after it did, Thorogood had seen his own severed hand twitching and curling on the counter. Something wrong, he thought in his muddy way, frightened and shaking all over in his pea-stained long johns. Something dreadful wrong. Dave Gardner, who had discovered George Denbrough's mutilated body in October of 1957, and whose son had discovered the first victim of this new cycle earlier in the spring, opened his eyes on the stroke of 5 and thought, even before looking at the clock on the bureau, "Grace Church clock didn't chime the hour. What's wrong?" He felt a large, ill-defined fright. Dave had prospered over the years. In 1965, he had purchased the shoeboat, and now there was a second shoeboat at the Derry Mall and a third up in Bangor. Suddenly all of those things he had spent his life working for, seemed in jeopardy. From what? He cried to himself, looking at his sleeping wife. From what? Why are you so goddamn antsy just because that clock didn't chime? But there was no answer. He got up and went to the window, hitching at the waistband of his pajamas. The sky was restless with clouds racing in from the west, and Dave's disquiet grew. For the first time in a very long while, he found himself thinking of the screams that had brought him to his porch 27 years ago, to see that writhing figure in the yellow rain slicker. He looked at the approaching clouds and thought, "We're in danger. All of us. Derry." Chief Andrew Rademacher, who really believed he had tried his best to solve the new string of child murders that had plagued Derry, stood on the porch of his house, thumbs in his Sam Brown belt, looking up at the clouds, and felt the same disquiet. Something getting ready to happen. Looks like it's going to pour buckets, for one thing, but that's not all. He shuddered, and as he stood there on his porch, the smell of the bacon his wife was cooking wafting out through the screen door, the first dime-sized drops of rain darkened the sidewalk in front of his pleasant Reynolds Street home, and somewhere just over the horizon from Basie Park, thunder rumbled. Rademacher shivered again. 9. George, 5:01 a.m. Bill held the match up and uttered a long, trembling, despairing screech. It was George wavering up the tunnel toward him, George, still dressed in his blood-spattered yellow rain slicker. One sleeve dangled limp and useless. George's face was white as cheese, and his eyes were shiny silver. They fixed on Bill's own. "My boat!" Georgie's lost voice rose, wavering, in the tunnel. "I can't find it, Bill. I've looked everywhere, and I can't find it, and now I'm dead, and it's your fault, your fault, your fault!" "Georgie!" Bill shrieked. He felt his mind tottering, ripping free of its moorings. George staggered toward him, and now his one remaining arm rose toward Bill. The white hand at the end of it hooked into a claw. The nails were dirty and grasping. "Your fault," George whispered and grinned. His teeth were fangs. They opened and closed slowly, like the teeth in a bear trap. "You sent me out, and it's all your fault." No, Georgie," Bill cried. "I didn't. No. "Kill you," George cried, and a mixture of dog-like sounds came out of that fanged mouth. Yips, yelps, howls, a kind of laughter. Bill could smell him now, could smell George rotting. It was a cellar smell, squirmy, the smell of some final monster standing slumped and yellow-eyed in the corner, waiting to unzip some small boy's guts. George's teeth gnashed together. The sound was like billiard balls clicking off one another. Yellow pus began to leak from his eyes and dribble down his face. And the match went out. Bill felt his friends disappear. They were running, of course they were. They were leaving him alone. They were cutting him off, as his parents had cut him off, because George was right. It was all his fault. Soon he would feel that single hand seize his throat. Soon he would feel those fangs pulling him open. And that would be right. That would be only just. He had sent George out to die, and he had spent his whole adult life writing about the horror of that betrayal. Oh, he had put many faces on it, almost as many faces as it had put on for their benefit. But the monster at the bottom of everything was only George, running out into the receding flood with his paraffin-coated paper boat. Now would come the atonement. "You deserve to die for killing me," George whispered. He was very close now. Bill closed his eyes. Then yellow light splashed the tunnel, and he opened them. Richie was holding up a match. "Fight it, Bill!" Richie shouted. "God's sake, fight it!" "What are you doing here?" He looked at them, bewildered. They hadn't run after all. How could that be? How could that be after they had seen how foully he had murdered his own brother? "Fight it!" Beverly was screaming. "Oh, Bill, fight it! Only you can do this one. Please!" George was less than 5 feet away now. He suddenly stuck his tongue out at Bill. It was crawling with white fungoid growths. Bill screamed again. "Kill it, Bill!" Eddie shouted. "That's not your brother. Kill it while it's small. Kill it now!" George glanced at Eddie, cutting his shiny silver eyes that way for just a moment, and Eddie reeled back and struck the wall as if he had been pushed. Bill stood mesmerized, watching his brother come toward him. George again, after all these years. It was George at the end, as it had been George at the beginning. Oh, yes, and he could hear the creak of George's yellow slicker as George closed the distance. He could hear the jingle of the buckles on his overshoes, and he could smell something like wet leaves, as if underneath the slicker George's body was made of them, as if the feet inside George's galoshes were leaf feet. Yes, a leaf man, that was it, that was George. He was a rotted balloon face and a body made of dead leaves, the kind that sometimes choked the sewers after a flood. Dimly he heard Beverly shriek. "He thrusts his fists. Bill, please, Bill. Against the posts and still insists." "We'll look for my boat together," George said. Thick yellow pus, mock tears rolled down his cheeks. He reached for Bill, and his head cocked sideward, his teeth peeling back from those fangs. "He sees the ghosts, he sees the ghosts, he sees—" "We'll find it," George said, and Bill could smell its breath, and it was a smell like exploded animals lying on the highway at midnight. As George's mouth yawned, he could see things squirming around inside there. "It's still down here. Everything floats down here. We'll float, Bill. We'll all float." George's fish-belly hand closed on Bill's neck. "He sees the ghosts. We see the ghosts. You see the ghosts." George's contorted face drifted toward Bill's neck. "Float." "He thrusts his fists against the posts," Bill cried. His voice was deeper, hardly his own at all, and in a searing flash of memory, Richie remembered that Bill only stuttered in his own voice. When he pretended to be someone else, he never did. The George thing recoiled, hissing, its hand going to its face in a warding-off gesture. "That's it!" Richie screamed deliriously. "You got it, Bill. Get it, get it, get it!" "He thrusts his fists against the posts and still insists he sees the ghosts," Bill thundered. He advanced on the George thing. "You're no ghost. George knows I didn't mean for him to die. My folks were wrong. They took it out on me, and that was wrong. Do you hear me?" The George thing abruptly turned, squealing like a rat. It began to run and ripple under the yellow slicker. The slicker itself seemed to be dripping, running in bright blots of yellow. It was losing its shape, becoming amorphous. "He thrusts his fists against the posts, you son of a bitch," Bill Denbrough screamed, "and still insists he sees the ghosts." He leaped at it, and his fingers snagged in the yellow rain slicker that was no longer a rain slicker. What he grabbed felt like some strange warm taffy that melted under his fingers as soon as he had closed his fist around it. He fell to his knees. Then Richie yelled as the guttering match burned his fingers and they were plunged into darkness again. Bill felt something begin to grow in his chest, something hot and choking and as painful as fiery nettles. He gripped his knees and drew them up to his chin, hoping it would stop the pain or perhaps ease it. He was dimly thankful for the dark, glad that the others couldn't see this agony. He heard a sound escape him, a wavering moan. There was a second, a third. "George," he cried. "George, I'm sorry. I never meant for anything bad to happen." Perhaps there was something else to say, but he could not say it. He was sobbing then, lying on his back with one arm over his eyes, remembering the boat, remembering the steady beat of the rain against his bedroom windows, remembering the medicines and the tissues on the night table, the faint ache of fever in his head and in his body. Remembering George, most of all that. Remembering George in his yellow hooded slicker. "George, I'm sorry," he cried through his tears. I'm sorry, please, I'm sorry." And then they were around him, his friends, and no one lit a match, and someone held him. He didn't know who, Beverly maybe, or maybe Ben or Richie. They were with him, and for that little while the darkness was kind. 10. Derry, 5:30 a.m. By 5:30 it was raining hard. The weather forecasters and the Bangor radio stations expressed mild surprise and tendered mild apologies to all the people who had made plans for picnics and outings on the basis of yesterday's forecasts. Tough break, folks. Just one of those odd weather patterns that sometimes developed in the Penobscot Valley with startling suddenness. On WZON, meteorologist Jim Witt described what he called an extraordinarily disciplined low-pressure system. That was putting it mildly. Conditions went from cloudy in Bangor to showery in Hampton to drizzly in Haven to moderate rain in Newport. But in Derry, only 30 miles from downtown Bangor, it was pouring. Travelers on Route 7 found themselves moving through water that was 8 inches deep in places, and beyond the Ruland Farms, a plugged culvert and a dip had covered the highway with so much water that the highway was actually impassable. By 6 that morning, the Derry Highway Patrol had orange detour signs on both sides of the dip. Those who waited under the shelter on Main Street for the first bus of the day to take them to work stood looking over the railing at the canal, where the water was ominously high in its concrete channel. There would be no flood, of course. All agreed on that. The water was still 4 feet below the high water mark of 1977, and there had been no flood that year. But the rain came down with steady pounding persistence, and thunder grumbled in the low clouds. Water ran down up Mile Hill in streams and roared in the storm drains and sewers. No flood, they agreed, but there was a patina of unease on every face. At 5:45, a power transformer on a pole beside the abandoned Tracker Brothers truck depot exploded in a flash of purple light, spraying twisted chunks of metal onto the shingled roof. One of the flying chunks of metal severed a high-tension wire, which also fell on the roof, spluttering and twisting like a snake, shooting an almost liquid stream of sparks. The roof caught fire in spite of the downpour, and soon the depot was blazing. The power cable tumbled from the roof to the weedy verge that led around to the lot where small boys had once played baseball. The Derry Fire Department rolled for the first time that day at 6:02 a.m. and arrived at Tracker Brothers at 6:09. One of the first firemen off the truck was Kelvin Clark, one of the Clark twins with whom Ben, Beverly, Richie, and Bill had gone to school. His third step away from the truck brought the sole of his leather boot down on the live line. Kelvin was electrocuted almost instantly. His tongue popped out of his mouth and his rubber fireman's coat began to smolder. He smelled like burning tires at the town dump. At 6:05 a.m., residents of Merritt Street in the Old Cape felt something that might have been an underground explosion. Plates fell from shelves and pictures from walls. At 6:06, every toilet on Merritt Street suddenly exploded in a geyser of shit and raw sewage as some unimaginable reversal took place in the pipes which fed the holding tanks of the new waste treatment plant in the Barrens. In some cases, these explosions were strong enough to tear holes in bathroom ceilings. A woman named Ann Stewart was killed when an ancient gear wheel catapulted from her toilet along with a gout of sewage. The gear wheel went through the frosted glass of the shower door and passed through her throat like a terrible bullet as she washed her hair. She was nearly decapitated. The gear wheel was a relic of the Kitchener Iron Works and had found its way into the sewers almost 3/4 of a century before. Another woman was killed when the sudden violent reversal of sewage, driven by expanding methane gases, caused her toilet to explode like a bomb. The unfortunate woman, who was sitting on the john at the time and reading the current Banana Republic catalog, was torn to pieces. At 6:19 a.m., a bolt of lightning struck the so-called Kissing Bridge, which spanned the canal between Basie Park and Derry High School. The splintered pieces were thrown high into the air and then rained down into the swiftly moving canal to be carried away. The wind was rising. At 6:30 a.m., the gauge in the lobby of the courthouse building registered it at just over 15 miles an hour. By 6:45, it had risen to 24 miles an hour. At 6:46 a.m., Mike Hanlon awoke in his room at the Derry Home Hospital. His return to consciousness was a kind of slow dissolve. For a long time he thought he was dreaming. If so, it was an odd sort of dream. An anxiety dream, his old psych prof Doc Abelson might have called it. There seemed to be no overt reason for the anxiety, but it was there all the same. The plain white room seemed to shriek menace. He gradually realized that he was awake. The plain white room was a hospital room. Bottles hung over his head, one full of clear liquid, the other a deep, dark red one. Whole blood. He saw a blank TV set bolted to the wall and became aware of the steady sound of rain beating against the window. Mike tried to move his legs. One moved freely, but the other, his right leg, wouldn't move at all. The feeling in that leg was very faint, and he realized it was tightly bandaged. Little by little, it came back. He had settled down to write in his notebook, and Henry Bowers had turned up. A real blast from the past, a golden gasser. There had been a fight, and... Henry. Where had Henry gone? After the others? Mike groped for the call bell. It was draped over the head of the bed, and he had it in his hands when the door opened. A nurse stood there. 2 buttons of his white tunic were unbuttoned, and his dark hair was mussed, giving him a rumpled Ben Casey look. He wore a St. Christopher medal around his neck. Even in his soupy, only 3/4 awake state, Mike placed him immediately. In 1958, a 16-year-old girl named Cheryl LaMonica had been killed in Derry, killed by it. The girl had a 14-year-old brother named Mark, and this was him. "Mark," he said weakly, "I have to talk to you." "Shh," Mark said. His hand was in his pocket. No talk. He walked into the room, and as he stood at the foot of the bed, Mike saw with a hopeless chill how blank Mark LaMonica's eyes were. His head was slightly cocked, as if hearing distant music. He took his hand out of his pocket. There was a syringe in it. "This will put you to sleep," Mark said, and began to walk toward the bed. 11. Under the city, 6:49 a.m. "Shh!" Bill cried suddenly, although there had been no sound except their own faint footsteps. Richie struck a light. The walls of the tunnel had moved away, and the 5 of them seemed very small in the space under the city. They huddled together, and Beverly felt a dreamy sense of déjà vu as she observed the gigantic flagstones on the floor and the hanging nets of cobweb. They were close now. Close. "What do you hear?" she asked Bill, trying to look everywhere as the match in Richie's hand burned down, expecting to see some new surprise come lurching or flying out of the darkness. Rodan, anyone? The alien from that gruesome movie with Sigourney Weaver? A great scuttering rat with orange eyes and silver teeth? But there was nothing, only the dusty smell of the dark, and, far away, the thunder of running water, as if the drains were filling up. "Something wrong," Bill said. Mike "Mike?" Eddie asked. "What about Mike?" "I felt it too," Ben said. "Is it... Bill, did he die?" "No," Bill said. His eyes were hazy and distant, unemotional. All of his alarm was in his tone and the defensive posture of his body. He swallowed. There was a click in his throat. His eyes widened. Oh, no!" "Bill!" Beverly cried, alarmed. "Bill, what is it? What?" Grab my hands!" Bill screamed. Quick! Richie dropped the match and seized one of Bill's hands. Beverly grabbed the other. She groped with her free hand, and Eddie grasped it feebly with the hand at the end of his broken arm. Ben grasped his other hand and completed the circle by holding Richie's hand. "Send him our power," Bill cried in that same strange, deep voice. "Send him our power, whatever you are. Send him our power, now." Beverly felt something go out from them and toward Mike. Her head rolled on her shoulders in a kind of ecstasy, and the harsh whistle of Eddie's breathing merged with the headlong thunder of water in the drains. 12. "Now," Mark LaMonica said in a low voice. He sighed, the sigh of a man who feels orgasm approaching. Mike pushed the call button in his hands again and again. He could hear it ringing at the nurse's station down the hall, but no one came. With a kind of hellish second sight, he understood that the nurses were sitting around down there, reading the morning paper, drinking coffee, hearing his call bell, but not hearing it, hearing but not responding. They would respond only later, when it was all over, because that was how things worked in Derry. In Derry, some things were better not seen or heard, until they were over. Mike let the call button fall from his hands. Mark bent toward him, the tip of the syringe glittering. His St. Christopher medal swung hypnotically back and forth as he drew the sheet down. "Right there," he whispered, "the sternum," and sighed again. Mike suddenly felt power wash into him, some primitive power that crammed his body like volts. He stiffened, fingers splaying out as if in a convulsion. His eyes widened. A grunt jerked out of him, and that sense of dreadful paralysis was driven from him as if by a roundhouse slap. His right hand pistoned out toward the night table. There was a plastic pitcher there and a heavy cafeteria-style water glass beside it. His hand closed around the glass. LaMonica sensed the change. That dreamy, pleased light disappeared from his eyes and was replaced by wary confusion. He drew back a bit, and then Mike brought the glass up and smashed it into his face. LaMonica screamed and staggered backward, dropping the syringe. His hands went to his spouting face. Blood ran down his wrists and splashed on his white tunic. The power left as suddenly as it had come. Mike looked dully at the shards of broken glass on the bed, and his hospital Johnny and his own bleeding hand. He heard the quick, light sound of crepe-sole shoes in the hall approaching. "Now they come," he thought. "Oh, yes, now. And after they're gone, who'll show up? Who'll show up next?" As they burst into his room, the nurses who had sat calmly on station as his call bell rang frantically, Mike closed his eyes and prayed for it to be over. He prayed his friends were somewhere under the city. He prayed they were all right. He prayed they would end it. He didn't know exactly who he prayed to, but he prayed nonetheless. 13. Under the city, 6:54 a.m. "He's all right," Bill said presently. Ben didn't know how long they had stood in the darkness, holding hands. It seemed to him that he had felt something from them, from their circle, go out and then come back. But he did not know where that thing, if it existed at all, had gone or done. "Are you sure, Big Bill?" Richie asked. Yes. Bill released Richie's hand and Beverly's. "But we have to finish this quick as we can. Come on." They went on, Richie or Bill periodically lighting matches. "We don't have so much as a pea shooter among us," Ben thought. "But that's part of it too, isn't it? Chud. What does that mean? What was it exactly? What was its final face? And even if we didn't kill it, we hurt it. How did we do that?" The chamber they walked through, it could no longer be called a tunnel, grew larger and larger. Their footfalls echoed. Ben remembered the smell, that thick zoo smell. He became aware that the matches were no longer necessary. There was light now, light of a sort, a ghastly effulgence that was growing steadily stronger. In that marshy light, his friends all looked like walking corpses. "Wall up ahead, Bill," Eddie said. "I know." Ben felt his heart begin to pick up speed. There was a sour taste in his mouth, and his head had begun to ache. He felt slow and frightened. He felt fat. "The door," Beverly whispered. Yes, here it was. Once, 27 years before, they had been able to pass through that door by doing no more than ducking their heads. Now they would have to duck-walk their way through or crawl on hands and knees. They had grown. Here was final proof, if final proof were needed. The pulse points in Ben's neck and wrists felt hot and bloody. His heart had picked up a light and rapid flutter that was close to arrhythmia. Pigeon pulse, he thought randomly, and licked his lips. Bright greenish-yellow light flooded out from under the door. It shot through the ornate keyhole in a twisting shaft that looked almost thick enough to cut. The mark was on the door, and again they all saw something different in that strange device. Beverly saw Tom's face. Bill saw Audra's severed head with blank eyes that stared at him in dreadful accusation. Eddie saw a grinning skull poised over two crossed bones, the symbol for poison. Richie saw the bearded face of a degenerate Paul Bunyan, eyes narrowed to killer's slits. And Ben saw Henry Bowers. "Bill, are we strong enough?" he asked. "Can we do this?" "I don't know," Bill said. "What if it's locked?" Beverly asked in a small voice. Tom's face mocked her. "It's not," Bill said. "Places like this are never locked." He placed the tented fingers of his right hand on the door. He had to bend over to do it, and pushed. It swung open on a flood of sick yellow-green light. That zoo smell wafted out at them, the smell of the past become the present, horribly alive, obscenely vital. "Roll, wheel," Bill thought randomly, and looked around at them. Then he dropped to his hands and knees. Beverly followed, then Richie, then Eddie. Ben came last, his flesh crawling at the feel of the ancient grit on the floor. He passed through the portal, and as he straightened up in the weird glow of fire crawling up and down the dripping stone walls in snakes of light, the last memory socked home with the force of a psychic battering ram. He cried out, staggering back, one hand going to his head, and his first incoherent thought was, "No wonder Stan committed suicide. Oh, God, I wish I had." He saw the same expressions of stunned horror and dawning realization on the faces of the others as the last key turned in the last lock. Then Beverly was shrieking, clinging to Bill, as it raced down the gossamer curtain of its webbing, a nightmare spider from beyond time and space, a spider from beyond the fevered imaginings of whatever inmates may live in the deepest depths of hell. "No," Bill thought coldly, "not a spider either. Not really, but this shape isn't one it picked out of our minds. It's just the closest our minds can come to the deadlights. Whatever it really is." It was perhaps 15 feet high and as black as a moonless night. Each of its legs was as thick as a muscle builder's thigh. Its eyes were bright, malevolent rubies, bulging from sockets filled with some dripping chromium-colored fluid. Its jagged mandibles opened and closed, dripping ribbons of foam. Frozen in an ecstasy of horror, tottering on the brink of utter lunacy, Ben observed with an eye-of-the-storm calm that this foam was alive. It struck the stinking stone-flagged floor and then began to writhe away into the cracks like protozoa. But it's something else. There's some final shape, one that I can almost see, the way you might see the shape of a man moving behind a movie screen while the show is on. Some other shape. But I don't want to see it. Please, God, don't let me see it. And it didn't matter, did it? They were seeing what they were seeing, and Ben understood somehow that it was imprisoned in this final shape, the shape of the spider, by their common, unsought, and unfathered vision. It was against this it that they would live or die. The creature was squealing and mewling, and Ben became quite sure he was hearing sounds it made twice. in his head, and then, a split second later, in his ears. Telepathic, he thought. I'm reading its mind. Its shadow was a squat egg that raced along the ancient wall of this keep that was its lair. Its body was covered by coarse hair, and Ben saw that it was possessed of a stinger long enough to impale a man. A clear fluid dripped from its tip, and Ben saw that this was also alive. Like the saliva, the poison writhed away into the cracks of the floor. Its stinger, yes. But below that, its belly bulged grotesquely, almost dragging on the floor as it moved. Now changing direction slightly, heading unerringly toward their leader, toward Big Bill. That's its egg sac, Ben thought, and his mind seemed to shriek at the implication. Whatever it is beyond what we see, this representation is at least symbolically correct. It's female, and it's pregnant. It was pregnant then, and none of us knew except Stan. Oh, Jesus Christ, yes, it was Stan. Stan, not Mike. Stan who understood. Stan who told us. That's why we had to come back, no matter what, because it is female. It's pregnant with some unimaginable spawn, and its time has drawn close. Incredibly, Bill Denbrough was stepping forward to meet it. "Bill, no!" Beverly screamed. Stay back," Bill shouted, without looking around. And then Richie was running toward him, shouting his name, and Ben found his own legs in motion. He seemed to feel a phantom stomach swaying in front of him, and he welcomed the sensation. Got to become a child again, he thought incoherently. That's the only way I can keep it from driving me crazy. Got to become a kid again. Got to accept it, somehow. Running, shouting Bill's name, vaguely aware that Eddie was running beside him, his broken arm flopping, the belt of the bathrobe Bill had cinched around it now trailing on the floor. Eddie had drawn his aspirator. He looked like a crazed, malnourished gunslinger with some weird pistol. Ben heard Bill bellow, "You killed my brother, you fucking bitch!" Then it was rearing up over Bill, burying Bill in its shadow, its legs pawing the air. Ben heard its eager mewling, looked into its timeless, evil red eyes, and for an instant did see the shape behind the shape. Saw lights, saw an endless, crawling, hairy thing which was made of light and nothing else. Orange light, dead light that mocked life. The ritual began for the second time. Chapter 22. The Ritual of Chud. 1. In the Lair of It, 1958. It was Bill who held them together as that great black spider raced down its web, creating a noxious breeze that tousled their hair. Stan shrieked like a baby, his brown eyes bulging from their sockets, his fingers harrowing his cheeks. Ben backed slowly away until his ample ass struck the wall to the left of the door. He felt cold fire burn through his pants and stepped away again, but dreamily. Surely none of this could be happening. It was simply the world's worst nightmare. He found he could not lift his hands. They seemed to have big weights tied to them. Richie found his eyes drawn to that web. Hanging here and there, partially wrapped in silken strands that seemed to move as if alive, were a number of rotted, half-eaten bodies. He thought he recognized Eddie Corcoran near the ceiling, although both of Eddie's legs and one of his arms were gone. Beverly and Mike clung to each other like Hansel and Gretel in the woods, watching, paralyzed, as the spider reached the floor and scrabbled toward them, its distorted shadow racing along beside it on the wall. Bill looked around at them, a tall, skinny boy in a mud and sewage-splattered T-shirt that had once been white, jeans with cuffs, mud-caked keds. His hair lay across his forehead, and his eyes were blazing. He surveyed them, seemed to dismiss them, and turned back toward the spider. And, incredibly, he began to cross the room toward it. Not running, but walking fast, his elbows cocked, his forearms corded, his hands fisted. You kill my brother!" "No, Bill!" Beverly shrieked, struggling free of Mike's embrace and running toward Bill, her red hair flying out behind her. "Leave him alone!" she screamed at the spider. "Don't you touch him!" "Shit, Beverly," Ben thought, and then he was running too, stomach swaying back and forth in front of him, legs pumping. He was vaguely aware that Eddie Kasprak was running on his left, holding his aspirator in his good hand like a pistol. And then it was rearing up over Bill, who was unarmed. It buried Bill in its shadow, its legs pawing at the air. Ben grabbed for Beverly's shoulder. His hand slapped it, then slipped off. She turned toward him, her eyes wild, her lips drawn back from her teeth. "Help him!" she screamed. "How?" Ben screamed back. He wheeled toward the spider, heard its eager mewling, looked into its timeless, evil eyes, and saw something behind the shape. Something much worse than a spider. Something that was all insane light. His courage faltered, but it was Bev who had asked him. Bev. And he loved her. "God damn you! Leave Bill alone!" he shrieked. A moment later, a hand swatted his back so hard he almost fell over. It was Richie, and although tears were running down his cheeks, Richie was grinning madly. The corners of his mouth seemed to reach almost to the lobes of his ears. Spit leaked out between his teeth. "Let's get her, Haystack!" Richie screamed. "Chud! Chud!" Her? Ben thought stupidly. Her? Did he say? Aloud. "Okay, but what is it? What's Chud?" "Frocked if I know," Richie yelled, then ran toward Bill and into the shadow of it. It had somehow squatted on its rear legs. Its front legs pawed the air just over Bill's head. And Stan Uris, forced to approach, compelled to approach in spite of every instinct in his mind and body, saw that Bill was staring up at it, his blue eyes fixed on its inhuman orange ones, eyes from which that awful corpse light spilled. Stan stopped, understanding that the ritual of Chud, whatever that was, had begun. 2. Bill in the void. Early. "Who are you? And why do you come to me?" "I'm Bill Denbrough. You know who I am and why I'm here. You killed my brother, and I'm here to kill you. You picked the wrong kid, bitch." "I am eternal. I am the eater of worlds." "Yeah? That's so? Well, you've had your last meal, sister." "You have no power. Here is the power. Feel the power, brat, and then speak again of how you come to kill the eternal. You think you see me? You see only what your mind will allow. Would you see me? Come then. Come, brat. Come." Thrown. He. No, not thrown. Fired. Fired like a living bullet, like the human cannonball at the shrine circus that came to Derry each May. He was picked up and heaved across the spider's chamber. "It's only in my mind," he screamed at himself. "My body's still standing right there, eye to eye with it. Be brave. It's only a mind trick. Be brave. Be true. Stand. Stand." Thrusts. Roaring forward, slamming into a black and dripping tunnel lined with decaying, crumbling tiles that were 50 years old, 100, 1,000, 1,000,000 billion, who knew? Rushing in deadly silence past intersections, some lit by that twisting green-yellow fire, some by glowing balloons full of a ghastly white skull light, others dead black. He was thrown at a speed of 1,000 miles an hour past piles of bones, some human, some not, speeding like a rocket-powered dart in a wind tunnel, now angling upward, but not toward light, but toward dark, some titanic dark. His fists. And exploding outward into utter blackness. The blackness was everything. The blackness was the cosmos and the universe, and the floor of the blackness was hard, hard. It was like polished ebonite, and he was skidding along on his chest and belly and thighs like a weight on a shuffleboard. He was on the ballroom floor of eternity, and eternity was black. Against the posts. "Stop that. Why do you say that? That won't help you, stupid boy." And still insists he sees the ghosts. "Stop it." He thrusts his fists against the posts, and still insists he sees the ghosts. "Stop it! Stop it! I demand, I command, that you stop it." Don't like that, do you? And thinking, if I could only say it out loud, say it without stuttering, I could break this illusion. This is no illusion, you foolish little boy. This is eternity. My eternity, and you are lost in it, lost forever, never to find your way back. You are eternal now, and condemned to wander in the black. After you meet me, face to face, that is. But there was something else here. Bill sensed it, felt it, in a crazy way, smelled it. Some large presence ahead in the dark. A shape. He felt not fear, but a sense of overmastering awe. Here was a power which dwarfed its power. And Bill had only time to think incoherently, "Please, please, whatever you are, remember that I am very small." He rushed toward it and saw it was a great turtle. Its shell plated with many blazing colors. Its ancient reptilian head slowly poked out of its shell, and Bill thought he felt a vague, contemptuous surprise from the thing that had cast him out here. The eyes of the turtle were kind. Bill thought it must be the oldest thing anyone could imagine, older by far than it, which had claimed to be eternal. "What are you?" "I'm the turtle, son. I made the universe. But please don't blame me for it. I had a bellyache." "Help me. Please help me." "I take no stand in these matters." "My brother." "Has his own place in the macroverse. Energy is eternal, as even a child such as yourself must understand." He was flying past the turtle now, and even at his tremendous skidding speed, the turtle's plated side seemed to go on and on to his right. He thought dimly of riding in a train and passing one going in the other direction, a train that was so long it seemed eventually to stand still or even move backward. He could still hear it, yammering and buzzing, its voice high and angry, not human, full of mad hate. But when the turtle spoke, its voice was blanked out utterly. The turtle spoke in Bill's head, and Bill understood somehow that there was yet another, and that final other dwelt in a void beyond this one. The final other was, perhaps, the creator of the turtle, which only watched, and it, which only ate. This other was a force beyond the universe, a power beyond all other power, the author of all there was. Suddenly he thought he understood. It meant to thrust him through some wall at the end of the universe and into some other place, what that old turtle called the macroverse, where it really lived, where it existed as a titanic glowing core which might be no more than the smallest mote in that other's mind. He would see it naked, a thing of unshaped, destroying light, and there he would either be mercifully annihilated or live forever, insane and yet conscious inside its homicidal, endless, formless, hungry being. "Please help me, for the others." "You must help yourself, son." "But how? Please tell me, how?" He had reached the turtle's heavily scaled back legs now. There was time enough to observe its titanic yet ancient flesh, time to be struck with the wonder of its heavy toenails. They were an odd bluish-yellow color, and he could see galaxies swimming in each one. "Please, you are good. I sense and believe that you are good, and I am begging you. Won't you please help me?" "You already know. There is only Chud and your friends." "Please, oh please." "Son, you've got to thrust your fists against the posts and still insist you see the ghosts. That's all I can tell you. Once you get into cosmological shit like this, you got to throw away the instruction manual." He realized the voice of the turtle was fading. He was beyond it now, bulleting into a darkness that was deeper than deep. The turtle's voice was being overcome, overmastered by the gleeful, gibbering voice of the thing that had thrust him out and into this black void. The voice of the spider. Of it. "How do you like it out here, little friend? Do you like it? Do you love it? Do you give it 98 points because it has a good beat and you can dance to it? Can you catch it on your tonsils and heave it left and right? Did you enjoy meeting my friend the turtle? I thought that stupid old fuck died years ago, and for all the good he could do you, he might as well have. Did you think he could help you?" No. He thrusts. No, he rusts. No." "Stop babbling. The time is short. Let us talk while we still can. Tell me about yourself, little friend. Tell me, do you love all the cold dark out here? Are you enjoying your grand tour of the nothingness that lies outside? Wait until you break through, little friend. Wait until you break through to where I am. Wait for that. Wait for the deadlights. You'll look, and you'll go mad. But you'll live. and live, and live, inside them, inside me.
It screamed noxious laughter, and Bill became aware that its voice was beginning both to fade and to swell, as if he was simultaneously drawing out of its range and hurtling into it. And wasn't that just what was happening? Yes, he thought it was, because while the voices were in perfect sync, the one he was now rushing toward was totally alien, speaking syllables no human tongue or throat could reproduce. That's the voice of the Deadlights, he thought.
The time is short. Let us talk while we still can.
Its human voice fading the way the Bangor radio stations faded when you were in the car and traveling south. Bright flaring terror filled him. He would shortly be beyond sane communication with it. And some part of him understood that. For all its laughter, for all its alien glee, that was what it wanted. Not just to send him out to whatever it really was, but to break their mental communication. If that ceased, he would be utterly destroyed. To pass beyond communication was to pass beyond salvation. He understood that much from the way his parents had behaved toward him after George had died. It was the only lesson their refrigerator coldness had had to teach him. Leaving it and approaching it. But the leaving was somehow more important. If it wanted to eat little kids out here, or suck them in, or whatever it did, why hadn't it sent them all out here? Why just him? Because it had to rid its spider self of him, that was why. Somehow the spider it and the it which it called the Deadlights were linked. Whatever lived out here in the black might be invulnerable when it was here and nowhere else. But it was also on Earth, under Derry, in a form that was physical. However repulsive it might be, in Derry it was physical. And what was physical could be killed. Bill skidded through the dark, his speed still increasing. Why do I sense so much of its talk is nothing but a bluff, a big shuck and jive? Why should that be? How can that be? He understood how, maybe, just maybe. There is only Chud, the turtle had said. And suppose this was it. Suppose they had bitten deep into each other's tongues, not physically, but mentally, spiritually. And suppose that if it could throw Bill far enough into the void, far enough toward its eternal discorporate self, the ritual would be over. It would have ripped him free, killed him, and won everything all at the same time. You're doing good, son, but very shortly it's going to be too late. It's scared of me, scared of all of us. Skidding. He was skidding, and there was a wall up ahead. He sensed it in the dark, the wall at the edge of the continuum, and beyond it the other shape, the Deadlights. Don't talk to me, son, and don't talk to yourself. It's tearing you loose. Bite in, if you care, if you dare, if you can be brave, if you can stand. Bite in, son. Bill bit in, not with his teeth, but with teeth in his mind. Dropping his voice a full register, making it not his own, making it in fact his father's voice, although Bill would go to his grave not knowing this. Some secrets are never known, and it's probably better so. Drawing in a great breath, he cried, He thrusts his fists against the posts, and still insists he sees the ghosts. Now let me go. He felt it scream in his mind, a scream of frustrated, petulant rage. But it was also a scream of fear and pain. It was not used to not having its own way. Such a thing had never happened to it. And until the most recent moments of its existence, it had not suspected such a thing could. Bill felt it writhing at him, not pulling, but pushing, trying to get him away. Thrusts his fists against the posts, I said. Stop it. Bring me back, you must. I command it. I demand it. It screamed again, its pain more intense now. Perhaps partly because, while it had spent its long existence inflicting pain, feeding on it, it had never experienced it as a part of itself. Still, it tried to push him, to get rid of him, blindly and stubbornly insisting on winning, as it had always won before. It pushed. But Bill sensed that his outward speed had slowed, and a grotesque image came into his mind. Its tongue, covered with that living spittle, extended like a thick rubber band, cracking, bleeding.
He saw himself clinging to the tip of that tongue by his teeth, ripping through it a little at a time, his face bathed in the convulsive ichor that was its blood, drowning in its dead stench, yet still holding on somehow, while it struggled in its blind pain and towering rage not to let its tongue snap back. Chud, this Chud. Stand, be brave, be true, stand for your brother, your friends. Believe in all the things you have believed in. Believe that if you tell the policeman you're lost, he'll see that you get home safely. That there is a tooth fairy who lives in a huge enamel castle, and Santa Claus below the North Pole making toys with his trove of elves, and that Captain Midnight could be real. Yes, he could be, in spite of Calvin and Sissy Clark's big brother Carlton saying that was all a lot of baby stuff. Believe that your mother and father will love you again, that courage is possible and words will come smoothly every time. No more losers, no more cowering in a hole in the ground and calling it a clubhouse, no more crying in Georgie's room because you couldn't save him and didn't know. Believe in yourself. Believe in the heat of that desire. He suddenly began to laugh in the darkness, not in hysteria, but in utter delighted amazement. "Oh, shit! I believe in all of those things!" he shouted. And it was true. Even at 11, he had observed that things turned out right a ridiculous amount of the time. Light flared around him. He raised his arms out and above his head. He turned his face up, and suddenly he felt power rush through him. He heard it scream again, and suddenly he was being drawn back the way he had come, still holding that image of his teeth planted deep in the strange meat of its tongue, his teeth locked together like grim old death. He flew through the dark, legs trailing behind him, the tips of his mud-crusted sneaker laces flying like pennants, the wind of this empty place blowing in his ears. He was pulled past the turtle and saw that its head had withdrawn into its shell. Its voice emerged hollow and distorted, as if even the shell it lived in were a well eternities deep. "Not bad, son, but I'd finish it now. Don't let it get away. Energy has a way of dissipating, you know. What can be done when you're 11 can often never be done again." The voice of the turtle faded, faded, faded. There was only the rushing dark, and then the mouth of the Cyclopean tunnel, smells of age and decay, cobwebs brushing at his face like rotted skeins of silk in a haunted house, moldering tiles blurring by, intersections all dark now, the moon balloons all gone, and it was screaming, screaming. "Let me go! Let me go! I'll leave, never come back! Let me go! It hurts! It hurts! It hurts!" "Thrusts his fists!" Bill screamed, nearly delirious now. He could see light ahead, but it was fading, guttering like great candles which had at last burned low. And for a moment he saw himself and the others holding hands in a line, Eddie on one side of him and Richie on the other. He saw his own body, sagging, his head rolled back on his neck, staring up at the spider, which twisted and whirled like a dervish, its coarse spiny legs beating at the floor, poison dripping from its stinger. It was screaming in its death agony. So Bill honestly believed. Then he was slamming back into his body with all the impact of a line drive slamming into a baseball glove, the force of it tearing his hands loose from Richie's and Eddie's, driving him to his knees and skidding him across the floor to the edge of the web. He reached out for one of the strands without thinking, and his hand immediately went numb, as if it had been injected with a hypo full of Novocaine. The strand itself was as thick as a telephone pole guy wire. "Don't touch that, Bill!" Ben yelled. And Bill yanked his hand away in one quick jerk, leaving a raw place across his palm just below the fingers. It filled with blood, and he staggered to his feet, eyes on the spider. It was scrabbling away from them, making its way into the growing dimness at the back of the chamber as the light failed. It left puddles and pools of black blood behind as it went. Somehow their confrontation had ruptured its insides in a dozen, maybe 100 places. "Bill, the web!" Mike screamed. "Look out!" He stepped backward, craning his neck up, as strands of its web came floating down, striking the stone-flagged floor on either side of him like the bodies of meaty white snakes. They immediately began to lose shape, to flow into the cracks between the stones. The web was falling apart, coming loose from its many moorings. One of the bodies, wrapped up like a fly, came plunging down to strike the floor with a sickening, rotted gourd sound. "The spider!" Bill yelled. "Where is it?" He could still hear it in his head, mewling and crying out in its pain, and understood dimly that it had gone into the same tunnel it had thrown Bill into. But had it gone in there to flee back to the place where it had meant to send Bill, or to hide until they were gone? To die? Or escape? "Christ, the lights!" Richie shouted. "The lights are going out!" "What happened, Bill? Where did you go? We thought you were dead." In some confused part of his mind, Bill knew that wasn't true. If they had really thought him dead, they would have run, scattered, and it would have picked them off easily, one by one. Or perhaps it would be truer to say they had thought him dead, but believed him alive. "We have to make sure. If it's dying or gone back to where it came from, where the rest of it is, that's fine. But what if it's just hurt? What if it can get better? What—" Stan's shriek cut across his thoughts like broken glass. In the fading light, Bill saw that one of the strands of webbing had come down on Stan's shoulder. Before Bill could reach him, Mike had thrown himself at the smaller boy in a flying tackle. He drove Stan away, and the piece of webbing snapped back, taking a piece of Stan's polo shirt with it. "Get back!" Ben yelled at them. "Get away from it! It's all coming down!" He seized Beverly's hand and pulled her back toward the child-sized door while Stan struggled to his feet, looked dazedly around, and then grabbed Eddie. The two of them started toward Ben and Beverly, helping each other, looking like phantoms in the fading light. Overhead, the spider web was drooping, collapsing on itself, losing its fearful symmetry. Bodies twirled lazily in the air like nightmarish plumb bobs. Cross strands fell in like the rotted rungs of some strange complex of ladders. Severed strands hit the stone flagging, hissed like cats, lost their shape, began to run. Mike Hanlon wove his way through them as he would later weave his way through the opposing lines of nearly a dozen high school football teams, head down, ducking and dodging. Richie joined him. Incredibly, Richie was laughing, although his hair was standing straight up on his head like the quills of a porcupine. The light grew dimmer, the phosphorescence that had coiled on the walls now dying away. "Bill," Mike shouted, "come on, get the frock out of there." "What if it's not dead?" Bill screamed back. "We got to go after it, Mike. We got to make sure." A snarl of webbing sagged outward like a parachute and then fell with a nasty ripping sound that was like skin being pulled apart. Mike grabbed Bill's arm and pulled him, stumbling, out of the way. "It's dead," Eddie cried, joining them. His eyes were febrile lamps, his breathing a chilly winter whistle in his throat. Fallen strands of webbing had sizzled complex scars into the plaster of Paris of his cast. "I heard it. It was dying. You don't sound like that if you're on your way to a sock hop. It was dying, I'm sure of it." Richie's hands groped out of the darkness, seized Bill, and pulled him into a rough embrace. He began to pound Bill's back ecstatically. "I heard it too. It was dying, Big Bill. It was dying. And you're not stuttering. Not at all. How'd you do it? How in the hell?" Bill's brain was whirling. Exhaustion tugged at him with thick and clumsy hands. He could not remember ever feeling this tired. But in his mind he heard the drawling, almost weary voice of the turtle. "I'd finish it now. Don't let it get away. What can be done when you're 11 can often never be done again." "But we have to be sure." The shadows were joining hands, and now the darkness was almost complete. But before the light failed utterly, he thought he saw the same hellish doubt on Beverly's face, and in Stan's eyes. And still, as the last of the light gave way, they could hear the tenebrous whisper-shudder thump of its unspeakable web falling to pieces. 3. Bill in the void. Late. "Well, here you are again, little buddy. But what's happened to your hair? You're just as bald as a cue ball. Sad. What sad, short lives humans live. Each life a short pamphlet written by an idiot. Tut-tut and all that. I'm still Bill Denbrough. You killed my brother, and you killed Stan the Man. You tried to kill Mike. And I'm going to tell you something. This time, I'm not going to stop until the job's done. The turtle was stupid, too stupid to lie. He told you the truth, little buddy. The time only comes around once. You hurt me, you surprised me. Never again. I am the one who called you back. You called all right, but you weren't the only one. Your friend the turtle, he died a few years ago. The old idiot puked inside his shell and choked to death on a galaxy or two. Very sad, don't you think? But also quite bizarre. Deserves a place in Ripley's Believe It or Not. That's what I think. Happened right around the same time you had that writer's block. You must have felt him go, little buddy.
I don't believe that either.
Oh, you'll believe. You'll see. This time, little buddy, I intend you to see everything, including the deadlights.
He sensed its voice rising, buzzing, and racketing. At last he sensed the full extent of its fury, and he was terrified. He reached for the tongue of its mind, concentrating, trying desperately to recapture the full extent of that childish belief, understanding at the same time that there was a deadly truth in what it had said. Last time, it had been unprepared. This time, well, even if it had not been the only one to call them, it sure had been waiting. But still, he felt his own fury clean and singing as his eyes fixed on its eyes. He sensed its old scars, sensed that it had truly been hurt, and that it was still hurt. And as it threw him, as he felt his mind swatted out of his body, he concentrated all of his being on seizing its tongue, and missed his grip. 4. Richie. The other four watched, paralyzed. It was an exact replay of what had happened before, at first. The spider, which seemed about to seize Bill and gobble him up, grew suddenly still. Bill's eyes locked with its ruby ones. There was a sense of contact, a contact just beyond their ability to divine. But they felt the struggle, the clash of wills. Then Richie glanced up into the new web and saw the first difference. There were bodies there, some half-eaten and half-rotted, and that was the same. But high up in one corner was another body, and Richie was sure this one was still fresh, possibly even still alive. Beverly had not looked up. Her eyes were fixed on Bill and the spider, but even in his terror, Richie saw the resemblance between Beverly and the woman in the web. Her hair was long and red. Her eyes were open but glassy and unmoving. A line of spittle had run from the left corner of her mouth down to her chin. She had been attached to one of the web's main cables by a gossamer harness that went around her waist and under both arms, so that she lolled forward in a half-bow, arms and legs dangling limply. Her feet were bare. Richie saw another body crumpled at the foot of her web, a man he had never seen before. And yet his mind registered an almost subconscious resemblance to the late unlamented Henry Bowers. Blood had run from both of the stranger's eyes and caked in a foam around his mouth and on his chin. Then Beverly was screaming, "Something's wrong! Something's gone wrong! Do something! For Christ's sake, won't somebody do something?" Richie's gaze snapped back to Bill and the spider, and he heard monstrous laughter. Bill's face was stretching in some subtle way. His skin had gone parchment sallow, as shiny as the skin of a very old person. His eyes were rolled up to the whites. "Oh, Bill, where are you?" As Richie watched, blood suddenly burst from Bill's nose in a foam. His mouth was writhing, trying to scream, and now the spider was advancing on him again. It was turning, presenting its stinger. It means to kill him, kill his body anyway, while his mind is somewhere else. It means to shut him out forever. It's winning. Bill, where are you? For Christ's sake, where are you? And somewhere, faintly, from some unimaginable distance, he heard Bill scream. And the words, although meaningless, were crystal clear and full of sickening, "The turtle is dead. Oh, God, the turtle really is dead." Despair. Bev shrieked again and put her hands to her ears as if to shut out that fading voice. The spider's stinger rose, and Richie bolted at it, a grin spreading up toward his ears, and he called out in his best Irish cop's voice, Here, me fine girl. Just what in the hell do you think you're doing? Belay that guff before I snatch your petty skirts and snap your smithy riddles." The spider stopped laughing.
and Richie felt a rising howl of anger and pain inside its head. Heard it, he thought triumphantly. Heard it. How about that? Heard it, and guess what? I've got its tongue. I think Bill missed it somehow, but while it was distracted, I got... Then screaming at him, its cries a hive of furious bees in his head, Richie was whacked out of himself and into darkness, dimly aware that it was trying to shake him loose. It was doing a pretty good job, too. Terror washed through him and then was replaced by a sense of cosmic absurdity. He remembered Beverly with his Duncan yo-yo, showing him how to make it sleep, walk the dog, go around the world. And now here he was, Richie, the human yo-yo, and its tongue was the string. Here he was, and this wasn't called walking the dog, but maybe walking the spider. And if that wasn't funny, what was? Richie laughed. It wasn't polite to laugh with your mouth full, of course, but he doubted if anybody out here read Miss Manners. That got him laughing again, and he bit in harder. The spider screamed and shook him furiously, howling its anger at being surprised again. It had believed only the writer would challenge it, and now this man who was laughing like a crazy boy had seized it when it was least prepared. Richie felt himself slipping. "Hold it a second, senorita. We is going out here together, or I ain't gonna sell you no tickets in La Loteria after all, and every one is a big winner, I swear on my mama's name." He felt his teeth catch again, more firmly this time, and there was a fainting sort of pain as it drove its fangs into his own tongue. Boy, it was still pretty funny, though. Even in the dark, being hurled after Bill with only the tongue of this unspeakable monster left to connect him to his own world, even with the pain of its poisonous fangs suffusing his mind like a red fog, it was pretty goddamned funny. Check it out, folks. You'll believe a disc jockey can fly. He was flying, all right. Richie was in greater darkness than he had ever known, than he had ever suspected might exist, traveling at what felt like the speed of light, and being shaken as a terrier shakes a rat. He sensed that there was something up ahead, some titanic corpse. The turtle he had heard Bill lamenting in his fading voice? Must be. It was only a shell, a dead husk. Then he was past, rushing on into the darkness. Really steaming now, he thought, and felt that wild urge to cackle again. "Bill, Bill, can you hear me?" "He's gone. He's in the deadlights. Let me go. Let me go." "Richie." Incredibly distant, incredibly far out in the black. "Bill, Bill, here I am. Catch hold. For God's sake, catch hold." "He's dead. You're all dead. You're too old. Don't you understand that? Now let me go." "Hey, bitch, you're never too old to rock and roll." "Let me go." "Take me to him, and maybe I will." "Richie." Closer. He was closer now, thank God. "Here I come, Big Bill. Richie, to the rescue. Gonna save your old cracked ass. Owe you one from that day on Nebold Street, remember?" "Let me go." It was hurting badly now, and Richie understood how completely he had caught it by surprise. It had believed it had only Bill to deal with. Well, good. Good enough. Richie didn't care about killing it right now. He was no longer sure it could be killed. But Bill could be killed, and Richie sensed that Bill's time was now very, very short. Bill was closing in on some large, nasty surprise out here, something best not thought about. "Richie, no. Go back. It's the edge of everything up here. The deadlights." "Sounds like what you turn on when you're driving your hearse at midnight, senor." "And where is you, honey child? Smile so I can see where you is." And suddenly Bill was there, skidding along on the left, right? There was no direction here. One side or the other. And beyond him, coming up fast, Richie could see, sense, something that finally dried up his laughter. It was a barrier, something of a strange, non-geometrical shape that his mind could not grasp. Instead, his mind translated it as best it could, as it had translated the shape of it into a spider, allowing Richie to think of it as a colossal gray wall made of fossilized wooden stakes. These stakes went forever up and forever down, like the bars of a cage, and from between them shone a great blind light. It glared and moved, smiled and snarled. The light was alive. Deadlights. More than alive. It was full of a force, magnetism, gravity, perhaps something else. Richie felt himself lifted and dropped, swirled and pulled, as if he were shooting a fast throat of rapids in an inner tube. He could feel the light moving eagerly over his face, and the light was thinking. This is it. This is it. The rest of it. Let me go. You promised to let me go. I know, but sometimes, honey child, I lie. My mama, she beat me for it, but my daddy, he done just about give up. He sensed Bill tumbling and flailing toward one of the gaps in the wall, sensed evil fingers of light reaching for him, and with a final despairing effort, he reached for his friend. Bill, your hand. Give me your hand. Your hand, God damn it, your hand. Bill's hand shot out, the fingers opening and closing, that living fire crawling and twisting over Audra's wedding ring in runic Moorish patterns. Wheels, crescents, stars, swastikas, linked circles that grew into rolling chains. Bill's face was overlaid with the same light, making him look tattooed. Richie stretched out as far as he could, hearing it scream and yammer. I missed him. Oh, dear God, I missed him. He's going to shoot through. Then Bill's fingers closed over Richie's, and Richie clenched his hand into a fist. Bill's legs flew through one of the gaps in the frozen wood, and for one mad moment Richie realized he could see all the bones and veins and capillaries inside them, as if Bill had shot halfway into the maw of the world's strongest X-ray machine. Richie felt the muscles in his arms stretch like taffy, felt the ball and socket joint in his shoulder creak and groan in protest as the foot-pounds of pressure built up. He summoned all of his force and shouted, Pull us back! Pull us back or I'll kill you! I'll voice you to death!" The spider screeched again, and Richie suddenly felt a great snapping whiplash curl through his body. His arm was a white-hot bar of agony. His grip on Bill's hand began to slip. "Hold on, Big Bill!" "I got you! Richie, I got you!" "You better," Richie thought grimly, "because I think you could walk 10 billion miles out here and never find a fucking pay toilet." They whistled back, that crazy light fading, becoming a series of brilliant pinpoints that finally winked out. They drove through the darkness like torpedoes, Richie gripping its tongue with his teeth and Bill's wrist with one aching hand. There was the turtle. There and gone in a single eye blink. Richie sensed them drawing closer to whatever passed for the real world, although he believed he would never think of it as exactly real again. He would see it as a clever canvas scene underlaid with a crisscrossing of support cables, cables like the strands of a spider web. "But we're going to be all right," he thought. "We're going to get back. The buffeting began then, the whipping, slamming, side to side flailing as it tried one final time to shake them off and lead them outside. And Richie felt his grip slipping. He heard its guttural roar of triumph and concentrated his being on holding, but he continued to slip. He bit down frantically, but its tongue seemed to be losing substance and reality. It seemed to be becoming gossamer. "Help!" Richie screamed. "I'm losing it! Help! Somebody help us!" 5. Eddie. Eddie was half aware of what was happening. He felt it somehow, saw it somehow, but as if through a gauzy curtain. Somewhere, Bill and Richie were struggling to come back. Their bodies were here, but the rest of them, the real of them, was far away. He had seen the spider turn to impale Bill with its stinger, and then Richie had run forward, yelling at it in that ridiculous Irish cop's voice he used to use. Only Richie must have improved his act a hell of a lot over the years, because this voice sounded eerily like Mr. Nell from the old days. The spider had turned toward Richie, and Eddie had seen its unspeakable red eyes bulge in their sockets. Richie yelled again, this time in his Pancho Vanilla voice, and Eddie had felt the spider scream in pain. Ben yelled hoarsely as a split appeared in its hide along the line of one of its scars from the last time. A stream of ichor, black as crude oil, sprayed out. Richie had started to say something else, and his voice had begun to diminish, like the fade at the end of a pop song. His head had rolled back on his neck, his eyes fixed on its eyes. The spider grew quiet again. Time passed. Eddie had no idea just how much. Richie and the spider stared at each other. Eddie sensed the connection between them, felt a swirl of talk and emotion somewhere far away. He could make out nothing exactly, but sensed the tones of things and colors and hues. Bill lay slumped on the floor, nose and ears bleeding, fingers twitching slightly, his long face pale, his eyes closed. The spider was now bleeding in 4 or 5 places, badly hurt again. Badly hurt, but still dangerously vital, and Eddie thought, why are we just standing around here? We could hurt it while it's occupied with Richie. Why doesn't somebody move, for Christ's sake? He sensed a wild triumph, and that feeling was clearer, sharper, closer. They're coming back, he wanted to shout, but his mouth was too dry, his throat too tight. They're coming back. Then Richie's head began to turn slowly from side to side. His body seemed to ripple inside his clothes. His glasses hung on the end of his nose for a moment, then fell off and shattered on the stone floor. The spider stirred, its spiny legs making a dry clittering on the floor. Eddie heard it cry out in terrible triumph, and a moment later Richie's voice burst clearly into his head. Help! I'm losing it! Somebody help me! Eddie ran forward then, yanking his aspirator from his pocket with his good hand, his lips drawn back in a grimace, his breath whistling painfully in and out of a throat that now felt the size of a pinhole. Crazily, his mother's face danced before him, and she was crying, "Don't go near that thing, Eddie. Don't go near it. Things like that give you cancer." "Shut up, Ma!" Eddie screamed in a high, shrieky voice, all the voice he had left. The spider's head turned toward the sound, its eyes momentarily leaving Richie's. "Here," Eddie howled in his fading voice. "Here, have some of this." He leaped at it, triggering the aspirator at the same time. And for an instant all his childhood belief in the medicine came back to him, the childhood medicine that could solve everything, that could make him feel better when the bigger boys roughed him up, or when he was knocked over in the rush to get through the doors when school let out, or when he had to sit on the edge of the Tracker brothers' vacant lot, out of the game because his mother wouldn't allow him to play baseball. It was good medicine, strong medicine. And as he leaped into the spider's face, smelling its foul yellow stench, feeling himself overwhelmed by its single-minded fury and determination to wipe them all out, he triggered the aspirator into one of its ruby eyes. He heard it scream. No rage this time, only pain, a horrid screaming agony. He saw the mist of droplets settle on that blood-red bulge, saw the droplets turn white where they landed, saw them sink in as a splash of carbolic acid would sink in. He saw its huge eye begin to flatten out like a bloody egg yolk and run in a ghastly stream of living blood and ichor and maggoty pus. "Come home now, Bill!" he screamed with the last of his voice. And then he struck it. He felt its noisome heat baking into him. He felt a terrible wet warmth and realized that his good arm had slipped into the spider's mouth. He triggered the aspirator again, shooting the stuff right down its throat this time, right down its rotten, evil, stinking gullet, and there was sudden, flashing pain, as clean as the drop of a heavy knife, as its jaws closed and ripped his arm off at the shoulder. Eddie fell to the floor, the ragged stump of his arm spraying blood, faintly aware that Bill was getting shakily to his feet, that Richie was weaving and stumbling toward him like a drunk at the end of a long, hard night. Ed's! Far away. Unimportant. He could feel everything running out of him along with his life's blood. All the rage, all the pain, all the fear, all the confusion and hurt. He supposed he was dying, but he felt... Ah, God! He felt so lucid, so clear, like a window pane which has been washed clean and now lets in all the gloriously frightening light of some unsuspected dawning. The light! Oh, God, that perfect rational light that clears the horizon somewhere in the world every second. Ed's! Oh, my God, Bill! Ben, someone, he's lost his arm, his... He looked up at Beverly and saw she was crying, the tears coursing down her dirty cheeks as she got an arm under him. He became aware that she had taken off her blouse and was trying to staunch the flow of blood, and that she was screaming for help. Then he looked at Richie and licked his lips, fading back, becoming clearer and clearer, emptying out, all of the impurities flowing out of him, so he could become clear, so that the light could flow through. And if he had had enough time, he could have preached on this, he could have sermonized. "Not bad," he would begin. "This is not bad at all." But there was something else he had to say first. "Richie," he whispered. "What?" Richie was down on his hands and knees, staring at him desperately. "Don't call me Ed's." he said, and smiled. He raised his left hand slowly and touched Richie's cheek. Richie was crying. "You know, I... Eddie closed his eyes, thinking how to finish, and while he was still thinking it over, he died. 6. Derry, 7 to 9 a.m. By 7 a.m., the wind speed in Derry had picked up to about 37 miles an hour, with gusts up to 45. Harry Brooks, a National Weather Service forecaster based at Bangor International Airport, made an alarmed call to NWS headquarters in Augusta. The winds, he said, were coming out of the west and blowing in a queer semicircular pattern he had never seen before. But it looked to him more and more like some weird species of pocket hurricane, one that was limited almost exclusively to Derry Township. At 7:10, the major Bangor radio stations broadcast the first severe weather warnings. The explosion of the power transformer at Tracker Brothers had killed the power all over Derry on the Kansas Street side of the Barrens. At 7:17, a hoary old maple on the Old Cape side of the Barrens fell with a terrific rending crash, flattening a night owl store on the corner of Merritt Street and Cape Avenue. An elderly patron named Raymond Fogarty was killed by a toppling beer cooler. This was the same Raymond Fogarty who, as the minister of the First Methodist Church of Derry, had presided over the burial rites of George Denbrough in October of 1957. The maple also pulled down enough power lines to knock out the power in both the Old Cape and the somewhat more fashionable Sherborne Woods development beyond it. The clock in the steeple of the Grace Baptist Church had chimed neither 6 nor 7. At 7:20, 3 minutes after the maple fell in the Old Cape, and about an hour and 15 minutes after every toilet and domestic drain over there had suddenly reversed itself, the clock in the tower chimed 13 times. A minute later, a blue-white stroke of lightning struck the steeple. Heather Libby, the minister's wife, happened to be looking out the window of the parsonage's kitchen at the time, and she said that the steeple exploded like someone loaded it up with dynamite. Whitewashed boards, chunks of beams, and clockwork from Switzerland showered down on the street. The ragged remains of the steeple burned briefly and then guttered out in the rain, which was now a tropical downpour. The streets leading downhill into the downtown shopping area foamed and ran. The progress of the canal under Main Street had become a steady, shaking thunder that made people look at each other uneasily. At 7:25, with the titanic crash of the Grace Baptist steeple still reverberating all over Derry, the janitor who came into Wally Spa every morning except Sunday to swamp the place out, saw something which sent him screaming into the street. The fellow, who had been an alcoholic ever since his first semester at the University of Maine, lo these 11 years ago, was paid a pittance for his services. His real pay, it was understood, was his absolute freedom to finish up anything left in the beer kegs under the bar from the night before. Richie Tozier might or might not have remembered him. He was Vincent Caruso Taliendo, better known to his fifth-grade contemporaries as Boogers Taliendo. As he was mopping up that apocalyptic morning in Derry, working his way gradually closer and closer to the serving area, he saw all 7 of the beer taps. 3 Bud, 2 Narragansett, 1 Schlitz, known more familiarly to the bleary patrons of Wally's as Slits, and 1 Miller Lite, nod forward as if pulled by 7 invisible hands. Beer ran from them in streams of gold-white foam. Vince started forward, thinking not of ghosts or phantoms, but of his morning's dividend going down the drain. Then he skidded to a stop, eyes widening, and a wailing, horrified scream rose in the empty, beer-smelling cave that was Wally's Spa. Beer had given way to arterial streams of blood. It swirled in the chromium drains, overflowed, and ran down the side of the bar in little streamlets. Now hair and chunks of flesh began to splurt out of the beer taps. Boogers Taliendo watched this, transfixed, not even able to summon enough strength to scream again. Then there was a thudding, toneless blast as one of the beer kegs under the counter exploded. All of the cupboard doors under the bar swung wide. Greenish smoke, like the aftermath of a magician's trick, began to drift out of them. Boogers had seen enough. Screaming, he fled into the street, which was now a shallow canal. He fell on his butt, got up, and threw a terrified glance back over his shoulder. One of the bar windows blew out with a loud shooting gallery sound. Wickers of broken glass whistled all around Vince's head. A moment later, the other window exploded. Once again, he was miraculously untouched. but he decided on the spur of the moment that the time had come to see his sister up Eastport. He started off at once, and his journey to the Derry town limits and beyond would make a saga in itself. But suffice it to say that he did eventually get out of town. Others were not so lucky. Aloysius Nell, who had turned 77 not long since, was sitting with his wife in the parlor of their home on Strapham Street, watching the storm pound Derry. At 7:32, he suffered a fatal stroke. His wife told her brother a week later that Aloysius dropped his coffee cup on the rug, sat bolt upright, his eyes wide and staring, and screamed, "Here, here, me fine girl, just what in the hell do you think you're doing? Belay that guff before I snatch your petty skirt." Then he fell out of his chair, smashing his coffee cup under him. Maureen Nell, who knew well how bad his ticker had been for the last 3 years, understood immediately that all was over with him, and after loosening his collar she had run for the telephone to call Father McDowell. But the phone was out of order. A funny noise like a police siren was all it would make. And so, although she knew it was probably a blasphemy she would have to answer for to St. Peter, she had attempted to give him the last rites herself. She felt confident, she told her brother, that God would understand even if St. Peter didn't. Aloysius had been a good husband and a good man, and if he drank too much, that was only the Irish in him coming out. At 7:49, a series of explosions shook the Derry Mall, which stood on the site of the defunct Kitchener Iron Works. No one was killed. The mall didn't open until 10, and the 5-man janitorial squad hadn't been due to arrive until 8. And on such a morning as this, very few of them would have shown up anyway. A team of investigators later dismissed the idea of sabotage. They suggested, rather vaguely, that the explosions had probably been caused by water which had seeped into the mall's electrical system. Whatever the reason, no one was going to go shopping at the Derry Mall for a long time. One explosion totally wiped out Zales jewelry store. Diamond rings, ID bracelets, strings of pearls, trays of wedding rings, and Seiko digital watches flew everywhere in a hail of bright, sparkly trinkets. A music box flew the length of the East Corridor and landed in the fountain outside of the J.C. Penney's, where it briefly played a bubbly rendition of the theme from Love Story before shutting down. The same blast tore a hole through the Baskin-Robbins next door, turning the 31 flavors into ice cream soup that ran away along the floors in cloudy runnels. The blast which tore through Sears lifted off a chunk of the roof, and the rising wind sailed it away like a kite. It came down 1,000 yards away, slicing cleanly through the silo of a farmer named Brent Kilgallen. Kilgallen's 16-year-old son rushed out with his mother's Kodak and took a picture. The National Enquirer bought it for $60, which the boy used to buy 2 new tires for his Yamaha motorcycle. A third explosion ripped through Hit or Miss, sending flaming skirts, jeans, and underwear out into the flooded parking lot. And a final explosion tore open the mall branch of the Dairy Farmers Trust like a rotted box of crackers. A chunk of the bank's roof was also torn off. Burglar alarms went off with a bray that would not be silenced until the security system's independent wiring hookup was shorted out 4 hours later. Loan contracts, banking instruments, deposit slips, cash drawer chits, and money manager forms were lifted into the sky and blown away by the rising wind. And money. 10s and 20s mostly, with a generous helping of 5s and a soupçon of 50s and 100s. Better than $75,000 blew away, according to the bank's officers. Later, after a mass shake-up in the bank's executive structure and an FSLIC bailout, some would admit, strictly off the record of course, that it had been more like $200,000. A woman in Haven Village named Rebecca Paulson found a $50 bill fluttering from her back door welcome mat, 2 20s in her birdhouse, and 100 plastered against an oak tree in her backyard. She and her husband used the money to make an extra 2 payments on their Bombardier Skidoo. Dr. Hale, a retired doctor who had lived on West Broadway for nearly 50 years, was killed at 8 a.m. Dr. Hale liked to boast that he had taken the same 2-mile walk from his West Broadway home and around Derry Park and the elementary school for the last 25 of those 50 years. Nothing stopped him, not rain, sleet, hail, howling nor'easters, or sub-zero cold. He set out on the morning of May 31st, in spite of his housekeeper's worried fussings. His exit line from the world, spoken back over his shoulder as he went through the front door, pulling his hat firmly down to his ears, was, "Don't be so goddamn silly, Hilda. This is nothing but a cap full of rain. You should have seen it in '57. That was a storm. As Dr. Hale turned back onto West Broadway, a manhole cover in front of the Mueller place suddenly lifted off like the payload of a Redstone rocket. It decapitated the good doctor so quickly and neatly that he walked on another 3 steps before collapsing dead on the sidewalk. And the wind continued to rise. 7. Under the city, 4:15 p.m. Eddie led them through the darkened tunnels for an hour, perhaps an hour and a half, before admitting, in a tone that was more bewildered than frightened, that for the first time in his life he was lost. They could still hear the dim thunder of water in the drains, but the acoustics of all of these tunnels was so crazed that it was impossible to tell if the water sounds were coming from ahead or behind, left or right, above or below. Their matches were gone. They were lost in the dark. Bill was scared, plenty scared. The conversation he'd had with his father in his father's shop kept coming back to him. There's 9 pounds of blueprints that just disappeared somewhere along the line. My point is that nobody knows where all the damned sewers and drains go, or why. When they work, nobody cares. When they don't, there's 3 or 4 sad sacks from Derry Water who have to try and find out which pump went fluey or where the plug-up is. It's dark and smelly, and there are rats. Those are all good reasons to stay out. But the best reason is that you could get lost. It's happened before. Happened before. Happened before. It's happened. Sure it had. There was that bundle of bones and polished cotton they had passed on the way to its lair, for instance. Bill felt panic trying to rise and pushed it back. It went, but not easily. He could feel it back there, a live thing, struggling and twisting, trying to get out. Adding to it was the nagging, unanswerable question of whether they had killed it or not. Richie said yes, Mike said yes, so did Eddie. But he hadn't liked the frightened, doubtful look on Bev's face, or on Stan's, as the light died and they crawled back through the small door, away from the susurrating, collapsing web. "So what do we do now?" Stan asked. Bill heard the frightened little boy tremble in Stan's voice, and knew the question was aimed directly at him. "Yeah," Ben said. "What?" "Damn, I wish we had a flashlight, or even a candle." Bill thought he heard a stifled sob in the second ellipsis. It frightened him more than anything else. Ben would have been astounded to know it, but Bill thought the fat boy tough and resourceful, steadier than Richie and less apt to cave in suddenly than Stan. If Ben was getting ready to crack, they were on the edge of very bad trouble. It was not the skeleton of the water department guy to which Bill's own mind kept returning, but to Tom Sawyer and Becky Thatcher, lost in McDougal's cave. He would push the thought away, and then it would come stealing back. Something else was troubling him, but the concept was too large and too vague for his tired boy's mind to grasp. Perhaps it was the very simplicity of the idea that made it elusive. They were falling away from each other. The bond that had held them all this long summer was dissolving. It had been faced and vanquished. It might be dead, as Richie and Eddie thought, or it might be wounded so badly it would sleep for 100 years or 1,000 or 10,000. They had faced it, seen it with its final mask laid aside, and it had been horrible enough, oh, for sure. But once seen, its physical form was not so bad, and its most potent weapon was taken away from it. They all had, after all, seen spiders before. They were alien and somehow crawlingly dreadful, and he supposed that none of them would ever be able to see another one, if we ever get out of this, without feeling a shudder of revulsion. But a spider was, after all, only a spider. Perhaps at the end, when the masks of horror were laid aside, there was nothing with which the human mind could not cope. That was a heartening thought. Anything except the deadlights, whatever had been out there. But perhaps even that unspeakable living light which crouched at the doorway to the macroverse was dead or dying. The deadlights and the trip into the black to the place where they had been was already growing hazy and hard to recall in his mind. And that wasn't really the point. The point, felt but not grasped, was simply that the fellowship was ending. It was ending and they were still in the dark. That other had, through their friendship, perhaps been able to make them something more than children. But they were becoming children again. Bill felt it as much as the others. "What now, Bill?" Richie asked, finally saying it right out. "I don't know," Bill said. His stutter was back, alive and well. He heard it, they heard it, and he stood in the dark, smelling the sodden aroma of their growing panic, wondering how long it would be before somebody, Stan most likely it would be Stan, tore things wide open by saying, "Well, why don't you know? You got us into this." "And what about Henry?" Mike asked uneasily. "Is he still out there, or what?" "Oh, geez," Eddie said, almost moaned. "I forgot about him." "Sure he is. Sure he is. He's probably as lost as we are, and we could run into him any time. Geez, Bill, don't you have any ideas? Your dad works down here. Don't you have any ideas at all?" Bill listened to the distant mocking thunder of the water and tried to have the idea that Eddie, all of them, had a right to demand. Because, yes, correct, he had gotten them into this, and it was his responsibility to get them back out again. Nothing came. Nothing. "I have an idea," Beverly said quietly. In the dark, Bill heard a sound he could not immediately place. A whispery little sound, but not scary. Then there was a more easily placed sound. A zipper. What? He thought, and then he realized what. She was undressing. For some reason, Beverly was undressing. "What are you doing?" Richie asked, and his shocked voice cracked on the last word. "I know something," Beverly said in the dark, and to Bill her voice sounded older. "I know because my father told me. I know how to bring us back together. And if we're not together, we'll never get out." "What?" Ben asked, sounding bewildered and terrified. "What are you talking about?" "Something that will bring us together forever. Something that will show—" No, Beverly," Bill said, suddenly understanding everything. "That will show that I love you all," Beverly said. "That you're all my friends." "What's she Mike began. Calmly, Beverly cut across his words. "Who's first?" she asked. "I think—" 8. In the Lair of It, 1985. "He's dying," Beverly wept. "His arm. It ate his arm." She reached for Bill, clung to him, and Bill shook her off. "It's getting away again," he roared at her, blood-caked lips and chin. "Come on, Richie, Ben, this time we're going to finish her." Richie turned Bill toward him, looked at him as you would look at a man who was hopelessly raving. "Bill, we have to take care of Eddie. We have to get a tourniquet on him. Get him out of here." But Beverly was now sitting with Eddie's head in her lap, cradling him. She had closed his eyes. "Go with Bill," she said. "If you let him die for nothing, if it comes back in another 25 years, or 50, or even 2,000, I swear I'll haunt your ghosts. Go." Richie looked at her for a moment, indecisive. Then he became aware that her face was losing definition, becoming not a face but a pale shape in the growing shadows. The light was fading. It decided him. "All right," he said to Bill. "This time we chase." Ben was standing in back of the spider web, which had begun to decay again. He had also seen the shape swaying high up in it, and he prayed that Bill would not look up. But as the web began to fall in drifts and strands and skeins, Bill did. He saw Audra, sagging as if in a very old and creaky elevator. She dropped 10 feet, stopped, swaying from side to side, and then abruptly dropped another 15. Her face never changed. Her eyes, china blue, were wide open. Her bare feet swung back and forth like pendulums. Her hair hung lankly over her shoulders. Her mouth was ajar. "Audra!" he screamed. "Bill, come on," Ben shouted. The web was falling all around them now, thudding to the floor and beginning to run. Richie suddenly grabbed Bill around the waist and propelled him forward, shooting for a 10-foot-high gap between the floor and the bottommost cross-strand of the sagging web. "Go, Bill, go, go!" "That's Audra!" Bill shouted desperately. "That's Audra!" "I don't give a shit if it's the Pope," Richie said grimly. "Eddie's dead, and we're going to kill it. If it's still alive. We're going to finish the job this time, Big Bill. Either she's alive or she's not. Now, come on!" Bill hung back a moment longer, and then snapshots of the children, all the dead children, seemed to flutter through his mind like lost photographs from George's album. School friends. All were right. Let's go. God forgive me. He and Richie ran under the strand of cross-webbing seconds before it collapsed and joined Ben on the other side. They ran after it as Audra swung and dangled 50 feet above the stone floor, wrapped in a numbing cocoon that was attached to the decaying web. 9. Ben. They followed the trail of its black blood, oily pools of ichor that ran and dripped into the cracks between the flagstones. But as the floor began to rise toward a semicircular black opening at the far side of the chamber, Ben saw something new. A trail of eggs. Each was black and rough-shelled, perhaps as big as an ostrich egg. A waxy light shone from within them. Ben realized they were semi-transparent. He could see black shapes moving inside. "It's children," he thought, and felt his gorge rise. "It's miscarried children. God, God!" Richie and Bill had stopped and were staring at the eggs with stupid, dazed wonder. Go on," Ben shouted. "I'll take care of them. Get it." "Here," Richie shouted, and threw Ben a pack of Derry Townhouse matches. Ben caught them. Bill and Richie ran on. Ben watched them in the rapidly dimming light for a moment. They ran into the darkness of its escape passage and were lost from sight. Then he looked down at the first of the thin-shelled eggs, at the black manta-like shadow inside, and felt his determination waver. Hey guys, this was too much. This was simply too awful. And surely they would die without his help. They had not been so much laid as dropped. But its time was close, and if one of them is capable of surviving, even one... Summoning up all of his courage, summoning up Eddie's pale, dying face, Ben brought one desert driver boot down on the first egg. It broke with a sodden squelch as some stinking placenta ran out around his boot. Then a spider the size of a rat was scrabbling weakly across the floor, trying to get away. And Ben could hear it in his head, its high, mewling cries like the sound of a handsaw being bent rapidly back and forth so that it makes ghost music. Ben lurched after it on legs that felt like stilts and brought his foot down again. He felt the spider's body crunch and splatter under the heel of his boot. His gorge clenched, and this time there was no way he could hold it back. He vomited, then twisted his heel, grinding the thing into the stones, listening to the cries in his head fade to nothing. How many? How many eggs? Didn't I read somewhere that spiders can lay thousands or millions? I can't keep doing this. I'll go mad. You have to. Come on, Ben. Get it together. He went to the next egg and repeated the process in the last of the dying light. Everything was repeated, the brittle snap, the squelch of liquid, the final coup de grace. The next. Making his way slowly toward the black arch into which his friends had gone. The darkness was now complete, Beverly and the decaying web somewhere behind him. He could still hear the whisper of its collapse. The eggs were pallid stones in the dark. As he reached each one, he struck a light from the matchbook and broke it open. In each case, he was able to follow the course of the dazed spiderling and crush it before the light flickered out. He had no idea how he was going to proceed if his matches gave out before he had crushed the last of the eggs and killed each one's unspeakable cargo. 10. It. 1985. Still coming. It sensed them still coming, gaining, and its fear grew. Perhaps it was not eternal after all. The unthinkable must finally be thought. Worse, it sensed the death of its young. A third of these hated, hateful men-boys was walking steadily up its trail of birth, almost insane with revulsion, but continuing nonetheless, methodically stamping the life from each of its eggs. No! It wailed, lurching from side to side, feeling its life force running from 100 wounds, none of them mortal in itself, but each a song of pain, each slowing it. One of its legs hung by a single living twist of meat. One of its eyes was blind. It sensed a terrible rupture inside, the result of whatever poison one of the hated men-boys had managed to shoot down its throat. And still they came on, closing the distance. And how could this happen? It whined and mewled, and when it sensed them almost directly behind, it did the only thing it could do now. It turned to fight. 11. Beverly. Before the last of the light faded and utter dark closed down, she saw Bill's wife plunge another 20 feet and then fetch up again. She had begun to spin, her long red hair fanning out. His wife, she thought. But I was his first love. And if he thought some other woman was his first, it was only because he forgot. Forgot Derry. Then she was in darkness, alone with the sound of the falling web and Eddie's simple, moveless weight. She didn't want to let him go, didn't want to let his face lie on the foul floor of this place. So she held his head in the crook of an arm that had gone mostly numb and brushed his hair away from his damp forehead. She thought of the birds. That was something she supposed she had gotten from Stan. Poor Stan, who hadn't been able to face this. All of them. I was their first love. She tried to remember it. It was something good to think about in all this darkness where you couldn't place the sounds. It made her feel less alone. At first it wouldn't come. The image of the birds intervened. Crows and grackles and starlings, spring birds that came back from somewhere while the streets were still running with meltwater and the last patches of crusted, dirty snow clung grimly to their shady places. It seemed to her that it was always on a cloudy day that you first heard and saw those spring birds and wondered where they came from. Suddenly they were just back in Derry, filling the white air with their raucous chatter. They lined the telephone wires and roof peaks of the Victorian houses on West Broadway. They jostled for places on the aluminum branches of the elaborate TV antenna on top of Wally Spa. They loaded the wet black branches of the elms on Lower Main Street. They settled. They talked to each other in the screamy, babbling voices of old country women at the weekly Grange bingo games, and then, at some signal which humans could not discern, they all took wing at once, turning the sky black with their numbers, and came down somewhere else. Yes, the birds. I was thinking of them because I was ashamed. It was my father who made me ashamed, I guess. And maybe that was its doing, too. Maybe. The memory came. The memory behind the birds, but it was vague and disconnected. Perhaps this one always would be. She had... Her thoughts broke off as she realized that Eddie... 12. Love and Desire. August 10th, 1958. Comes to her first, because he is the most frightened. He comes to her not as her friend of that summer, or as her brief lover now, but the way he would have come to his mother only 3 or 4 years ago, to be comforted. He doesn't draw back from her smooth nakedness, and at first she doubts if he even feels it. He is trembling, and although she holds him, the darkness is so perfect that even this close she cannot see him. Except for the rough cast, he might as well be a phantom. "What do you want?" he asks her. "You have to put your thing in me," she says. He tries to pull back, but she holds him and he subsides against her. She has heard someone, Ben, she thinks, draw in his breath. "Bevy, I can't do that. I don't know how." "I think it's easy, but you'll have to get undressed." She thinks about the intricacies of managing cast and shirt, first somehow separating and then rejoining them, and amends, "Your pants, anyway." "No, I can't." But she thinks part of him can, and wants to, because his trembling has stopped, and she feels something small and hard which presses against the right side of her belly. "You can," she says, and pulls him down. The surface beneath her bare back and legs is firm, clayey, dry. The distant thunder of the water is drowsy, soothing. She reaches for him. There's a moment when her father's face intervenes, harsh and forbidding. "I want to see if you're intact." And then she closes her arms around Eddie's neck, her smooth cheek against his smooth cheek, and as he tentatively touches her small breasts, she sighs and thinks for the first time, "This is Eddie." And she remembers a day in July. Could it only have been last month? When no one else turned up in the Barrens but Eddie, and he had a whole bunch of Little Lulu comic books, and they read together for most of the afternoon. Little Lulu looking for beebleberries and getting in all sorts of crazy situations. Witch Hazel, all of those guys. It had been fun. She thinks of birds, in particular of the grackles and starlings and crows that come back in the spring, and her hands go to his belt and loosen it. And he says again that he can't do that. She tells him that he can. She knows he can. And what she feels is not shame or fear now, but a kind of triumph. "Where?" he says, and that hard thing pushes urgently against her inner thigh. "Here," she says. "Bevy, I'll fall on you," he says, and she hears his breath start to whistle painfully. "I think that's sort of the idea," she tells him, and holds him gently and guides him. He pushes forward too fast, and there is pain. "Sss." She draws her breath in, her teeth biting at her lower lip, and thinks of the birds again, the spring birds, lining the roof peaks of the houses, taking wing all at once under low March clouds. "Beverly," he says uncertainly, "are you okay?" "Go slower," she says. "It'll be easier for you to breathe." He does move more slowly, and after a while his breathing speeds up, but she understands this is not because there is anything wrong with him. The pain fades. Suddenly he moves more quickly, then stops, stiffens, and makes a sound, some sound. She senses that this is something for him, something extraordinarily special, something like flying. She feels powerful. She feels a sense of triumph rise up strongly within her. Is this what her father was afraid of? Well, he might be. There was power in this act, all right, a chain-breaking power that was blood-deep. She feels no physical pleasure, but there is a kind of mental ecstasy in it for her. She senses the closeness. He puts his face against her neck, and she holds him. He's crying. She holds him, and feels the part of him that made a connection between them begin to fade. It is not leaving her exactly. It is simply fading, becoming less. When his weight shifts away, she sits up and touches his face in the darkness. Did you? Did I what? Whatever it is, I don't know exactly. He shakes his head. She feels it with her hand against his cheek. I don't think it was exactly like the big boys say. But it was really something. He speaks so low the others can't hear. I love you, Bevy. Her consciousness breaks down a little there. She's quite sure there's more talk, some whispered, some loud, and can't remember what is said. It doesn't matter. Does she have to talk each of them into it all over again? Yes, probably. But it doesn't matter. They have to be talked into it. This essential human link between the world and the infinite, the only place where the bloodstream touches eternity. It doesn't matter. What matters is love and desire. Here in this dark is as good a place as any. Better than some, maybe. Mike comes to her, then Richie, and the act is repeated. Now she feels some pleasure, dim heat in her childish, unmatured sex, and she closes her eyes as Stan comes to her, and she thinks of the birds, spring and the birds, and she sees them again and again, all lighting at once, filling up the winter-naked trees, shock-wave riders on the moving edge of nature's most violent season. She sees them take wing again and again, the flutter of their wings like the snap of many sheets on the line, and she thinks, a month from now, every kid in Dairy Park will have a kite. They'll run to keep the strings from getting tangled with each other. She thinks again. This is what flying is like. With Stan as with the others, there is that rueful sense of fading, of leaving, with whatever they truly need from this act, some ultimate, close but as yet unfound. Did you? She asks again, and although she doesn't know exactly what it is, she knows that he hasn't. There is a long wait, and then Ben comes to her. He is trembling all over, but it is not the fearful trembling she felt in Stan. Beverly, I can't, he says in a tone which purports to be reasonable and is anything but. You can too. I can feel it. She sure can. There's more of this hardness, more of him. She can feel it below the gentle push of his belly. Its size raises a certain curiosity, and she touches the bulge lightly. He groans against her neck, and the blow of his breath causes her bare body to dimple with goosebumps. She feels the first twist of real heat race through her. Suddenly the feeling in her is very large. She recognizes that it is too big. And is he too big? Can she take that into herself? And too old for her. Some feeling that walks in boots. This is like Henry's M80s, something not meant for kids, something that could explode and blow you up. But this was not the place or time for worry. Here there was love, desire, and the dark. If they didn't try for the first two, they would surely be left with the last. Beverly, don't. Yes, Show me how to fly, she says with a calmness she doesn't feel, aware by the fresh, wet warmth on her cheek and neck that he has begun to cry. Show me, Ben. No. If you wrote the poem, show me. Feel my hair if you want to, Ben. It's all right. Beverly, He's not just trembling now. He's shaking all over. But she senses again that this ague is not all fear. Part of it is the precursor of the throe this act is all about. She thinks of the birds. His face, his dear, sweet, earnest face, and knows it is not fear. It is wanting, he feels, a deep, passionate wanting now barely held in check. And she feels that sense of power again, something like flying, something like looking down from above and seeing all the birds on the roof peaks, on the TV antenna atop Wally's, seeing streets spread out map-like. Oh, desire, right, this was something. It was love and desire that taught you to fly. Ben, yes, she cries suddenly, and the leash breaks. She feels pain again, and for a moment there is the frightening sensation of being crushed. Then he props himself up on the palms of his hands, and that feeling is gone. He's big, oh yes. The pain is back, and it's much deeper than when Eddie first entered her. She has to bite her lip again and think of the birds until the burning is gone. But it does go, and she is able to reach up and touch his lips with one finger, and he moans. The heat is back, and she feels her power suddenly shift to him. She gives it gladly and goes with it. There is a sensation first of being rocked, of a delicious spiraling sweetness, which makes her begin to turn her head helplessly from side to side, and a tuneless humming comes from between her closed lips. This is flying. This, oh love, oh desire, oh this is something impossible to deny. Binding, giving, making a strong circle. Binding, giving, flying. Oh, Ben, oh my dear, yes, she whispers, feeling the sweat stand out on her face, feeling their connection, something firmly in place, something like eternity, the number 8 rocked over on its side. I love you so much, dear. And she feels the thing begin to happen, something of which the girls who whisper and giggle about sex in the girls' room have no idea, at least as far as she knows. They only marvel at how gushy sex must be, and now she realizes that for many of them, sex must be some unrealized, undefined monster. They refer to the act as it. Would you do it? Do your sister and her boyfriend do it? Do your mom and dad still do it? And how they never intend to do it. Oh yes, you would think that the whole girls' side of the 5th grade class was made up of spinsters-to-be, and it is obvious to Beverly that none of them can suspect this conclusion. And she is only kept from screaming by her knowledge that the others will hear and think her badly hurt. She puts the side of her hand in her mouth and bites down hard. She understands the screamy laughter of Greta Bowie and Sally Mueller and all the others better now. Hadn't they, the 7 of them, spent most of this, the longest, scariest summer of their lives, laughing like loons? You laugh because what's fearful and unknown is also what's funny. You laugh the way a small child will sometimes laugh and cry at the same time when a capering circus clown approaches, knowing it is supposed to be funny, but it is also unknown, full of the unknown's eternal power. Biting her hand will not stay the cry, and she can only reassure them, and Ben, by crying out her affirmative in the darkness. Yes, yes, yes. Glorious images of flight fill her head, mixing with the harsh calling of the grackles and starlings. These sounds become the world's sweetest music. So she flies up, and now the power is not with her or with him, but somewhere between them. And he cries out, and she can feel his arms trembling, and she arches up and into him, feeling his spasm, his touch, his total fleeting intimacy with her in the dark. They break through into the life-light together. Then it is over, and they are in each other's arms, and when he tries to say something, perhaps some stupid apology that would hurt what she remembers, some stupid apology like a handcuff, she stops his words with a kiss and sends him away. Bill comes to her. He tries to say something, but his stutter is almost total now. You be quiet, she says, secure in her new knowledge, but aware that she is tired now. Tired and damned sore. The insides and backs of her thighs feel sticky, and she thinks it's maybe because Ben actually finished, or maybe because she is bleeding. Everything is going to be totally okay. Are you sure? Yes, she says, and links her hands behind his neck, feeling the sweaty mat of his hair. You just bet. Does it, shh. It is not as it was with Ben. There is passion, but not the same kind. Being with Bill now is the best conclusion to this that there could be. He is kind, tender, just short of calm. She senses his eagerness, but it is tempered and held back by his anxiety for her, perhaps because only Bill and she herself realize what an enormous act this is, and how it must never be spoken of, not to anyone else, not even to each other. At the end, she is surprised by that sudden upsurge, and she has time to think, oh, it's going to happen again. I don't know if I can stand it. But her thoughts are swept away by the utter sweetness of it, and she barely hears him whispering, I love you, Bev, I love you. I'll always love you, saying it over and over and not stuttering at all. She hugs him to her, and for a moment they stay that way, his smooth cheek against hers. He withdraws from her without saying anything, and for a little while she's alone, pulling her clothes back together, slowly putting them on, aware of a dull throbbing pain of which they, being male, will never know.
aware also of a certain exhausted pleasure and the relief of having it over. There is an emptiness down there now, and although she is glad that her sex is her own again, the emptiness imparts a strange melancholy which she could never express. Except to think of bare trees under a white winter sky, empty trees, trees waiting for blackbirds to come like ministers at the end of March to preside over the death of snow. She finds them by groping for their hands. For a moment no one speaks, and when someone does, it does not surprise her much that it's Eddie. "I think when we went right 2 turns back, we should have gone left. Geez, I knew that, but I was so sweaty and frigged up."
"Been frigged up your whole life, Eds," Richie says. His voice is pleasant. The raw edge of panic is completely gone.
"We went wrong some other places, too," Eddie says, ignoring him. "But that's the worst one. If we can find our way back there, we just might be okay."
They form up in a clumsy line, Eddie first, Beverly second now, her hand on Eddie's shoulder as Mike's is on hers. They begin to move again, faster this time. Eddie displays none of his former nervous care.
"We're going home," she thinks, and shivers with relief and joy. Home, yes, and that will be good. We've done our job, what we came for. Now we can go back to just being kids again, and that will be good too. As they move through the dark, she realizes the sound of running water is closer. Chapter 23. Out. 1. Derry, 9 to 10 a.m. By 9:10, Derry wind speeds were being clocked at an average of 55 miles an hour, with gusts up to 70. The anemometer in the courthouse registered one gust of 81, and then the needle dropped all the way back to 0. The wind had ripped the whirling cup-like device on the courthouse roof off its moorings, and it flew away into the rain-swept dimness of the day. Like George Denbrough's boat, it was never seen again. By 9:30, the thing the Derry Water Department had sworn was now impossible seemed not only possible but imminent. That downtown Derry might be flooded for the first time since August of 1958, when many of the old drains had clogged up or caved in during a freak rainstorm. By 9:45, men with grim faces were arriving in cars and pickup trucks along both sides of the canal, their fall-weather gear rippling crazily in the freight train wind. For the first time since October of 1957, sandbags began to go up along the canal's cement sides. The arch where the canal went under the three-way intersection, at the heart of Derry's downtown area, was full almost to the top. Main Street, Canal Street, and the foot of Up Mile Hill were impassable except by foot, and those who splashed and hurried their way toward the sandbagging operation felt the very streets beneath their feet trembling with the frenzied flow of the water, the way a turnpike overpass will tremble when big trucks pass each other. But this was a steady vibration, and the men were glad to be on the north side of downtown, away from that steady rumbling that was felt rather than heard. Harold Gardner shouted at Alfred Zittner, who ran Zittner's Realty on the west side of town, asking him if the streets were going to collapse. Zittner said hell would freeze over before something like that happened. Harold had a brief image of Adolf Hitler and Judas Iscariot handing out ice skates and went on heaving sandbags. The water was now less than 3 inches below the top of the canal's cement walls. In the barrens, the Kenduskeag was already out of its banks, and by noon the luxuriant undergrowth and scrub trees would be poking out of a vast, shallow, stinking lake. The men continued to work, pausing only when the supply of sandbags ran out. And then, at 10:10, they were frozen by a great rending, ripping sound. Harold Gardner later told his wife he thought maybe the end of the world had come. It wasn't downtown falling into the earth, not then. It was the standpipe. Only Andrew Keene, Norbert Keene's grandson, actually saw it happen, and he had smoked so much Colombian Red that morning that at first he thought it had to be a hallucination. He had been wandering Derry's storm-swept streets since about 8 o'clock, roughly the same time that Dr. Hale was ascending to that great family medical practice in the sky. He was drenched to the skin, except for the 2-ounce baggie of pot tucked up into his armpit, that was, but totally unaware of it. His eyes widened in disbelief. He had reached Memorial Park, which stood on the flank of Standpipe Hill, and unless he was wrong, the standpipe now had a pronounced lean, like that fucked-up tower in Pisa that was on all the macaroni boxes. "Oh, wow!" Andrew Keene cried, his eyes widening even more. They looked as if they might be on small, tough springs now, as the splintering sounds began.
The standpipe's lean was becoming more and more acute as he stood there with his jeans plastered to his skinny shanks and his drenched paisley headband dripping water into his eyes. White shingles were popping off the downtown side of the great round water tower. No, not exactly popping off. It was more like they were squirting off. And a definite crinkle had appeared about 20 feet above the standpipe stone foundation. Water suddenly began to spray out through this crinkle, and now the shingles weren't squirting off the standpipe's downtown side. They were spewing into the wind stream. A rending sound began to come from the standpipe, and Andrew could see it moving, like the hand of a great clock inclining from noon to 1 to 2. The baggie of pot fell out of his armpit and fetched up inside his shirt somewhere near his belt. He didn't notice. He was utterly fetched. Large twanging sounds came from inside the standpipe, as if the strings of the world's biggest guitar were being broken one by one. These were the cables inside the cylinder, which had provided the proper balance of stress against the water pressure. The standpipe began to heel over faster and faster, boards and beams ripping apart, splinters jumping and whirling into the air. "Far fucking out!" Andrew Keene shrieked, but it was lost in the standpipe's final crashing fall, and by the rising sound of 1 3/4 million gallons of water, 7,000 tons of water, pouring out of the building's ruptured spouting side. It went in a gray tidal wave, and of course if Andrew Keene had been on the downhill side of the standpipe, he would have exited the world in no time. But God favors drunks, small children, and the cataclysmically stoned. Andrew was standing in a place where he could see it all and not be touched by a single drop. "Great fucking special effects!" Andrew screamed as the water rolled over Memorial Park like a solid thing, sweeping away the sundial beside which a small boy named Stan Uris had often stood watching birds with his father's field glasses. "Steven Spielberg, eat your heart out!" The stone bird bath also went. Andrew saw it for a moment, turning over and over, pedestal for dish and dish for pedestal, and then it was gone. A line of maples and birches separating Memorial Park from Kansas Street were knocked down like so many pins in a bowling alley. They took wild, spiky snarls of power lines with them. The water rolled across the street, beginning to spread now, beginning to look more like water than that mind-boggling solid wall that had taken sundial, bird bath, and trees. But it still had power enough to sweep almost a dozen houses on the far side of Kansas Street off their foundations and into the barrens. They went with sickening ease, most of them still whole. Andrew Keene recognized one of them as belonging to the Carl Massensick family. Mr. Massensick had been his 6th grade teacher, a real pooch. As the house went over the edge and down the slope, Andrew realized he could still see a candle burning brightly in one window, and he wondered briefly if he might be mentally high-siding it, if you could dig the concept. There was an explosion from the barrens and a brief gout of yellow flame as someone's Coleman gas lantern ignited oil pouring out of a ruptured fuel tank. Andrew stared at the far side of Kansas Street, where until just 40 seconds ago there had been a neat line of middle-class houses. They were gone city now, and you better believe it, sweet thing. In their places were 10 cellar holes that looked like swimming pools. Andrew wanted to advance the opinion that this was far fucking out, but he couldn't yell anymore. Seemed like his yeller was busted. His diaphragm felt weak and useless. He heard a series of crunching thuds, the sound of a giant with his shoes full of Ritz crackers marching down a flight of stairs. It was the standpipe rolling down the hill, a huge white cylinder still spouting the last of its water supply, the thick cables that had helped to hold it together flying into the air and then cracking down again like steel bullwhips, digging runnels in the soft earth that immediately filled up with rushing rainwater. As Andrew watched, with his chin resting somewhere between his collarbones, the standpipe, horizontal now, better than 125 feet long, flew out into the air. For a moment it seemed frozen there, a surreal image straight out of rubber-walled, straight-jacketed Toodaloo land, rainwater sparkling on its shattered sides, its windows broken, casements hanging, the flashing light on top, meant as a warning for low-flying light planes, still flashing. And then it fell into the street with a final rending crash. Kansas Street had channeled a lot of the water, and now it began to rush toward downtown by way of Up Mile Hill. There used to be houses over there, Andrew Keene thought, and suddenly all the strength ran out of his legs. He sat down heavily. Kersplash. He stared at the broken stone foundation on which the standpipe had stood for his whole life. He wondered if anyone would ever believe him. He wondered if he believed it himself. 2. The Kill. 10:02 a.m., May 31st, 1985. Bill and Richie saw it turn toward them, its mandibles opening and closing, its one good eye glaring down at them, and Bill realized it gave off its own source of illumination, like some grisly lightning bug. But the light was flickering and uncertain. It was badly hurt. Its thoughts buzzed and racketed. Let me go, and you can have everything you've ever wanted. Money, fame, fortune, power. I can give you these things. In his head. Bill moved forward empty-handed, his eyes fixed on its single red one. He felt the power growing inside him, investing him, knotting his arms into cords, filling each clenched fist with its own force. Richie walked beside him, his lips pulled back over his teeth. I can give you your wife back. I can do it, only I. She'll remember nothing, as the 7 of you remembered nothing. They were close, very close now. Bill could smell its stinking aroma and realized with sudden horror that it was the smell of the barrens, the smell they had taken for the smell of sewers and polluted streams in the burning dump. But had they ever really believed those were all it had been? It was the smell of it. And perhaps it had been strongest in the barrens, but it had hung over all Derry like a cloud, and people just didn't smell it, the way zookeepers don't smell their charges after a while, or even wonder why the visitors wrinkle their noses when they come in. Us too, he muttered to Richie, and Richie nodded without taking his eyes off the spider, which now shrank back from them, its abominable spiny legs clittering, brought to bay at last. I can't give you eternal life, but I can touch you, and you will live long, long lives, 200 years, 300, perhaps 500. I can make you gods of the earth, if you let me go, if you let me go, if you let me... Bill? Richie asked hoarsely. With a scream building inside him, building up and up and up, Bill charged. Richie ran with him stride for stride. They struck together with their right fists, but Bill understood it was not really their fists they were striking with at all. It was their combined force, augmented by the force of that other. It was the force of memory and desire. Above all else, it was the force of love and unforgotten childhood like one big wheel. The spider's shriek filled Bill's head, seeming to splinter his brains. He felt his fist plunge deep into writhing wetness. His arm followed it in up to the shoulder. He pulled it back, dripping with the spider's black blood. Ichor poured from the hole he had made. He saw Richie standing almost beneath its bloated body, covered with its darkly sparkling blood, standing in the classic boxer's stance, his dripping fists pumping. The spider lashed at them with its legs. Bill felt one of them rip down his side, parting his shirt, parting skin. Its stinger pumped uselessly against the floor. Its screams were clarion bells in his head. It lunged clumsily forward, trying to bite him, and instead of retreating, Bill drove forward, using not just his fist now, but his whole body, making himself into a torpedo. He ran into its gut like a sprinting fullback who lowers his shoulders and simply drives straight ahead. For a moment he felt its stinking flesh simply give, as if it would rebound and send him flying. With an inarticulate scream, he drove harder, pushing forward and upward with his legs, digging at it with his hands. And he broke through, was inundated with its hot fluids. They ran across his face and his ears. He snuffled them up his nose in thin, squirming streams. He was in the black again, up to his shoulders inside its convulsing body. And in his clogged ears he could hear a sound like the steady whack, 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 whack of a big bass drum, the one that leads the parade when the circus comes to town with its complement of freaks and strutting, capering clowns. The sound of its heart. He heard Richie scream in sudden pain, a sound that rose into a quick, gasping moan and was cut off. Bill suddenly thrust both fisted hands forward. He was choking, strangling in its pulsing bag of guts and waters. Whack, 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 whack. He plunged his hands into it, ripping, tearing, parting, seeking the source of the sound, rupturing organs, his slimed fingers opening and closing, his locked chest seeming to swell from lack of air. Whack, 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 whack. And suddenly it was in his hands, a great living thing that pumped and pulsed against his palms, pushing them back and forth. No, 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 no. Yes, Bill cried, choking, drowning. Yes, try this, you bitch. Try this one out. Do you like it? Do you love it? Do you? He laced his fingers together over the pulsing narthex of its heart, palms spread apart in an inverted V, and brought them together with all the force he could muster. There was one final shriek of pain and fear as its heart exploded between his hands, running out between his fingers in jittering strings. Whack, 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 whack. The scream, fading, dwindling. Bill felt its body clench around him suddenly like a fist in a slick glove. Then everything loosened. He became aware that its body was tilting, slipping slowly off to one side. At the same time, he began pulling back, his consciousness leaving him. The spider collapsed on its side, a huge bundle of steaming alien meat, its legs still quivering and jerking, caressing the sides of the tunnel and scraping across the floor in random scrawls. Bill staggered away, breathing in whooping gasps, spitting in an effort to clear his mouth of its horrible taste. He tripped over his own feet and fell to his knees. And clearly, he heard the voice of the other. The turtle might be dead, but whatever had invested it was not. Son, you did real good. Then it was gone. The power went with it. He felt weak, revulsed, half insane. He looked over his shoulder and saw the dying black nightmare of the spider, still jerking and quivering. "Richie," he cried out in a hoarse, breaking voice. "Richie, where are you, man?" No answer. The light was gone now. It had died with the spider. He fumbled in the pocket of his matted shirt for the last book of matches. They were there, but they wouldn't light. The heads were soaked with blood. "Richie!" he screamed again, beginning to weep now. He began to crawl forward, first one hand and then the other groping in the dark. At last one of them struck something which yielded limply to his touch. His hands flew over it and stopped as they touched Richie's face. "Richie! Richie!" Still no answer. Struggling in the dark, Bill got one arm under Richie's back and the other under his knees. He wobbled to his feet and began to stumble back the way they had come with Richie in his arms. 3. Derry, 10 to 10:15 a.m. At 10, the steady vibration which had been running through Derry's downtown streets increased to a rumbling roar. The Derry News would later write that the supports of the canal's underground portion, weakened by the savage assault of what amounted to a flash flood, simply collapsed. There were, however, people who disagreed with that view. "I was there, I know," Harold Gardner later told his wife. "It wasn't just that the canal's supports collapsed. It was an earthquake. That's what it was. It was a fucking earthquake." Either way, the results were the same. As the rumbling built steadily up and up, windows began to shatter, plaster ceilings began to fall, and the inhuman cry of twisting beams and foundations swelled into a frightening chorus. Cracks raced up the bullet-pocked brick facade of Machen's like grasping hands. The cables holding the marquee of the Aladdin Theater out over the street snapped, and the marquee came crashing down. Richard's Alley, which ran behind the Center Street Drug, suddenly filled up with an avalanche of yellow brick as the Brian X. Dowd Professional Building, erected in 1952, came crashing down. A huge screen of jaundice-colored dust rose in the air and was snatched away like a veil. At the same time, the statue of Paul Bunyan in front of the city center exploded. It was as if that long-ago art teacher's threat to blow it up had finally proved to be dead serious after all. The bearded, grinning head rose straight up in the air. One leg kicked forward, the other back, as if Paul had attempted some sort of split so enthusiastic it had resulted in dismemberment. The statue's midsection blew out in a cloud of shrapnel, and the head of the plastic axe rose into the rainy sky, disappeared, and then came down again, twirling end over end. It sheared through the roof of the Kissing Bridge, and then its floor. And then at 10:02 a.m., downtown Derry simply collapsed. Most of the water from the ruptured standpipe had crossed Kansas Street and ended up in the Barrens, but tons of it rushed down into the business district by way of Up Mile Hill. Perhaps that was the straw that broke the camel's back. Or perhaps, as Harold Gardner told his wife, there really was an earthquake. Cracks raced across the surface of Main Street. They were narrow at first, and then they began to gape like hungry mouths, and the sound of the canal floated up, not muffled now, but frighteningly loud. Everything began to shake. The neon sign proclaiming Outlet Moccasins in front of Shorty Squire's souvenir shop hit the street and shorted out in 3 feet of water. A moment or two later, Shorty's building, which stood next to Mr. Paperback, began to descend. Buddy Angstrom was the first to see this phenomenon. He elbowed Alfred Zittner, who looked, gaped, and then elbowed Harold Gardner. Within a space of seconds, the sandbagging operation stopped. The men lining both sides of the canal only stood and stared toward downtown in the pouring rain, their faces stamped with identical expressions of horrified wonder. Squire's Souvenirs and Sundries appeared to have been built on some huge elevator which was now on the way down. It sank into the apparently solid concrete with ponderous, stately dignity. When it came to a stop, you could have dropped to your hands and knees on the flooded sidewalk and entered through one of the third-floor windows. Water sprayed up all around the building, and a moment later Shorty himself appeared on the roof, waving his arms madly for rescue. Then he was obliterated as the office building next door, the one which housed Mr. Paperback at ground level, also sank into the ground. Unfortunately, this one did not go straight down as Shorty's building had done. The Mr. Paperback building developed a marked lean. For a moment, in fact, it bore a strong resemblance to that fucked-up tower in Pisa, the one on the macaroni boxes. As it tilted, bricks began to shower from its top and sides. Shorty was struck by several. Harold Gardner saw him reel backward, hands to his head, and then the top 3 floors of the Mr. Paperback building slid off as neatly as pancakes from the top of a stack. Shorty disappeared. Someone on the sandbag line screamed, and then everything was lost in the grinding roar of destruction. Men were knocked off their feet or sent wobbling and staggering back from the canal. Harold Gardner saw the buildings which faced each other across Main Street lean forward like ladies kibitzing over a card game, their heads almost touching. The street itself was sinking, cracking, breaking up. Water splashed and sprayed, and then, one after another, buildings on both sides of the street simply swayed past their centers of gravity and crashed into the street. The Northeast Bank, the Shoeboat, Alvy's Smokes and Jokes, Bailey's Lunch, Bandler's Record and Music Barn. Except that by then there was really no street for them to crash into. The street had fallen into the canal, stretching like taffy at first, and then breaking up into bobbing chunks of asphalt. Harold saw the traffic island at the 3-street intersection suddenly drop out of sight, and as water geysered up, he suddenly understood what was going to happen. "Gotta get out of here," he screamed at Al Zittner. "It's gonna backwater, Al. It's gonna backwater." Al Zittner gave no sign that he had heard. His was the face of a sleepwalker, or perhaps of a man who has been deeply hypnotized. He stood in his soaked red and blue checked sport coat, in his open-collar Lacoste shirt with a little alligator on the left boob, in his blue socks with the crossed white golf clubs knitted into their sides, in his brown L.L. Bean's boat shoes with the rubber soles. He was watching perhaps $1 million of his own personal investments sinking into the street. 3 or 4 millions of his friends' investments, the guys he played poker with, the guys he golfed with, the guys he skied with at his time-sharing condo in Rangeley. Suddenly his hometown, Derry, Maine, for Christ's sake, looked bizarrely like that fucked-up city where the wogs pushed people around in those long, skinny canoes. Water roiled and boiled between the buildings that were still standing. Canal Street ended in a jagged black diving board over the edge of a churning lake. It was really no wonder Zittner hadn't heard Harold. Others, however, had come to the same conclusion Gardner had come to. You couldn't drop that much shit into a raging body of water without causing a lot of trouble. Some dropped the sandbags they had been holding and took to their heels. Harold Gardner was one of these, and so he lived. Others were not so lucky and were still somewhere in the general area as the canal, its throat now choked with tons of asphalt, concrete, brick, plaster, glass, and about $4 million worth of assorted merchandise, back surged and poured over its concrete sleeve, carrying away men and sandbags impartially. Harold kept thinking it meant to have him. No matter how fast he ran, the water kept gaining. He finally escaped by clawing his way up a steep embankment covered with shrubbery. He looked back once and saw a man he believed to be Roger Leonard, the head loan officer at Harold's credit union, trying to start his car in the parking lot of the Canal Mini-Mall. Even over the roar of the water and the bellowing wind, Harold could hear the K-car's little sewing machine engine cranking and cranking and cranking as smooth black water ran rocker panel high on both sides of it. Then, with a deep thundering cry, The Kenduskeag poured out of its banks and swept both the Canal Mini Mall and Roger Lerner's bright red K-car away. Harold began climbing again, grabbing onto branches, roots, anything that looked solid enough to take his weight. Higher ground, that was the ticket. As Andrew Keene might have said, Harold Gardner was really into the concept of higher ground that morning. Behind him, he could hear downtown Derry continuing to collapse. The sound was like artillery fire. 4. Bill. "Beverly!" he shouted. His back and arms were one solid throbbing ache. Richie now seemed to weigh at least 500 pounds. "Put him down, then," his mind whispered. "He's dead, you know damn well he is, so why don't you just put him down?" But he couldn't do that. "Beverly!" he shouted again. "Ben, anyone!" He thought, this is where it threw me, and Richie, except it threw us farther, so much farther. What was that like? I'm losing it, forgetting. "Bill?" It was Ben's voice, shaky and exhausted, somewhere fairly close. "Where are you?" "Over here, man. I've got Richie. He's hurt." "Keep talking." Ben was closer now. "Keep talking, Bill." "We killed it," Bill said, walking toward where Ben's voice had come from. "We killed the bitch, and if Richie's dead—" "Dead?" Ben called, alarmed. He was very close now, and then his hand groped out of the dark and pawed lightly at Bill's nose. "What do you mean, dead?" They were supporting Richie together now. "I can't see him," Bill said. "That's the thing. I can't see him." "Richie!" Ben shouted and shook him. "Richie, come on, goddammit!" Ben's voice was blurring now, becoming shaky. "Richie, will you wake the fuck up?" And in the dark, Richie said in a sleepy, irritable, just-coming-out-of-it voice, "All right, Haystack, all right. We don't need no stinking batches." "Richie!" Bill screamed. "Richie, are you all right?" "Bitch threw me," Richie muttered in that same tired, just-coming-out-of-sleep voice. "I hit something hard. That's all I remember." "Where's Bevy?" "Back this way," Ben said. Quickly he told them about the eggs. "I stamped over 100. I think I got all of them." "I pray to God you did," Richie said. He was starting to sound better. "Put me down, Big Bill. I can walk." "Is the water louder?" "Yes," Bill said. The three of them were holding hands in the dark. "How's your head?" "Hurts like hell. What happened after I got knocked out?" Bill told them as much as he could bring himself to tell. "And it's dead," Richie marveled. "Are you sure, Bill?" "Yes," Bill said. "This time I'm really sure." "Thank God," Richie said. "Hold on to me, Bill. I gotta barf." Bill did, and when Richie was done, they walked on. Every now and then his foot struck something brittle that rolled off into the darkness. Parts of the spider's eggs that Ben had tromped to pieces, he supposed, and shivered. It was good to know they were going in the right direction, but he was still glad he couldn't see the remains. "Beverly!" Ben shouted. "Beverly!" "Here!" Her cry was faint, almost lost in the steady rumble of the water. They moved forward in the dark, calling to her steadily, zeroing in. When they finally reached her, Bill asked if she had any matches left. She put half a pack in his hand. He lit one and saw their faces spring into ghostly being. Ben with his arm around Richie, who was standing slumped, blood running from his right temple. Beverly with Eddie's head in her lap. Then he turned the other way. Audra was lying crumpled on the flagstones, her legs asprawl, her head turned away. The webbing had mostly melted off her. The match burned his fingers, and he let it drop. In the darkness, he misjudged the distance, tripped over her, and nearly went sprawling. "Audra! Audra, can you hear me?" He got an arm under her back and sat her up. He slipped a hand under the sheaf of her hair and pressed his fingers against the side of her neck. Her pulse was there, a slow, steady beat. He lit another match, and as it flared, he saw her pupils contract. But that was an involuntary function. The fix of her gaze did not change, even when he brought the match close enough to her face to redden her skin. She was alive, but unresponsive. Hell, it was worse than that, and he knew it. She was catatonic. The second match burned his fingers. He shook it out. "Bill, I don't like the sound of that water," Ben said. "I think we ought to get out of here." "How will we do it without Eddie?" Richie murmured.
We can do it, Bev said. Bill, Ben's right. We have to get out. I'm taking her. Of course, but we ought to go now. Which way? You'll know, Beverly said softly. You killed it. You'll know, Bill. He picked Audra up as he had picked Richie up and went back to the others. The feel of her in his arms was disquieting, creepy. She was like a breathing waxwork. Which way, Bill? Ben asked. I don't... You'll know. You killed it and you'll know. Well, come on, Bill said. Let's see if we can't find out. Beverly, have these. He handed her the matches. What about Eddie? She asked. We have to take him out. How can we? Bill asked. It's... But Beverly, the place is falling apart. We gotta get him out of here, man, Richie said. Come on, Ben. Between them they managed to hoist up Eddie's body. Beverly lit them back to the fairy tale door. Bill took Audra through it, holding her up from the floor as best he could. Richie and Ben carried Eddie through. Put him down, Beverly said. He can stay here. It's too dark, Richie sobbed. You know, it's too dark. he... No, it's okay, Ben said. Maybe this is where he's supposed to be. I think maybe it is. They put him down, and Richie kissed Eddie's cheek. Then he looked blindly up at Ben. You sure? Yeah. Come on, Richie. Richie got up and turned toward the door. Fuck you, bitch, he cried suddenly, and kicked the door shut with his foot. It made a solid chucking sound as it closed and latched. Why'd you do that? Beverly asked. I don't know, Richie said, but he knew well enough. He looked back over his shoulder just as the match Beverly was holding went out. Bill, the mark on the door? What about it? Bill panted. Richie said, It's gone. 5. Derry, 10:30 a.m. The glass corridor connecting the adult library to the children's library suddenly exploded in a single brilliant flare of light. Glass flew out in an umbrella shape, wickering through the straining, whipping trees which dotted the library grounds. Someone could have been severely hurt or even killed by such a deadly fusillade, but there was no one there, either inside or out. The library had not been open that day at all. The tunnel which had so fascinated Ben Hanscom as a boy would never be replaced. There had been so much costly destruction in Derry that it seemed simpler to leave the two libraries as separate, unconnected buildings. In time, no one on the Derry City Council could even remember what that glass umbilicus had been for. Perhaps only Ben himself could really have told them how it was to stand outside in the still cold of a January night, your nose running, the tips of your fingers numb inside your mittens, watching the people pass back and forth inside, walking through winter with their coats off and surrounded by light. He could have told them. But maybe it wasn't the sort of thing you could have gotten up and testified about at a city council meeting. How you stood out there in the cold dark and learned to love the light. All of that's as may be. The facts were just these. The glass corridor blew up for no apparent reason. No one was hurt, which was a blessing since the final toll taken by that morning's storm, in human terms at least, was 67 killed and better than 320 injured. And it was never rebuilt. After May 31st of 1985, if you wanted to get from the children's library to the adult library, you had to walk outside to do it. And if it was cold or raining or snowing, you had to put on your coat. 6. Out. 10:54 a.m., May 31st, 1985. Wait, Bill gasped. Give me a chance. Rest. Let me help you with her, Richie said again. They had left Eddie back in the spider's lair, and that was something none of them wanted to talk about. But Eddie was dead and Audra was still alive, at least technically. I'll do it, Bill said between choked gasps for air. Bullshit, you'll give yourself a fucking heart attack. Let me help you, Big Bill. How's your head? Hurts, Richie said. Don't change the subject. Reluctantly, Bill let Richie take her. It could have been worse. Audra was a tall girl whose normal weight was 140 pounds. But the part she'd been scheduled to play in Attic Room was that of a young woman being held hostage by a borderline psychotic who fancied himself a political terrorist.
Because Freddie Firestone had wanted to shoot all of the attic sequences first, Audra had gone on a strict poultry, cottage cheese, tuna fish diet and lost 20 pounds. Still, after Stumble staggering along with her in the dark for a quarter of a mile, or a half or three-quarters of a mile, or who knew, that 120 felt more like 200. "Thanks, Mama Man," he said. "Don't mention it. Your turn next, Haystack." "Beep, beep, Richie," Ben said, and Bill grinned in spite of himself. It was a tired grin, and it didn't last long, but a little was better than none. "Which way, Bill?" Beverly asked. "The water sounds louder than ever. I don't really fancy drowning down here." "Straight ahead, then left," Bill said. "Maybe we better try to go a little faster." They went on for half an hour, Bill calling the lefts and rights. The sound of the water continued to swell until it seemed to surround them, a scary Dolby stereo effect in the dark. Bill felt his way around a corner, one hand trailing over damp brick, and suddenly water was running over his shoes. The current was shallow and fast. "Give me Audra," he said to Ben, who was panting loudly. "Upstream now." Ben passed her carefully back to Bill, who managed to sling her over his shoulder in a fireman's carry. If she'd only protest, move, do something. "How's matches, Bev?" "Not many, half a dozen maybe." "Bill, do you know where you're going?" "I think I do," he said. "Come on." They followed him around the corner. The water foamed about Bill's ankles, then it was up to his shins, and then it was thigh-deep. The thunder of the water had deepened to a steady bass roar. The tunnel they were in was shaking steadily. For a while, Bill thought the current was going to become too strong to walk against, but then they passed a feeder pipe that was pouring a huge jet of water into their tunnel. He marveled at the white water force of it, and the current slacked off somewhat, although the water continued to deepen. "I saw the water coming out of that feeder pipe. Saw it." "Hey," he shouted. "Can you guys see anything?" "It's been getting lighter for the last 15 minutes or so," Beverly shouted back. "Where are we, Bill? Do you know?" "I thought I did," Bill almost said. "No, come on." He had believed they must be approaching the concrete-channeled section of the Kenduskeag that was called the Canal, the part that went under downtown and came out in Basie Park. But there was light down here. Light. And surely there could be no light in the canal under the city. But it brightened steadily just the same. Bill was beginning to have serious problems with Audra. It wasn't the current, that had slackened. It was the depth. Pretty soon I'll be floating her, he thought. He could see Ben on his left and Beverly on his right. By turning his head slightly, he could see Richie behind Ben. The footing was getting decidedly odd. The bottom of the tunnel was now heaped and mounded with detritus. Bricks, it felt like. And up ahead, something was sticking out of the water like the prow of a ship that is in the process of sinking. Ben floundered toward it, shivering in the cold water. A soggy cigar box floated into his face. He pushed it aside and grabbed at the thing sticking out of the water. His eyes widened. It appeared to be a large sign. He was able to read the letters A-L, and below that, F-U-T. And suddenly he knew. "Bill, Richie, Ben!" He was laughing with astonishment. "What is it, Ben?" Beverly shouted. Grabbing it with both hands, Ben rocked it back. There was a grating sound as one side of the sign scraped along the wall of the tunnel. Now they could read A-L-A-D-D-I, and below that, Back to the Future. "It's the marquee for the Aladdin," Richie said. "How—" "The street caved in," Bill whispered. His eyes were widening. He stared up the tunnel. The light was brighter still up ahead. "What, Bill?" "What the fuck happened?" "Bill? Bill? What?" "All these drains," Bill said wildly. "All these old drains. There's been another flood. And I think this time—" He began to flounder ahead again, holding Audra up. Ben, Bev, and Richie fell in behind him. 5 minutes later, Bill looked up and saw blue sky. He was looking through a crack in the ceiling of the tunnel, a crack that widened to better than 70 feet across as it ran away from where he stood. The water was broken by many islands and archipelagos up ahead. Piles of bricks, the back deck of a Plymouth sedan with its trunk sprung open and pouring water, a parking meter leaning against the tunnel wall at a drunken slant, its red violation flag up.
The footing had become almost impossible now, many mountains that rose and fell with no rhyme or reason, inviting a broken ankle. The water ran mildly around their armpits. Mild now, Bill thought. But if we'd been here 2 hours ago, even one, I think we might have gotten the ride of our lives. "What the fuck is this, Big Bill?" Richie asked. He was standing at Bill's left elbow, his face soft with wonder as he looked up at the rip in the roof of the tunnel. Except it's not the roof of any tunnel, Bill thought. It's Main Street. At least it used to be. "I think most of downtown Derry is now in the canal and being carried down the Kenduskeag River. Pretty soon it'll be in the Penobscot, and then it will be in the Atlantic Ocean, and good fucking riddance. Can you help me with Audra, Richie? I don't think I can." "Sure," Richie said. "Sure, Bill. No sweat." He took Audra from Bill. In this light, Bill could see her better than he perhaps wanted to, her pallor masked but not hidden by the dirt and ordure that smeared her forehead and caked her cheeks. Her eyes were still wide open and innocent of all sense. Her hair hung lank and wet. She might as well have been one of those inflatable dollies they sold at the Pleasure Chest in New York or along the Reeperbahn in Hamburg. The only difference was her low, steady respiration, and that might have been a clockwork trick, no more than that. "How are we going to get up from here?" he asked Richie. "Get Ben to give you 10 fingers, Richie said. "You can yank Bev up, and the two of you can get your wife. Ben can boost me, and we'll get Ben. And after that, I'll show you how to set up a volleyball tournament for 1,000 sorority girls." "Beep, beep, Richie." "Beep, beep your ass, Big Bill." The tiredness was going through him in steady waves. He caught Beverly's level gaze and held it for a moment. She nodded to him slightly, and he made a smile for her. "Give me 10 fingers, Ben?" Ben, who also looked unutterably weary, nodded. A deep scratch ran down one cheek. "I think I can handle that." He stooped slightly and laced his hands together. Bill hiked one foot, stepped into Ben's hand, and jumped up. It wasn't quite enough. Ben lifted the step he had made with his hands, and Bill grabbed the edge of the broken-in tunnel roof. He yanked himself up. The first thing he saw was a white and orange crash barrier. The second thing was a crowd of milling men and women beyond the barrier. The third was Freese's department store, only it had an oddly bulged-out, foreshortened look. It took him a moment to realize that almost half of Freese's had sunk into the street and the canal beneath. The top half had slewed out over the street and seemed in danger of toppling over like a pile of badly stacked books. Look, there's someone in the street." A woman was pointing toward the place where Bill's head had poked out of the crevasse in the shattered pavement. "Praise God, there's someone else." She started forward, an elderly woman with a kerchief tied over her head peasant style. A cop held her back. "Not safe out there, Mrs. Nelson. You know it. Rest of the street might go any time." Mrs. Nelson, Bill thought. "I remember you. Your sister used to sit George and me sometimes." He raised his hand to show her he was all right, and when she raised her own hand in return, he felt a sudden surge of good feelings and hope. He turned around and lay flat on the sagging pavement, trying to distribute his weight as evenly as possible, the way you were supposed to do on thin ice. He reached down for Bev. She grasped his wrists, and, with what seemed to be the last of his strength, he pulled her up. The sun, which had disappeared again, now ran out from behind a brace of mackerel-scale clouds and gave them their shadows back. Beverly looked up, startled, caught Bill's eyes, and smiled. "I love you, Bill," she said, "and I pray she'll be all right." "Thank you, Bevy," he said, and his kind smile made her start to cry a little. He hugged her, and the small crowd gathered behind the crash barrier applauded. A photographer from the Derry News snapped a picture. It appeared in the June 1st edition of the paper, which was printed in Bangor because of water damage to the News's presses. The caption was simple enough, and true enough for Bill to cut the picture out and keep it tucked away in his wallet for years to come. "Survivors," the caption read. That was all, but that was enough. It was 6 minutes of 11 in Derry, Maine. 7. Derry, later the same day. The glass corridor between the children's library and the adult library had exploded at 10:30 a.m. At 10:33, the rain stopped. It didn't taper off. It stopped all at once, as if someone up there had flicked a toggle switch.
The wind had already begun to fall, and it fell so rapidly that people stared at each other with uneasy, superstitious faces. The sound was like the wind down of a 747's engines after it has been safely parked at the gate. The sun peeked out for the first time at 10:47. By mid-afternoon, the clouds had burned away entirely, and the day had come off fair and hot. By 3:30 p.m., the mercury in the orange-crushed thermometer outside the door of second-hand Rose second-hand clothes read 83, the highest reading of the young season. People walked through the streets like zombies, not talking much. Their expressions were remarkably similar, a kind of stupid wonder that would have been funny if it was not so frankly pitiable. By evening, reporters from ABC, CBS, NBC, and CNN had arrived in Derry, and the network news reporters would bring some version of the truth home to most people. They would make it real, although there were those who might have suggested that reality is a highly untrustworthy concept, something perhaps no more solid than a piece of canvas stretched over an interlacing of cables like the strands of a spider web. The following morning, Bryant Gumbel and Willard Scott of the Today Show would be in Derry. During the course of the program, Gumbel would interview Andrew Keene. "Whole standpipe just crashed over and rolled down the hill," Andrew said. "It was like, wow, you know what I mean? Like Steven Spielberg, eat your heart out, you know? Hey, I always got the idea looking at you on TV that you were, a lot bigger." Seeing themselves and their neighbors on TV, that would make it real. It would give them a place from which to grasp this terrible, ungraspable thing. It had been a freak storm. In the days following, the death count would rise in the wake of the killer storm. It was, in fact, the worst spring storm in Maine history. All of these headlines, as terrible as they were useful. They helped to blunt the essential strangeness of what had happened. Or perhaps strangeness was too mild a word. Insanity might have been better. Seeing themselves on TV would help make it concrete, less insane. But in the hours before the news crews arrived, there were only the people from Derry, walking through their rubble-strewn, mud-slicked streets with expressions of stunned unbelief on their faces. Only the people from Derry, not talking much, looking at things, occasionally picking things up and then tossing them down again, trying to figure out what had happened during the last 7 or 8 hours. Men stood on Kansas Street, smoking, looking at houses lying upside down in the barrens. Other men and women stood beyond the white and orange crash barriers, looking into the black hole that had been downtown until 10 that morning. The headline of that Sunday's paper read, "We will rebuild, vows Derry mayor." And perhaps they would. But in the weeks that followed, while the city council wrangled over how the rebuilding should begin, the huge crater that had been downtown continued to grow in an unspectacular but steady way. 4 days after the storm, the office building of the Bangor Hydroelectric Company collapsed into the hole. 3 days after that, the Flying Dog House, which sold the best kraut and chili dogs in eastern Maine, fell in. Drains backed up periodically in houses, apartment buildings, and businesses. It got so bad in the old Cape that people began to leave. June 10th was the first evening of horse racing at Basie Park. The first pace was scheduled for 8 p.m., and that seemed to cheer everyone up. But a section of bleachers collapsed as the trotters in the first race turned into the home stretch, and a half a dozen people were hurt. One of them was Foxy Foxworth, who had managed the Aladdin Theater until 1973. Foxy spent 2 weeks in the hospital, suffering from a broken leg and a punctured testicle. When he was released, he decided to go to his sister's in Somersworth, New Hampshire. He wasn't the only one. Derry was falling apart. 8. They watched the orderly slam the back doors of the ambulance and go around to the passenger seat. The ambulance started up the hill toward the Derry Home Hospital. Richie had flagged it down at severe risk of life and limb and had argued the irate driver to a draw when the driver insisted he just didn't have any more room. He had ended up stretching Audra out on the floor. "Now what?" Ben asked. There were huge brown circles under his eyes and a grimy ring of dirt around his neck. "I'm going back to the townhouse," Bill said. "Gonna sleep for about 16 hours. "I second that," Richie said. He looked hopefully at Bev. "Got any cigarettes, purty lady?" "No," Beverly said. "I think I'm going to quit again." "Sensible enough idea."
They began to walk slowly up the hill, the four of them side by side. "It's over," Bill said. Ben nodded. "We did it. You did it, Big Bill." "We all did it," Beverly said. "I wish we could have brought Eddie up. I wish that more than anything." They reached the corner of Upper Main and Point Street. A kid in a red rain slicker and green rubber boots was sailing a paper boat along the brisk run of water in the gutter. He looked up, saw them looking at him, and waved tentatively. Bill thought it was the boy with the skateboard, the one whose friend had seen Jaws in the canal. He smiled and stepped toward the boy. "It's all right, now," he said. The boy studied him gravely and then grinned. The smile was sunny and hopeful. "Yeah," he said. "I think it is." "Bet your ass." The kid laughed. "You gonna be careful on the hat skateboard?" "Not really," the kid said, and this time Bill laughed. He restrained an urge to ruffle the kid's hair. That probably would have been resented, and returned to the others. "Who was that?" Richie asked. "A friend," Bill said. He stuffed his hands in his pockets. "Do you remember it? When we came out before?" Beverly nodded. "Eddie got us back to the Barrens, only we ended up on the other side of the Kenduskeag somehow. The old Cape side." "You and Haystack pushed the lid off one of those pumping stations," Richie said to Bill, "because you had the most weight." "Yeah," Ben said, "we did. The sun was out, but it was almost down." "Yeah," Bill said, "and we were all there." "But nothing lasts forever," Richie said. He looked back down the hill they had just climbed and sighed. "Look at this, for instance." He held his hands out. The tiny scars in the palms were gone. Beverly put her hands out. Ben did the same. Bill added his. All were dirty, but unmarked. "Nothing lasts forever," Richie repeated. He looked up at Bill, and Bill saw tears cut slowly through the dirt on Richie's cheeks. "Except maybe for love," Ben said. "And desire," Beverly said. "How about friends?" Bill asked and smiled. "What do you think, Trashmouth?" "Well," Richie said, smiling and rubbing his eyes, "I got to think about it, boy. I say, I got to think about it." Bill put his hands out, and they joined theirs with his, and stood there for a moment. 7 who had been reduced to 4, but who could still make a circle. They looked at each other. Ben was crying now, too, the tears spilling from his eyes. But he was smiling. "I love you guys so much," he said. He squeezed Bev's and Richie's hands tight, tight, tight for a moment, and then dropped them. "Now could we see if they've got such a thing as breakfast in this place? And we ought to call Mike, tell him we're okay." "Good thinning, Senhor," Richie said. "Every now and then I think you might turn out okay. What you think, Big Bill?" "I think you ought to go fuck yourself," Bill said. They walked into the townhouse on a wave of laughter, and as Bill pushed through the glass door, Beverly caught sight of something which she never spoke of but never forgot. For just a moment she saw their reflections in the glass. Only there were 6, not 4, because Eddie was behind Richie, and Stan was behind Bill, that little half-smile on his face. 9. Out. Dusk, August 10th, 1958. The sun sits neatly on the horizon, a slightly oblate red ball that throws a flat, feverish light over the Barrens. The iron cover on top of one of the pumping stations rises a little, settles, rises again, and begins to slide. Push it, Ben. It's breaking my shoulder." The cover slides farther, tilts, and falls into the shrubbery that has grown up around the concrete cylinder. 7 children come out one by one and look around, blinking owlishly in silent wonder. They are like children who have never seen daylight before. "It's so quiet," Beverly says softly. The only sounds are the loud rush of water and the somnolent hum of insects. The storm is over, but the Kenduskeag is still very high. Closer to town, not far from the place where the river is corseted in concrete and called a canal, it has overflowed its banks. Although the flooding is by no means serious, a few wet cellars is the worst of it. This time. Stan moves away from them, his face blank and thoughtful. Bill looks around, and at first he thinks Stan has seen a small fire on the riverbank. Fire is his first impression. A red glow almost too bright to look at.
But when Stan picks the fire up in his right hand, the angle of the light changes, and Bill sees it's nothing but a Coke bottle, one of the new clear ones which someone has dropped by the river. He watches as Stan reverses it, holds it by the neck, and brings it down on a shelf of rock jutting out of the bank. The bottle breaks, and Bill is aware they are all watching Stan now as he pokes through the shattered remains of the bottle, his face sober and studious and absorbed. At last he picks up a narrow wedge of glass. The westering sun throws red glints from it, and Bill thinks again, like a fire. Stan looks up at him, and Bill suddenly understands. It is perfectly clear to him, and perfectly right. He steps forward towards Stan with his hands held out, palms up. Stan backs away into the water. Small black bugs stitch along just above the surface, and Bill can see an iridescent dragonfly go buzzing off into the reeds along the far bank like a small flying rainbow. A frog begins a steady bass thud, and as Stan takes his left hand and draws the edge of glass down his palm, peeling skin and bringing thin blood, Bill thinks in a kind of ecstasy, "There's so much life down here." "Bill?" "Sure, both." Stan cuts his other hand. There is pain, but not much. A whippoorwill has begun to call somewhere, a cool sound, peaceful. Bill thinks, that whippoorwill is raising the moon. He looks at his hands, both of them bleeding now, and then around him. The others are there. Eddie with his aspirator clutched tightly in one hand. Ben with his big belly pushing palely out through the tattered remains of his shirt. Richie, his face oddly naked without his glasses. Mike, silent and solemn, his normally full lips compressed to a thin line. And Beverly, her head up, her eyes wide and clear, her hair still somehow lovely in spite of the dirt that mats it. All of us are here. And he sees them, really sees them, for the last time, because in some way he understands that they will never all be together again, the 7 of them, not this way. No one talks. Beverly holds out her hands, and after a moment Richie and Ben hold out theirs. Mike and Eddie do the same. Stan cuts them one by one as the sun begins to slip behind the horizon, cooling that red furnace glow to a dusky rose pink. The whippoorwill cries again. Bill can see the first faint swirls of mist on the water, and he feels as if he has become a part of everything. This is a brief ecstasy which he will no more talk about than Beverly will later talk about the brief reflection she sees of 2 dead men who were, as boys, her friends. A breeze touches the trees and bushes, making them sigh, and he thinks, this is a lovely place, and I'll never forget it. It's lovely. And they are lovely. Each one of them is gorgeous. The whippoorwill cries again, sweet and liquid, and for a moment Bill feels at one with it, as if he could sing and then be gone into the dusk, as if he could fly away, brave in the air. He looks at Beverly, and she is smiling at him. She closes her eyes and holds her hands out to either side. Bill takes her left, Ben her right. Bill can feel the warmth of her blood mixing with his own. The others join in, and they stand in a circle, all of their hands now sealed in that peculiarly intimate way. Stan is looking at Bill with a kind of urgency, a kind of fear. Swear to me that you'll come back, Bill says. Swear to me that if it isn't dead, you'll come back. Swear, Ben said. Swear, Richie. Yes, I swear, Bev. Swear it, Mike Hanlon mutters. Yeah, swear, Eddie, his voice a thin and reedy whisper. I swear too, Stan whispers, but his voice falters and he looks down as he speaks. I swear. That was it. That was all. But they stand there for a while longer, feeling the power that is in their circle, the closed body that they make. The light paints their faces in pale, fading colors. The sun is now gone and sunset is dying. They stand together in a circle as the darkness creeps down into the barrens, filling up the paths they have walked this summer, the clearings where they have played tag and guns, the secret places along the river banks where they have sat and discussed childhood's long questions, or smoked Beverly's cigarettes, or where they have merely been silent, watching the passage of the clouds reflected in the water. The eye of the day is closing. At last Ben drops his hands. He starts to say something. shakes his head, and walks away. Richie follows him, then Beverly and Mike walking together. No one talks. They climb the embankment to Kansas Street and simply take leave of one another. And when Bill thinks it over 27 years later, he realizes that they really never did all get together again. 4 of them quite often, sometimes 5, and maybe 6 once or twice, but never all 7. He's the last to go. He stands for a long time with his hands on the rickety white fence, looking down into the barrens as, overhead, the first stars seed the summer sky. He stands under the blue and over the black and watches the barrens fill up with darkness. I never want to play down there again, he thinks suddenly, and is amazed to find the thought is not terrible or distressing, but tremendously liberating. He stands there a moment longer and then turns away from the barrens and starts home, walking along the dark sidewalk with his hands in his pockets, glancing from time to time at the houses of Derry, warmly lit against the night. After a block or two, he begins to walk faster, thinking of supper, and a block or two after that, he begins to whistle. Derry, the last interlude. The ocean in these times is a perfect fleet of ships, and we can hardly fail to encounter many in running over. It is merely crossing, said Mr. Micawber, trifling with his eyeglass. Merely crossing. The distance is quite imaginary. Charles Dickens, David Copperfield. June 4th, 1985. Bill came in about 20 minutes ago and brought me this book. Carol found it on one of the tables in the library and gave it to him when he asked for it. I thought Chief Rademacher might have taken it, but apparently he didn't want anything to do with it. Bill's stutter is disappearing again, but the poor man has aged 4 years in the last 4 days. He told me he expects Audra to be discharged from Derry Home Hospital, where I myself yet tarry, tomorrow, only to take a private ambulance north to the Bangor Mental Health Institute. Physically, she's fine. Minor cuts and bruises that are already healing. Mentally, you raise her hand and it stays up, Bill said. He was sitting by the window, twiddling a can of diet soda between his hands. It just floats there until someone puts it down again. Her reflexes are there, but very slow. The EEG they did shows a severely repressed alpha wave. She's catatonic, Mike. I said, I've got an idea. Maybe not such a good one. If you don't like it, just say so. What? I'm going to be in here another week, I said. Instead of sending Audra up to Bangor, why don't you take her to my place, Bill? Spend the week with her. Talk to her, even if she doesn't talk back. Is she continent? No, Bill said bleakly. Would you? Would I change her? He smiled, and it was such a painful smile that I had to look away for a moment. It was the way my father smiled the time he told me about Butch Bowers and the chickens. Yes, I think I could do that much. I won't tell you to take it easy on yourself when you're obviously not prepared to do that, I said. But please remember that you yourself agreed that much or all of what's happened was almost certainly ordained. That may include Audra's part in this. I should have kept my mouth shut about where I was going. Sometimes it's better to say nothing, so that's what I did. All right, he said at last, if you really mean it. I mean it. They've got my house keys down at the patient services desk. There's a couple of Delmonico steaks in the freezer. Maybe that was ordained, too. She's eating mostly soft foods and, liquids. Well, I said, holding on to my smile, maybe there'll be a cause for a celebration. There's a pretty good bottle of wine on the top shelf in the pantry, too. Mondavi. Domestic, but good. He came over and gripped my hand. Thank you, Mike. Any time, Big Bill. He let go of my hand. Richie flew back to California this morning. I nodded. Think you'll stay in touch? Maybe, he said. For a while, anyway. But he looked at me levelly. It's going to happen again, I think. The forgetting? Yes. In fact, I think it's already started. Just little things so far, details. But I think it's going to spread. Maybe that's best. Maybe. He looked out the window, still twiddling his can of diet soda, almost surely thinking about his wife, so wide-eyed and silent and beautiful and plastic.
Catatonic. The sound of a door slamming shut and locked. He sighed. Maybe it is. Ben? Beverly? He looked back at me and smiled a little. Ben's invited her to come back to Nebraska with him, and she's agreed to go, at least for a while. You know about her friend in Chicago? I nodded. Beverly told Ben, and Ben told me yesterday. If I may understate the case, grotesquely understate the case, Beverly's later description of her wonderful, fantastic husband, Tom, was much truer than her original one. Wonderful, fantastic Tom kept Bev in emotional, spiritual, and sometimes physical bondage for the last 4 years or so. Wonderful, fantastic Tom got here by beating the information out of Bev's only close woman friend. She told me she's going to fly back to Chicago the week after next and file a missing persons report on him. Tom, I mean. Smart enough, I said. No one's ever going to find him down there. Or Eddie either, I thought, but did not say. No, I suppose not, Bill said. And when she goes back, I'm betting Ben will go with her. And you know something else? Something really crazy? What? I don't think she really remembers what happened to Tom. I just stared at him. She's forgotten or forgetting, Bill said. And I can't remember what the doorway looked like anymore. The doorway into its place. I try to think of it, and the craziest thing happens. I get this image of goats walking over a bridge. From that story, The Three Billy Goats Gruff. Crazy, huh? They'll trace Tom Rogan to Derry eventually, I said. He'll have left a paper trail a mile wide, rent a car, plane tickets. I'm not so sure of that, Bill said, lighting a cigarette. I think he may have paid cash for his plane ticket and given a phony name. Maybe he bought a cheap car here, or stole one. Why? Oh, come on, Bill said. Do you think he came all this way to give her a spanking? Our eyes met for a long moment, and then he stood up. Listen, Mike. Two hip got a split, I said. I can dig it. He laughed at that, laughed hard, and when he had sobered, he said, Thanks for the use of your place, Mikey. I'm not going to swear to you it'll make any difference. It has no therapeutic qualities that I'm aware of. Well, I'll see you. He did an odd thing then, odd but rather lovely. He kissed my cheek. God bless, Mike. I'll be around. Things may be okay, Bill, I said. Don't give up hope. They may be okay. He smiled and nodded, but I think the same word was in both of our minds. Catatonic. June 5th, 1985. Ben and Beverly came in today to say goodbye. They're not flying. Ben's rented a great big Cadillac from the Hertz people, and they're going to drive, not hurrying. There's something in their eyes when they look at each other, and I'd bet my pension plan that if they're not making it now, they will be by the time they get to Nebraska. Beverly hugged me, told me to get well quickly, and then cried. Ben also hugged me and asked me for the 3rd or 4th time if I would write. I told him I would indeed write, and so I will, for a while at least. Because this time it's happening to me as well. I'm forgetting things. As Bill said, right now it's only small things, details. But it feels like the sort of thing that's going to spread. It could be that in a month or a year, this notebook will be all I'll have to remind me of what happened here in Derry. I suppose the words themselves might begin to fade, eventually leaving this book as blank as when I first picked it up in the school supplies department at Freese's. That's an awful thought, and in the daytime it seems wildly paranoid. But do you know, in the watches of the night it seems perfectly logical. This forgetting, the prospect fills me with panic, but it also offers a sneaking sort of relief. It suggests to me more than anything else that this time they really did kill it. That there is no need of a watchman to stand and wait for the cycle to begin again. Dull panic, sneaking relief. It's the relief I'll embrace, I think, sneaking or not. Bill called to say he and Audra had moved in. There is no change in her. I'll always remember you. That's what Beverly told me just before she and Ben left. I think I saw a different truth in her eyes. June 6th, 1985. Interesting piece in the Derry News today on page 1. The story was headed, Storm Causes Henley to Give Up Auditorium Expansion Plans.
The Henley in question is Tim Henley, a multi-millionaire developer who came into Derry like a whirlwind in the late 60s. It was Henley and Zittner who organized the consortium responsible for building the Derry Mall, which, according to another piece on page 1, is probably going to be declared a total loss. Tim Henley was determined to see Derry grow. There was a profit motive, yes indeed, but there was more to it than that. Henley genuinely wanted to see it happen. His sudden abandonment of the auditorium expansion suggests several things to me. That Henley may have soured on Derry is only the most obvious. I think it's also possible that he's in the process of losing his shirt because of the destruction of the mall. But the article also suggests that Henley is not alone, that other investors and potential investors in Derry's future may be rethinking their options. Of course, Al Zittner won't have to bother. God retired him when downtown collapsed. Of the others, those who thought like Henley are now facing a rather difficult problem. How do you rebuild an urban area which is now at least 50% underwater? I think that, after a long and ghoulishly vital existence, Derry may be dying, like a nightshade whose time to bloom has come and gone. Called Bill Denbrough late this afternoon, no change in Audra. An hour ago I put through another call, this one to Richie Tozier in California. His answering machine fielded the call, with Creedence Clearwater Revival music playing in the background. Those machines always fuck up my timing somehow. I left my name and number, hesitated, and added that I hoped he was able to wear his contact lenses again. I was about to hang up when Richie himself picked up the phone and said, "Mikey, how you be?" His voice was pleased and warm, but there was an obvious bewilderment there as well. He was wearing the verbal expression of a man who had been caught utterly flat-footed. "Hello, Richie," I said. "I'm doing pretty well." "Good. How much pain you having?" "Some. It's going away. The itch is worse. I'll be damn glad when they finally decide to unstrap my ribs. By the way, I like the Creedence." Richie laughed. "Shit, that ain't Creedence. That's Rock and Roll Girls from Fogerty's new album. Center Field, it's called. You haven't heard any of it?" "Uh-uh." "You got to get it. It's great. It's just like—" He trailed off for a moment and then said, "It's just like the old days." "I'll pick it up," I said, and I probably will. I always liked John Fogerty. Green River was my all-time Creedence favorite, I guess. "Get back home," he says. Just before the fade, he says it. "What about Bill?" "He and Audra are keeping house for me while I'm in here." "Good. That's good." He paused for a moment. "You want to hear something fucking bizarre, old Mikey?" "Sure," I said. I had a pretty good idea what he was going to say. "Well, I was sitting here in my study, listening to some of the new Cashbox hot prospects, going over some ad copy, reading memos. There's about 2 mountains of stuff backed up, and I'm looking at roughly a month of 25-hour days. So I had the answering machine turned on, but with the volume turned up so I could intercept the calls I wanted and just let the dimwits talk to the tape. And the reason I let you talk to the tape as long as I did was because at first you didn't have the slightest idea who I was." "Jesus, that's right. How did you know that?" "Because we're forgetting again. All of us this time." "Mikey, are you sure?" "What was Stan's last name?" I asked him. There was silence on the other end of the line, a long silence. In it, faintly, I could hear a woman talking in Omaha, or maybe she was in Ruthven, Arizona, or Flint, Michigan. I heard her, as faint as a space traveler leaving the solar system in the nose cone of a burned-out rocket. Thank someone for the cookies. Then Richie said, uncertainly, "I think it was Underwood, but that isn't Jewish, is it?" "It was Eurus." "Eurus!" Richie cried, sounding both relieved and shaken. "Jesus, I hate it when I get something right on the tip of my tongue and can't quite pick it off. Someone brings out a Trivial Pursuit game, I say, 'Excuse me, but I think the diarrhea's coming back, so maybe I'll just go home, okay?' But you remember anyhow, Mikey, like before." "No, I looked it up in my address book." Another long silence. Then, "You didn't remember?" "Nope." "No shit?" "No shit." "Then this time it's really over," he said, and the relief in his voice was unmistakable. "Yes, I think so." That long-distance silence fell again.
all the miles between Maine and California. I believe we were both thinking the same thing. It was over, yes, and in 6 weeks or 6 months, we will have forgotten all about each other. It's over, and all it's cost us is our friendship and Stan and Eddie's lives. I've almost forgotten them, you know it? Horrible as it may sound, I have almost forgotten Stan and Eddie. Was it asthma Eddie had, or chronic migraine? I'll be damned if I can remember for sure, although I think it was migraine. I'll ask Bill. He'll know. Well, you say hi to Bill and that pretty wife of his, Richie said with a cheeriness that sounded canned. I will, Richie, I said, closing my eyes and rubbing my forehead. He remembered Bill's wife was in Derry, but not her name or what had happened to her. And if you're ever in L.A., you got the number. We'll get together and mouth some chow. Sure. I felt hot tears behind my eyes. And if you get back this way, the same thing goes. Mikey, right here. I love you, man. Same here. Okay, keep your thumb on it. Beep, beep, Richie. He laughed. Yeah, stick it in your ear, Mike. I say in your ear, boy. He hung up, and so did I. Then I lay back on my pillows with my eyes shut and didn't open them for a long time. June 7th, 1985. Police Chief Andrew Rademacher, who took over from Chief Borden in the late 60s, is dead. It was a bizarre accident, one I can't help associating with what has been happening in Derry, what has just ended in Derry. The combination police station courthouse stands on the edge of the area that fell into the canal, and while it didn't go, the upheaval, or the flood, must have caused structural damage of which no one was aware. Rademacher was working late in his office last night, the story in the paper says, as he has every night since the storm and the flood. The police chief's office has moved from the 3rd to the 5th floor since the old days to just below an attic where all sorts of records and useless city artifacts are stored. One of those artifacts was the tramp chair I have described earlier in these pages. It was made of iron and weighed better than 400 pounds. The building shipped a quantity of water during the downpour of May 31st, and that must have weakened the attic floor, or so the paper says. Whatever the reason, the tramp chair fell from the attic directly onto Chief Rademacher as he sat at his desk reading accident reports. He was killed instantly. Officer Bruce Ann Dean rushed in and found him lying on the ruins of his shattered desk, his pen still in one hand. Talked to Bill on the phone again. Audra is taking some solid food, he says, but otherwise there is no change. I asked him if Eddie's big problem had been asthma or migraine. Asthma, he said promptly. Don't you remember his aspirator? Sure, I said, and did. But only when Bill mentioned it. Mike. Yeah? What was his last name? I looked at my address book lying on the night table, but didn't pick it up. I don't quite remember. It was like Kerkorian, Bill said, sounding distressed. But that wasn't quite it. You've got everything written down, though, right? Right, I said. Thank God for that. Have you had any ideas about Audra? One, he said, but it's so crazy I don't want to talk about it. You sure? Yeah. All right. Mike, it's scary, isn't it, forgetting like this? Yes, I said, and it is. June 8th, 1985. Raytheon, which had been scheduled to break ground on its Derry plant in July, has decided at the last minute to build in Waterville instead. The editorial on page 1 of the news expresses dismay, and if I read correctly between the lines, a little fright. I think I know what Bill's idea is. He'll have to act quickly before the last of the magic departs this place, if it hasn't already. I guess what I thought before wasn't so paranoid after all. The names and addresses of the others in my little book are fading. The color and quality of the ink combine to make those entries look as if they were written 50 or 75 years before the others I've jotted in there. This has happened in the last 4 or 5 days. I'm convinced that by September their names will be utterly gone. I suppose I could preserve them. I could just keep copying them. But I'm also convinced that each would fade in its turn, and that very soon it would become an exercise in futility, like writing, "I will not throw spitballs in class 500 times. I would be writing names that meant nothing for a reason I didn't remember. Let it go, let it go. Bill, act quickly, but be careful. June 9th, 1985. Woke up in the middle of the night from a terrible nightmare I couldn't remember. Got panicky, couldn't breathe. Reached for the call button and then couldn't use it. Had a terrible vision of Mark LaMonica answering the bell with a hypo, or Henry Bowers with his switchblade. I grabbed my address book and called Ben Hanscom in Nebraska. The address and number have faded still more, but they are still legible. No go, Joe. Got a recorded phone company voice telling me service to that number has been canceled. Was Ben fat, or did he have something like a club foot? Lay awake until dawn. June 10th, 1985. They tell me I can go home tomorrow. I called Bill and told him that. I suppose I wanted to warn him that his time is getting shorter all the time. Bill is the only one I remember clearly, and I'm convinced that I'm the only one he remembers clearly. Because we are both still here in Derry, I suppose. All right, he said. By tomorrow we'll be out of your hair. You still got your idea? Yeah. Looks like it's time to try it. Be careful. He laughed and said something I both do and don't understand. You can't be careful on us, hate board, man. How will I know how it turned out, Bill? You'll know, he said, and hung up. My heart's with you, Bill, no matter how it turns out. My heart is with all of them, and I think that, even if we forget each other, we'll remember in our dreams. I'm almost done with this diary now, and I suppose a diary is all that it will ever be, and that the story of Derry's old scandals and eccentricities has no place outside these pages. That's fine with me. I think that, when they let me out of here tomorrow, it might finally be time to start thinking about some sort of new life, although just what that might be is unclear to me. I loved you guys, you know. I loved you so much. Epilogue. Bill Denbrough Beats the Devil. 2. I knew the bride when she used to do the pony. I knew the bride when she used to do the stroll. I knew the bride when she used to want a party. I knew the bride when she used to rock and roll. Nick Lowe. You can't be careful on a skateboard, man. Some kid. 1. Noon of a summer day. Bill stood naked in Mike Hanlon's bedroom, looking at his lean body in the mirror on the door. His bald head gleamed in the light which fell through the window and cast his shadow along the floor and up the wall. His chest was hairless, his thighs and shanks skinny, but overlaid with ropes of muscle. Still, he thought, it's an adult's body we got here, no question about that. There's the pot belly that comes with a few too many good steaks, a few too many bottles of Kirin beer, a few too many poolside lunches where you had the Reuben or the French dip instead of the diet plate. Your seats dropped too, Bill, old buddy. You can still serve an ace if you're not too hungover, and if your eye's in, but you can't hustle after the old Dunlop the way you could when you were 17. You've got love handles, and your balls are starting to get that middle-aged dangly look. There's lines on your face that weren't there when you were 17. Hell, they weren't there on your first author photo, the one where you tried so hard to look as if you knew something, anything. You're too old for what you've got in mind, Billy boy. You'll kill both of you. He put on his underpants. If we'd believed that, we never could have done whatever it was we did. Because he didn't really remember what it was they had done, or what had happened to turn Audra into a catatonic wreck. He only knew what he was supposed to do now, and he knew that if he didn't do it now, he would forget that too. Audra was sitting downstairs in Mike's easy chair, her hair hanging lankly to her shoulders, staring with rapt attention at the TV, which was currently showing Dialing for Dollars. She didn't speak and would only move if you let her. This is different. You're just too old, man. Believe it. I won't. Then die here in Derry. Big fucking deal. He put on athletic socks, the one pair of jeans he had brought, the tank top he'd bought at the shirt shack in Bangor the day before. The tank was bright orange. Across the front it said, "Where the hell is Derry, Maine?" He sat down on Mike's bed, the one he had shared for the last week of nights with his warm but corpse-like wife, and put on his sneakers, a pair of Keds, which he had also bought yesterday in Bangor. He stood up and looked at himself in the mirror again. He saw a man pressing middle age dressed up in a kid's clothes. You look ludicrous. What kid doesn't? You're no kid. Give this up. Fuck, let's rock and roll a little.
Bill said softly and left the room. 2. In the dreams he will have in later years, he is always leaving Derry alone, at sunset. The town is deserted. Everyone has left. The theological seminary and the Victorian houses on West Broadway brood black against a lurid sky, every summer sunset you ever saw rolled up into one. He can hear his footfalls echoing back as they rap along the concrete. The only other sound is water rushing hollowly through the storm drains. 3. He rolled Silver out into the driveway, put him on the kickstand, and checked the tires again. The front one was okay, but the back one felt a little mushy. He got the bike pump that Mike had bought and firmed it up. When he put the pump back, he checked the playing cards and the clothespins. The bike's wheels still made those exciting machine gun sounds Bill remembered from his boyhood. Good deal. You've gone crazy. Maybe. We'll see. He went back into Mike's garage again, got the 3-in-1, and oiled the chain and sprocket. Then he stood up, looked at Silver, and gave the bulb of the Ooga horn a light experimental squeeze. It sounded good. He nodded and went into the house. 4. And he sees all those places again, intact, as they were then. The hulking brick fort of Derry Elementary, the kissing bridge with its complex intaglio of initials, high school sweethearts ready to crack the world open with their passion, who had grown up to become insurance agents and car salesmen and waitresses and beauticians. He sees the statue of Paul Bunyan against that bleeding sunset sky and the leaning white fence which ran along the Kansas Street sidewalk at the edge of the Barrens. He sees them as they were, as they always will be in some part of his mind, and his heart breaks with love and horror. Leaving Derry, he thinks. We are leaving Derry, and if this was a story, it would be the last half-dozen pages or so. Get ready to put this one up on the shelf and forget it. The sun's going down, and there's no sound but my footfalls and the water in the drains. This is the time of... 5. Dialing for dollars had given way to Wheel of Fortune. Audra sat passively in front of it, her eyes never leaving the set. Her demeanor did not change when Bill snapped the TV off. "Audra," he said, going to her and taking her hand. "Come on." She didn't move. Her hand lay in his, warm wax. Bill took her other hand from the arm of Mike's chair and pulled her to her feet. He had dressed her that morning much as he had dressed himself. She was wearing Levi's and a blue shell top. She would have looked quite lovely if not for her wide-eyed, vacant stare. "Come on," he said again, and led her through the door into Mike's kitchen and eventually outside. She came willingly enough, although she would have plunged off the back porch stoop and gone sprawling in the dirt if Bill had not put an arm around her waist and guided her down the steps. He led her over to where Silver stood heeled over on his kickstand in the bright summer noonlight. Audra stood beside the bike, looking serenely at the side of Mike's garage. "Get on, Audra." She didn't move. Patiently, Bill worked at getting her to swing one of her long legs over the carrier mounted on Silver's back fender. At last, she stood there with the package carrier between her legs, not quite touching her crotch. Bill pressed his hand lightly to the top of her head, and Audra sat down. He swung onto Silver's saddle and put up the kickstand with his heel. He prepared to reach behind him for Audra's hands and draw them around his middle, but before he could do it, they crept around him of their own accord, like small, dazed mice. He looked down at them, his heart beating faster, seeming to pump in his throat as much as in his chest. It was the first independent action Audra had taken all week, so far as he knew. The first independent action she had taken since it happened. Whatever it had been. "Audra?" There was no answer. He tried to crane his neck around and see her, but couldn't quite make it. There were only her hands around his waist, the nails showing the last chips of a red polish that had been put on by a bright, lively, talented young woman in a small English town. "We're going for a ride," Bill said, and he began to roll Silver forward toward Palmer Lane, listening to the gravel crunch under the tires. "I want you to hold on, Audra. I think I may go sort of fast, if I don't lose my guts." He thought of the kid he had met earlier during his stay in Derry, when it had still been happening. "You can't be careful on a skateboard," the kid had said. "Truer words were never spoken, kid." Audra, you ready?" No answer. Had her hands tightened the tiniest bit across his middle? Probably just wishful thinking. He reached the end of the driveway and looked right. Palmer Lane ran straight to Upper Main Street, where a left turn would take him onto the hill running downtown. Downhill, picking up speed. He felt a tremor of fear at the image and a disquieting thought. "Old bones break easy, Billy boy," ran through his mind almost too quickly to read and was gone. But it wasn't all disquiet, was it? No, it was desire as well. The feeling he'd had when he saw the kid walking along with the skateboard under his arm. The desire to go fast, to feel the wind race past you without knowing if you were racing toward or running away from, to just go, to fly. Disquiet and desire. All the difference between world and want. The difference between being an adult who counted the cost and a child who just got on it and went, for instance. All the world between. Yet not that much difference at all. Bedfellows, really. The way you felt when the roller coaster car approached the top of the first steep grade where the ride really begins. Disquiet and desire. What you want and what you're scared to try for. Where you've been and where you want to go. Something in a rock and roll song about wanting the girl, the car, the place to stand and be. Oh, please, God, can you dig it? Bill closed his eyes for a moment, feeling the soft, dead weight of his wife behind him, feeling the hill somewhere ahead of him, feeling his own heart inside him. Be brave, be true, stand. He began to push Silver forward again. "You want to rock and roll a little, Audra?" No answer, but that was all right. He was ready. Hold on, then. He began to pedal. It was hard going at first. Silver wobbled alarmingly back and forth, Audra's weight adding to the imbalance. Yet she must be doing some balancing, even unconsciously, or they would have crashed right away. Bill stood on the pedals, hands squeezing the handle grips with maniacal tightness, his head turned skyward, his eyes slits, the cords on his neck standing out. Gonna fall splat right here in the street, split her skull and mine. No, you ain't. Go for it, Bill. Go for it. Go for the son of a bitch. He stood on the pedals, revolving them, feeling every cigarette he'd smoked over the last 20 years in his elevated blood pressure and the race of his heart. Fuck that, too, he thought, and the rush of crazy exhilaration made him grin. The playing cards, which had been firing isolated shots, now began to click-clock faster. They were new, nice new bikes, and they made a good loud sound. Bill felt the first touch of breeze on his bald pate, and his grin widened. I made that breeze, he thought. I made it by pumping these damn pedals. The stop sign at the end of the lane was coming up. Bill began to brake, and then, his grin still widening, showing more and more of his teeth, he began to pump again. Ignoring the stop sign, Bill Denbrough swept to the left onto Upper Main Street above Basie Park. Again, Audra's weight fooled him, and they almost overbalanced and crashed. The bike wavered, wobbled, then righted itself. That breeze was stronger now, cooling the sweat on his forehead, evaporating it, rushing past his ears with a low, intoxicating sound that was a little like the sound of the ocean in a conch shell, but was really like nothing else on earth. Bill supposed it was a sound the kid with the skateboard was familiar with. But it's a sound you'll fall out of touch with, kid, he thought. Things have a way of changing. It's a dirty trick, so be prepared for it. Pedaling faster now, finding a surer balance in speed. The ruins of Paul Bunyan on the left like a fallen colossus. Bill shouted, "Hi-yo, Silver! Away!" Audra's hands tightened around his middle. He felt her stir against his back. But there was no urge to turn and try to see her now. No urge, no need. He pedaled faster, laughing out loud, a tall, skinny, bald man on a bike crouched over the handlebars to lessen the wind resistance. People turned to look as he raced along Basie Park. Now Upper Main Street began to incline toward the caved-in center of town at a steeper angle, and a voice inside whispered to him that if he didn't brake soon, he would find himself unable. He would simply go sweeping into the sunken remains of the three-way intersection like a bat out of hell and kill both of them. Instead of braking, he began to pedal again, urging the bike to go even faster. Now he was flying down Main Street Hill, and he could see the white and orange crash barriers, the smudge pots with their smoky Halloween flames marking the edge of the cave-in.
He could see the tops of buildings which jutted out of the streets like the figments of a madman's imagination. "Hi-yo, Silver! Away!" Bill Denbrough cried deliriously and rushed down the hill toward whatever there would be, aware for one last time of Derry as his place, aware most of all that he was alive under a real sky, and that all was desire, desire, desire. He raced down the hill on Silver. He raced to beat the devil. 6. Leaving. So you leave, and there is an urge to look back just once as the sunset fades, to see that severe New England skyline one final time. The spires, the standpipe, Paul with his axe slung over his shoulder. But it is perhaps not such a good idea to look back. All the stories say so. Look what happened to Lot's wife. Best not to look back. Best to believe there will be happily ever afters all the way around. And so there may be. Who is to say there will not be such endings? Not all boats which sail away into darkness never find the sun again, or the hand of another child. If life teaches anything at all, it teaches that there are so many happy endings that the man who believes there is no God needs his rationality called into serious question. You leave, and you leave quick when the sun starts to go down, he thinks in this dream. That's what you do. And if you spare a last thought, maybe it's ghosts you wonder about. The ghosts of children standing in the water at sunset, standing in a circle, standing with their hands joined together, their faces young, sure, but tough. Tough enough, anyway, to give birth to the people they will become. Tough enough to understand, maybe, that the people they will become must necessarily birth the people they were before they can get on with trying to understand simple mortality. The circle closes, the wheel rolls, and that's all there is. You don't have to look back to see those children. Part of your mind will see them forever, live with them forever, love them forever. They are not necessarily the best part of you, but they were once the repository of all you could become. Children, I love you. I love you so much. So drive away quick. Drive away while the last of the light slips away. Drive away from Derry, from memory, but not from desire. That stays, the bright cameo of all we were and all we believed as children, all that shone in our eyes even when we were lost and the wind blew in the night. Drive away and try to keep smiling. Get a little rock and roll on the radio and go toward all the life there is with all the courage you can find and all the belief you can muster. Be true, be brave. Stand. All the rest is darkness. 7. Hey, mister, you, look out! Damn fool's gonna... Words whipped by in the slipstream, as meaningless as pennants in a breeze or untethered balloons. Here came the crash barriers. He could smell the sooty aroma of kerosene from the smudge pots. He saw the yawning darkness where the street had been, heard sullen water rushing down there in the tangled darkness, and laughed at the sound. He dragged Silver hard left, so close to the crash barriers now that the leg of his jeans actually whispered along one of them. Silver's wheels were less than 3 inches from the place where the tar ended in empty space, and he was running out of maneuvering room. Up ahead, the water had eroded all of the street and half the sidewalk in front of Cash's jewelry store. Barriers closed off what was left of the sidewalk. It had been severely undercut. Bill? It was Audra's voice, dazed and a little thick. She sounded as if she had just awakened from a deep sleep. Bill, where are we? What are we doing? "Hi-yo, Silver!" Bill shouted, pointing the rushing gantry that was Silver directly at the crash barrier jutting out at right angles to the empty Cash show window. "Hi-yo, Silver! Away!" Silver struck the barrier at better than 40 miles an hour, and it went flying, the centerboard in one direction, the A-shaped supports in 2 others. Audra cried out and squeezed Bill so tightly that he lost his breath. Up and down Main Street, Canal Street, and Kansas Street, people stood in doorways and on sidewalks, watching. Silver shot out onto the bridge of undercut sidewalk. Bill felt his left hip and knee chip the side of the jewelry store. He felt Silver's rear wheel sag suddenly and understood that the sidewalk was falling in behind them. And then Silver's forward motion carried them back onto solid roadway. Bill swerved to avoid an overturned trash can and barreled out into the street again. Brakes squealed. He saw the grill of a big truck approaching, and Bill couldn't seem to stop laughing. He ran through the space the heavy truck wound up occupying a full second before it got there. Shit, time to spare. Yelling, tears squirting from his eyes, Bill blew Silver's ooga horn, listening to each hoarse bray embed itself in the day's bright light. "Bill, you're going to kill us both," Audra cried out, and although there was terror in her voice, she was also laughing. Bill heeled Silver over, and this time he felt Audra leaning with him, making the bike easier to control, helping to make the two of them exist with it, at least for this small, compact moment of time, as three living things. "Do you think so?" he shouted back. "I know so," she cried, and then grabbed his crotch, where there was a huge and cheerful erection. "But don't stop." He had nothing to say about it, however. Silver's speed was bleeding away on Up Mile Hill, the heavy roar of the playing cards becoming single gunshots again. Bill stopped and turned to her. She was pale, wide-eyed, obviously scared and confused, but awake, aware, and laughing. "Audra," he said, laughing with her. He helped her off Silver, leaned the bike against a handy brick wall, and embraced her. He kissed her forehead, her eyes, her cheeks, her mouth, her neck, her breasts. She hugged him while he did it. "Bill, what's been happening? I remember getting off the plane at Bangor, and I can't remember a thing after that. Are you all right?" "Yes." "Am I?" "Yes. Now." She pushed him away so she could look at him. "Bill, are you still stuttering?" "No," Bill said and kissed her. "My stutter is gone." "For good?" "Yes," he said. "I think this time it's gone for good." "Did you say something about rock and roll?" "I don't know, did I?" "I love you," she said. He nodded and smiled. When he smiled, he looked very young, bald head or not. "I love you too," he said. "And what else counts?" 8. He awakens from this dream unable to remember exactly what it was, or much at all beyond the simple fact that he has dreamed about being a child again. He touches his wife's smooth back as she sleeps her warm sleep and dreams her own dreams. He thinks that it is good to be a child, but it is also good to be grown up and able to consider the mystery of childhood, its beliefs and desires. I will write about all of this one day, he thinks, and knows it's just a dawn thought, an after-dreaming thought. But it's nice to think so for a while in the morning's clean silence, to think that childhood has its own sweet secrets and confirms mortality, and that mortality defines all courage and love. To think that what has looked forward must also look back, and that each life makes its own imitation of immortality. A wheel. Or so Bill Denbrough sometimes thinks on those early mornings after dreaming, when he almost remembers his childhood and the friends with whom he shared it. This book was begun in Bangor, Maine, on September 9th, 1981, and completed in Bangor, Maine, on December 28th, 1985. Grateful acknowledgment is made for permission to reprint excerpts from the following copyrighted material. The acknowledgments are in the order in which the excerpts appear in the book. My Town by Michael Stanley. Copyright 1983 by Bema Music Company, Michael Stanley Music Company. The Return of the Exile from Poems by George Seferis. Translation, copyright 1960 by Rex Warner. Reprinted by permission of David R. Godine, Publisher, Incorporated. My Hey Hey by Neil Young and Jeff Blackburn. Copyright 1979, Silver Fiddle. Used by permission, all rights reserved. Patterson by William Carlos Williams. Copyright 1946, 1948, 1949, 1951, 1958, 1963. Florence Williams. Reprinted by permission of New Directions Publishing Corporation. No Surrender, Glory Days, and Born in the USA by Bruce Springsteen. Copyright 1984, Bruce Springsteen, ASCAP. All rights reserved. I Heard It Through the Grapevine. Words and music by Norman Whitfield and Barrett Strong. Copyright 1966. Jabet Music Company, Incorporated. Used by permission. International copyright secured. All rights reserved. The Rubber Band Man by Tom Bell and Linda Creed. Copyright 1976. Mighty Three Music. Administered by the Mighty Three Music Group. Splish Splash by Bobby Darin and Gene Murray. Copyright 1958. Unart Music Corporation. Copyright renewed 1986. CBS Catalog Partnership. All rights controlled and administered by CBS Unart Catalog Incorporated. All rights reserved. International copyright secured. Used by permission. Books of Blood. Volume 1 by Clive Barker. Copyright 1984. Reprinted by permission of the Berkeley Publishing Group. Summertime Blues by Eddie Cochran and Jerry Capehart. Copyright 1958, Warner Tamerlane Publishing Corporation. Right song music, Elvis Presley music, and Gladys music. Used by permission of Warner Tamerlane Publishing Corporation. All rights reserved. Earth Angel. Copyright 1954, renewal 1982 by Dootsie Williams Publications. Recorded by the Penguins, Dutone Records. Do Re Mi by Richard Rodgers and Oscar Hammerstein II. Copyright 1959 by Richard Rodgers and Oscar Hammerstein II. Williamson Music Company, owner of publication and allied rights throughout the Western Hemisphere and Japan. International copyright secured, all rights reserved, used by permission. Mean Streets, a film by Martin Scorsese. Copyright 1973, Warner Brothers Incorporated, all rights reserved. Don't It Make You Want to Go Home by Joe South. Copyright 1969 by Lowry Music Company, Incorporated, Atlanta, Georgia. International copyright secured, all rights reserved, used by permission. Here's to the State of Richard Nixon by Phil Oakes. Copyright 1974, Warner Brothers Incorporated, ASCAP. All rights reserved, used with permission. Whole Lot of Shakin' Goin' On by David Curley Williams. Used by permission. Rock and Roll Is Here to Stay by David White. Published by Golden Egg Music, Singular Music. By permission of American Mechanical Rights Agency, Incorporated. Bristol Stomp. Words and music by Cal Mann and Dave Appel. Copyright 1961, Calman Music, Incorporated. It's Still Rock and Roll to Me by Billy Joel. Copyright 1980, Impulsive Music and April Music, Incorporated. All rights controlled and administered by April Music, Incorporated. All rights reserved. International copyright secured. Used by permission. Light My Fire. Words and music by The Doors. Copyright 1967, Doors Music Company. All rights reserved. Used by permission. My Toot Toot by Sidney Simeon. Copyright 1985, Flat Town Music Company and Sid Sam Publishing Company. All rights reserved. Used by permission. Tutti Frutti by Dorothy Labostri and Richard Penniman. Copyright 1955, renewed 1983, Venice Music Corporation. All rights controlled and administered by Blackwood Music Incorporated under license from ATV Music, Venice. All rights reserved. International copyright secured. Used by permission. Diana by Paul Anka. Copyright 1957-1963. Renewed 1985 by Spanka Music Corporation, Management Agency, and Music Publishing Incorporated. International copyright secured. All rights reserved. Reproduced by permission. High School Confidential by Ron Hargrave and Jerry Lee Lewis. By permission of Penron Music. Travelogue for Exiles, from Collected Poems, 1940 through 1978, by Carl Shapiro. Copyright 1942 and renewed 1970 by Carl Shapiro. Reprinted by permission of Random House Incorporated. You Got to Lose, Words and Music by Earl Hooker. Copyright 1969 by Duchess Music Corporation. Rights administered by MCA Music, a division of MCA Incorporated, New York, New York. Used by permission, all rights reserved. The Girl Can't Help It If the Men Folks Stop and Stare. Words and music by Robert W. Troop. Copyright 1956, 20th Century Music Corporation. Renewed 1984, Robert W. Troop. Assigned 1984, London Town Music Incorporated.
Don't Back Down by Brian Wilson. Copyright 1964, Irving Music Incorporated, BMI. All rights reserved, international copyright secured. Surfin' USA. Music by Chuck Berry, words by Brian Wilson. Copyright 1958-1963 by Arc Music Corporation. Reprinted by permission, all rights reserved. Shaboom, Life Could Be a Dream by James Keyes, Claude Feaster, Carl Feaster, Floyd F. McRae, and James Edwards. Copyright 1954 by Progressive Music Publishing Company, Incorporated. Copyright renewed, assigned to Unichapel Music, Incorporated, Right Song Music Publisher. International copyright secured. All rights reserved. Used by permission. I Knew the Bride When She Used to Rock and Roll by Nick Lowe. Copyright Anglo Rock Incorporated. Used with permission. End of It by Stephen King. Narrated by Chuck Benson in the studios of Talking Book Publishers, Incorporated for the Library of Congress, July 1989. For special distribution as authorized by Act of Congress under Public Law 89-522, with the permission of the copyright holder and the publisher, Viking Penguin Incorporated, 40 West 23rd Street, New York, New York, 10010.
End of book.